We are live at Coletco for tonight's Facebook record sale. Welcome, Mike Massey. I just saw your message. Sorry, we've had a heck of a day, and mine's just getting started. We've had a heck of a day, and mine's just getting started. Sort of. I actually probably spent the last hour talking to everybody about Ozzy. So that's what I've done probably in the last hour. Been talking to friends and employees about Ozzy. So we're here. And I just realized there's not really even a hot picture, but I'm going to post it right now. I should have posted it before I went live, because I know, yep, there it is, John Robb. I knew it. I was about to say, give it about 60 seconds, somebody's going to ask. So I got to go post it right now. Laura sends these to me, and I got to get it up and rolling, though. I was like, just give it a second. As soon as I go live, if I don't have it posted, there'll be some inquiries. So let me go do that right now. Didn't think there was a show. I didn't think there was going to be either. It's hot back here too, because the air conditioning is freezing up. We had to fix a lock today. We're having to go probably put in a new air conditioning system. I don't even know if Ed has all the prices for vinyl. Tanner hadn't pulled the flip crates. I hadn't cleaned off my table. So I had them make an Ozzy. It's kind of hard to see, but I had to make an Ozzy graphic. We almost need to put something. You can barely see it. We need a white box behind it, but there we go. You can see it pretty good back there. I'm going to try to put a black puzzle back there where it stands out a little bit better here in just a second. All right. Didn't expect that. I woke up, obviously, to the news. Probably most people seen it during the day today on lunch or whatever. I woke up to it, and first thing I did was make a post and listen to Flying High again. So let's get all this shared. Let's go back over here. I'm got to post this hot picture. Let me go ahead and do that right now. Auction preview for Friday. What is today? Tuesday? Not Friday, Chad. Golly. So auction preview for Tuesday, 07/22. We are live right now. No more tears. Lighting the window is the crack in the sky. Dun, 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 dun. No more tears. Tears. No more tears. Flying high again. Dun, dun. Facebook Live now. Okay, got that done. I need to share his Chad Williams. All right. What's everybody's favorite Ozzy or Black Sabbath song? What's everybody's favorite Ozzy or Black Sabbath song? Y'all let me know. All right. I'm working on sharing the feeds. I still got to do a couple more things over here. I'm actually about 100 feet away from the monitor, so I can't even... I got to make sure everything was priced over here. Dun, 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 dun. All right, rest in peace, Ozzy. It still says Monday over here on this. Dang it. Why does it do that? All right. Dun 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 dun. That's what I was blasting. If you listen to that song really, really loud, I think it's Bill Ward's kick drum in that song. It's just like boom, boom, boom. You can just feel it. Boom, boom. Let's see. You can see the Aussie. If I don't put a puzzle back there, it's kind of easier to see. Let's flip this one upside down. There we go. That makes it a little bit easier to see. We'll sacrifice a puzzle display for... I actually think it stands out the best when there's nothing back there, maybe. This almost is more reflective, that any kind of little... I'll fix it in just a second. Run out, down, down. Uh-oh. Right there's fine. Yeah, I'll get them from there. I got to clean up, basically move some stuff around over here anyway. Glare is killer right there. Okay. Move this one. Okay. Let me get my bearings now. Sad day in rock history. We're here and we will continue. So what I'm going to do is Thursday Metal Night, probably be a tribute to Ozzy. We obviously are going to get a lot of requests for records and what we have in stock, and my policy is always this: we're not going to go out of our way to start trying to show Ozzy stuff. But at the same time, I think, you know, like maybe even new arrivals tonight, there were some restocks that popped up. But, and I think the Ducks are back in, the Aussie Ducks, but we'll get swarmed with requests and stuff like that. We obviously never go out of our way to try to show or sell any of that, but we're going to get probably flooded with some requests here in the next 24 hours, but probably have a lot of stuff for Thursday Metal Night. So they just got back today from a 9-day buying trip, essentially 10-day buying trip, and there was a ton of cool, metal stuff. I'd say most of what they bought is metal. I mean, I'm looking at figures and autographs and statues and puzzles, and oh my gosh, this place is all of a sudden packed. It's hard to walk around in here again. So another reason I'm a few minutes late. So in the meantime, what we're going to do is I'm going to continue the show as normal. We've got new vinyl to tag. We've got new vinyl tag. We've got new arrivals and new vinyl. And I'm going to go ahead and step up front and grab a monster because I haven't had one yet. And this show's basically begun. And we'll be here for as late as probably 1 a.m. selling. And it's about to start right now. We got a lot of ground to cover. Let me step up here and grab this. Rest in peace to the Prince of Darkness, Ozzy Osbourne. Let's... We've got our tributes being paid across Facebook. I mean, I'm talking, you're going to be seeing stuff posted for a long time by a lot of people. You're going to be seeing a lot of posts from a lot of people. So, it's a big a celebration of life coming from Ozzy. How about we do Pomegranate Blueberry instead? Let me go ahead and pop some more of these. I do have some more monsters. Great. Let me pop a couple of these in the freezer. I'm going to go put one in the freezer. Hopefully I have access to it. And I'm going to set an alarm for 30 minutes to get it out. I'm going to drink a V8 in the meantime. I'm probably going to get right into new arrivals since I'm pretty late and there's a lot to go through. Probably going to get started with brand new stuff, like brand new everything, probably right away for two reasons. One, I'm starting late. And two, I really need some time to get this place under control and take pictures of all this new stuff so we can have the rest of the week really. I mean, y'all would be amazed by what's in this building right now. If I could just like photograph everything in a big gallery where y'all could see it, you'd probably be like, good God, Chad, get to work. Start selling us some of this stuff. My gosh, son, get it together. And I'm like, okay, coming soon. All right. We'll have an Ozzy tribute night on Thursday. I'm sure that'll be fun. We got all kinds of toys and collectibles and stuff. I think I've sold all the autographs already. Those are long gone. Unless there's new stuff that Paul's bought, which there's a chance. There's no telling with all this. I think the flip video from last night didn't have too many claims. I might just go ahead and go straight into brand new stuff, honestly. So, Jake said, Clutco Shadow. I see that, Jake. I'm trying to figure out the best way. Jake, I wish we could make this. I don't know if you're still watching. We need the Aussie thing in black. It needs a black background almost. So, all right, let's get my phone unlocked here. All right, here's this. All right. Chad. Okay, there's that. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. I'm going to drink this V8 really quickly in memorial of Ozzy Osbourne. Same for everybody else. This is a chug and crush dedicated to Ozzy Osbourne. I'm going to mute my mic for 30 seconds as a memorial tribute to start off this Tuesday night show. Ozzy would probably say, "Where's the beer?" Here's the V8. Maybe everybody across the nation could do the same thing right now. To Ozzy. A nice quiet moment of silence and a chug in memory of Ozzy. He's probably like, all right, now sell some more Black Sabbath albums so my kids can get some royalties. They'll be taken care of for a long time. Black Sabbath music will be played for decades. They'll be listening to Black Sabbath music for decades. I mean, I'm about to turn 30 in December. I'm going to be listening to it the rest of my life. Hopefully in my life I can influence other people to listen to it. So there it is. The empty can. Did I not crush it on camera? Did I not crush it on camera? My bad. I just had a moment of silence, a V8 crush, and we're good to go now. Hope everybody else did the same. Rest in peace, the Prince of Darkness. Some of y'all, listen, I've just had Ozzy a short amount of time in my life. Some of y'all literally grew up with him. So I'm sure there's even a bigger emotional attachment there. All right, let's get started with brand new stuff. Okay? And let's get it. $15 start auction. Neil Young, his debut solo album. This is a 1970 Terre Haute, which is a reissue. It originally came out in '69. This is in VG condition. It's a $15 start. $15 start. This is now up for bid. Neil Young, it's his 1970 solo album, his 1969 solo album. And then right behind it, we're going to do the Rolling Stones Aftermath, okay? This is a 66 US OG mono in VG condition, a $15 start. a $15 start. Tomorrow, you can look forward to some hot pictures. I actually would have posted some stuff today, but the news of Ozzy kind of overshadowed it. So tomorrow, you'll be seeing a hot picture of all this incredible new stuff we've bought. All this incredible new stuff that's here behind me. I might slip in some surprises tonight, so here we go. This is all brand new arrivals. I rarely start the show with brand new arrivals. Depeche Mode live, Hammersmith, London, 1983. This is $29.99. It's new and sealed. It's an unofficial pressing. It's brand new and sealed. Everything in here is brand new and sealed, including Tool. And folks, this is one I haven't had before. Live Dynamite 2002, $38.99. Tool Live Dynamite 2002, another unofficial. That is $38.99. And I've got 2 copies of Janis Joplin at Woodstock, 1969. August 17th, 1969. Janis Joplin, $29.99. Romelu C., first record and first purchase. Depeche Mode live. So to Romelu C. I see John saluting goodbye. Thank you, John, as always. Romelu on Depeche Mode. Jetstream on the live Tool. These are brand new arrivals. Starting the show right off the bat, brand new arrivals. Probably where I would be if I would have started an hour earlier. And then over here, I've got another Tool, and that's sold to Autumn Betts. We got Janis Joplin with Romelu C. And then I have another unofficial, and I've sold a bunch of these already. Anthrax with Public Enemy. And this is a limited edition. It's on green vinyl for $29.99. NFL, Indians, Keep It in the Air, Antisocial, Parasite, Caught in a Mosh, Too Much Posse, Bring the Noise. That is $29.99. Over here, we got Neil Young, and this is a final call, no bid, a 1970 Terre Haute reissue. Company inner sleeve, VG, looking for a $15 start. Right next to it is the Rolling Stones Aftermath, a 66 mono OG, VG, no bid, looking for a $15 start. The Janis Joplin is sold to Autumn Betts. Thank you, Autumn Betts. That's sold to you. I've got 2 Allman Brothers. This is an official release, The Final Note. Dwayne Allman's last concert with the Allman Brothers, October 17th, 1971. It's a 2 LP, and this is $33.99. Paul Catrich on Anthrax. That's all sold to Paul Catrich. I love starting the show with brand new stuff. Also wish I could have started an hour earlier, too. I got here talking to everybody about Ozzy and looking at all the new stuff, and next thing I know, it's 5:45, and I'm like, holy moly. We have Tool, Absolute Ultra Rare. Tool's a 2 LP. This is $44.99. This is on clear vinyl. Tool, another one, Absolute Ultra Rare. Now Neil Young has a bid for $15. Now Ron Phillips has the Stones at $15. Margaret, just FYI, you've been outbid. I've got 2 copies of Promise live. This is at Winston Farm, 1994, Saturtees, New York. A Promise bootleg, that's $29.99. There's Promise live, and then we have The Offspring live. Burn It Up, Australia, 1995. The Offspring, $29.99. Burn It Up. So there is The Offspring. There's Promise. There's Tool. Allman Brothers. Anthrax. Still got those 3 Tools, and I still got a Depeche Mode. Dynamite is $38.99. This is Tool live 2002. Parabola, Sober, The Grudge, Stinkfish, H, and Schism. Wow. That's only 6 songs, but that's like a full, that's a lot of music there, actually. That's a whole lot of music there. So there's 2 Tools in there. Scott Dwallow on Promise and Mortgage Guy Rob. Those are like 10-minute songs. Scott Dwallow on Promise and Mortgage Guy Rob on Promise. Those are sold. Yeah, that's some great track listing. Wow. H, Stinkfist, Sober, The Grudge, Parabola. Wow. Dun, that's so good. $38.99 for Tool. Here's the Smashing Pumpkins I hadn't had in a while. This is a groundbreaking, iconic debut album. Gish, remastered, foil cover, gatefold, $36.99. Jeremy Bryant wants that last Depeche Mode. That's gone. Scott Dwallow wants a Tool Dynamite, $38.99. Michael Stanley or Mark Stanley, if you want one as well, let me know. And then we have Absolute Ultra Rare. Absolute Ultra Rare. And then over here, Iggy Pop with David Bowie. This is Chicago, 1977. That's $29.99. I've got 3 of those. Only 1 bid on Neil Young, and he's gone. Autumn Betts for $15. That is there. And then over here, we got Jeremy Bryant on Iggy. There's now 1 left in Bowie. Where's the Vladacheks and Rebecca at? There's Kelly. She's coming in on the Bowie. I knew it was going to happen. Dang it, Michael. I was hoping somebody else would bid on that Neil Young. I hate letting that go for $15, but it's gone. I figured that would do a little bit better. I've seen a big uptick in Neil Young demand here lately. Let's go ahead and throw up AC/DC. This is Blow Up Your Video. AC/DC. This is an 88 US Carrollton OG Columbia Clubhouse, cover damage, VG condition, $15 start. So this is VG with probably a VG minus cover, but it is OG AC/DC, a $15 start. So we got Bowie, and Bowie sold. Last claim there was Kelly. And then Anthrax track listing. That's a good one. I just went over that one. That's usually what sells it. NFL, Indians, Keep It in the Air, Antisocial, Parasite, Caught in a Mosh, Too Much Posse, and Bring the Noise. That's $29.99. William Howe wants an Iggy Pop. Autumn Betts, I'll put you first on a waiting list. I'll put you first on a waiting list. Yeah, the Allman Brothers is official. The Allman Brothers so far, and of course Smashing Pumpkins. The rest of these back here are all bootlegs. So we got Anthrax, we got Tool, we have Offspring and Tool. There's that and there's that. And AC/DC has a bid for 15. Buddy Cordova on Anthrax. Let me make sure that who asked about it? Brad Waits doesn't want it. And then we definitely need to do a waiting list. And we've already sold out of several titles. The show's really just starting. This is only our third auction, so you hadn't missed anything. Jake's sending me an updated Ozzy logo here. I don't know, Jake. I guess I'll have to save it. And then I don't know how Tanner did that. I guess drop it over here to the MacBook. Let me see. Or the... I'll do it in just a second. We're hot and heavy in this crate. Okay, so first thing we have, there it is, Coleco's Mac Mini. I will accept that photo as soon as I say remind me later on this update. We'll update later. We don't want to update right now. Save to downloads. There we go. We'll figure that out in just a second. I might do some finagling over here on Restream in just a second. But right now, let's update what happened. So that last Anthrax is sold to Brad Waits. Buddy Cordova and 007 Platinum are on a waiting list, okay? And then we have a waiting list for the Iggy Pop. Those sold out almost immediately. The waiting list, first person's Autumn Betts. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And then down here at the bottom, Ryan Mustaine wants a Tool Dynamite. That's sold to Ryan Mustaine. Awesome. And then here is, this is pretty cool. When I seen this, I was like, do what? Crosby, Nash, and Young. So there for a while, Steels left the band. And actually, Crosby, Nash, and Young did a few concerts together. I forgot that in my, somewhere deep in my brain, I knew about that, but I kind of forgot about it. But I didn't know there was any live recordings out there, especially to vinyl. So this is pretty cool. It's Crosby, Nash, and Young, Gang of Three, 1972. It's $29.99. They're doing a lot of music. It's the full concert. And that's one of those KMAT radio broadcasts. And so that's Crosby, Nash, and Young. No Steels in that show. They kind of broke up there. For a bit, and they did like three or four shows, and that's actually was recorded, and that was a radio broadcast. So Gang of Three, $29.99. Mark Stanley also wants a Tool Dynamite. That was the last copy. Laura has delivered a Laura crate right next to John's 4 crates. Thank you, Laura. She's also got all the auctions ready. There's also a new crate of vinyl from Laura. And then Ed's got me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more crates of new vinyl after this. We got crates of vintage. We got a full show ahead of us. Bill Samus wants a Crosby, Nash, and Young. CNY. That looks weird, doesn't it? And then this is, I went ahead and ordered several of these because I never had it. It's another unofficial. Take a look at this. Pink Floyd live at the Fillmore. It comes in different volumes. Fillmore West, Pink Floyd, a volume 2 and a volume 1. So it's one of those volume 1, volume 2 deals, 44 and 44. Kind of like we had the Metallicas. Pink Floyd live at the Fillmore, volume 1 and volume 2. $44.99 each on those. Let's update the Rolling Stones. This is a 66 mono VG and a VG Plus jacket. The jacket's actually pretty nice. And the last bid that came in on the Stones that came in was Ron Phillips at $23. So we're about to sell that. And then the last bid that came in on AC/DC Blow Up Your Video was an 88 US Carrollton OG. And the last bid on this, VG vinyl, VG minus cover, pretty damaged, but it's there, and it's OG. Paul Catridge has that for $27. So George Jones wants a set of Pink Floyds. Make sure they get tagged as Volume 1, Volume 2, please. Those are sold. Ryan Mustaine wants a Volume 1, Volume 2. And now we got Gerald Whitworth on a Volume 1, Volume 2. And Autumn Betts, you'll be top of another waiting list. And the good thing is this is Tuesday, and we will have this stuff tagged and reordered where it will be here by Friday. So I've ordered a ton of vinyl Saturday night, Sunday night, and last night, I didn't order vinyl because I knew there was a lot showing up the next couple of days, and I've got to sit down and spend a lot of time doing it, so it's here by Friday, Thursday night, metal night. So look forward to a lot of deliveries. Of course, tonight should be quite a bit tomorrow, and then a ton for Thursday night, metal night. I'm looking forward to it. Stones and AC/DC get new bids, and the last thing in here is chocolate starfish and the hot dog flavored water, $46.99. Keep rolling, rolling, rolling. My Way or the Highway. Limp Bizkit, and that is on silver and brown colored vinyl. Trent Peasley, you have AC/DC at 28. Whoever else was bidding on the Stones, you're outbid. Michael Freiberger has it for 25. Michael Freiberger. Wow, what a busy crate of vinyl. Let's read through those again. And let me show you what sold out too, because there's a lot of waiting list. And Chris Meisner also on that Pink Floyd waiting list. And that's Fillmore Volume 1, Volume 2. Thank you on that. So here's what's left. And then I'm going to go through everything over here that is going to be a waiting list, okay? Jan Gunther also on Pink Floyd. So Jan Gunther on both of those as well. So Tool, Absolute Ultra Rare. This is on clear vinyl. It's a 2LP, $44.99. Tool, Absolute Ultra Rare. This includes their cover of Led Zeppelin's No Quarter. There's got studio stuff on here, unreleased, and covers, and live tracks. Tool. I have sold a bunch of those. When I found out that was coming out, I think we sold about 70 on the pre-order. That was a big one. Might have been 50. Maybe we sold 70 that night. We sold about 20 of them live. That's a lot. We sold, we've been selling those for a while now. Tool, $44.99. Just saying. And everybody's been pretty happy with the quality. The other one is The Offspring, Burn It Up, live, Australia, 1995. That is $29.99. And then there's two of those left. That's another live unofficial. All right, AC/DC is sold to Trent Peasley for $28. Trent, that's sold to you for $28. Thank you. And now the Stones over here is sold. Ron Phillips is out. That's sold for, that is sold over here to, where is it? Michael Freiberger for $25, okay? Thank you, Michael. That is sold to you. Now, next thing we have over here is Chris Mesner says he'll get Tool. There's that. My compliments to your customer service team. Had a little problem and they took care of it very quickly. There we go. Nobody, thank you. For anybody new watching, there's a real positive review. And then here is Smashing Pumpkins Gish, $36.99. Smashing Pumpkins. Guy Shard wants on the Pink Floyd Volume 1 and 2 wait list. That should be the third person now. Allman Brothers is official. Allman Brothers is official. It's Painter's Mill Music, October 17th, 1971. It's 3LP, The Last Concert with Duane Allman, $33.99. Here's another unofficial, Crosby, Nash & Young, Gang of Three, 1972, $29.99. And then Limp Bizkit, Chocolate Starfish, that's $46.99. There it is. Now, let me show you everything we sold out of, because there was a ton of wait lists quickly. First of all, if anybody wants a Depeche Mode, it'll be a waiting list for later this week. Depeche Mode, live at Hammersmith Odeon, 1983, $29.99. Sold out, waiting list. If you want one of Depeche Mode, just say Depeche Mode wait list or claim it, and your name will be wrote down. Same thing for Tool. Live Dynamite, 2002. Dynamite, live Dynamite, Tool, $38.99 with this great track listing. Parabola, Sober, The Grudge, Stingfish H, I love that one. Schism, great stuff there. Tool, there's two of those, several of those sold, and now there's 5 of them sold. There's a waiting list. If you want one, let me know. Same thing for Janis Joplin, live at Woodstock, August 17th, 1969. Folks, sold out. There's a waiting list. Chris Meisner wants a Crosby, Stills, or excuse me, a Crosby, Nash Young. That's hard to get my brain wrapped around. So let me go ahead and put up another auction right quick. The next auction I have is the Grateful Dead. We're going to do the Grateful Dead, and then let's mix it up a little bit with some jazz. So first thing I have is Grateful Dead, Shakedown Street, a 78 Terre Haute. Unfortunately, it is VG minus, but that's why we're going to start it for just $5. And OG Shakedown Street, just a $5 start. And Miles Davis Quiet Nights, also a $5 start. It actually has a promo stamp on the back. Demonstration not for sale. It's a 63 OG 2i VG minus. That's a $5 start. Jen Cast wants on the Janis Joplin. Already several people's names down for this one. Anthrax, Public Enemy, Too Much Posse, 1981 green vinyl. That's also a waiting list. I think there's already 2 or 3 people down on that. We sold out of Primus. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Live at Winston Farm, New York, 1984. Primus is $29.99. $29.99. That's available. If anybody wants on a waiting list, Primus. There's Tool again. And then we sold out of Iggy Pop with David Bowie. There's a waiting list for this. Chicago, 1977. If anybody else wants one of those, let me know. And then we have Pink Floyd. There's several people on this one. This is Volume 1 and Volume 2. Volume 1 and Volume 2. That is Pink Floyd live at the Fillmore West. That's a 2 LP volume, and those are available if anybody wants one, okay? And then we have Shakedown Street and Miles Davis. Final call before I make them $5 buy it nows. There we go. Miles Davis is at $12 with Michael Freiberger. Let me see if the Acid Bath, these actually might be in. Yeah, actually, out of all that new vinyl, here they are. The Acid Baths are in. We'll have to tag them. There's 2 full crates of, actually, yeah, 5 of those crates that's still left, 2 of them are full of Acid Baths. So they're in. We're about to start, I might do that, go ahead and knock that out early tonight. We might go ahead and do that early tonight. And we just got a new collection in, and what y'all got to know is Laura has already been marking stuff from the new collections. John's already been marking stuff from the new collections. I think you're going to like some of the stuff we have going up tonight. Now, first thing I have, David says, any Japanese tonight? 0. We've sold every one of them. Porno Graffiti. I don't know on that one yet. Miles Davis 5, Miles Davis 12, Miles Davis 15. All right. And let's go through. Let's go ahead and tag those Acid Baths. And let's do that right now, okay? Need Pink Floyd are not available, need to go on a waiting list. Yeah, they're not. Well, let me rephrase that. It's available for a waiting list. My bad. It's available for a waiting list. I misspoke. So yeah, this is a waiting list. It's available for a waiting list. I should be careful of those words. It's a waiting list. Yes, they're not in stock right now. Okay, there's that. There's that. Next thing we have is Rush. Fly By Night, and that's sold. I've got one over here. I'll go ahead and put over here. This is sold to, who just claimed this? Ron Mustaine, Fly By Night Puzzle. That is my last one back here in the back now. That's my last one back here in the back now. Let's see if I can finagle some graphics over here right quick. I guess that's on your screen now, isn't it? Let me take this one off. Let's see. Uh-oh. That one's still up there. Logo top left. Let's hide that. Oh, it's hiding it in black. Okay, there we go. Yeah, there we go. I like that one a lot better. Let's make it even bigger. There we go. How's that look? All right. Limp Bizkit's official. So yeah, let me clarify. This is sometimes why I don't like carrying unofficial stuff, because I don't want to get anybody confused. These are bootlegs and unofficial releases. CSN or CNY. Offspring and Tool. Smashing Pumpkins, Allman Brothers, and Limp Bizkit are official releases. I'm going to run the Marvelettes right now. First, nobody bid on Grateful Dead, a $5 buy it now. Wow. It is VG minus, $5 buy it now. And then over here, we have Miles Davis. Romelu has it for $15. It's up to Michael Freiberger. It's up to Michael Freiberger, okay? And then over here, we got Dead. This is a $5 buy it now. $5 buy it now, okay? And that's sold to Melanie Jennings. And then Notorious on Twitch wants a Limp Bizkit. Yes, silver and brown vinyl. That's official. But never $46.99 on Limp Bizkit. Never hesitate to ask. Some people just don't like buying unofficials. So I tried to keep them separate. It looks like Ed put a lot of the concerts together. It's always going to be concerts if we have one, unless it's an auction item. Just FYI. Okay, still bidding on Miles Davis. I don't know if there's extra Acid Baths or not. You know why? I know how many I ordered, but the deal with these is we still have people commenting on the post. So let's go ahead and do this right now and see what's going on. First, let's introduce some new auctions. So Miles Davis, VG minus with promo stamp on the back. It's now at $18. Romelu C, you're out. Romelu C, you're out. Okay. And what is going on over here? Let me see this other one Jake sent me. Is this with a black background, Jake? Yeah, let me see what this one. Sorry, we're playing with our Aussie logo. I'm going to leave it up for a few days, so it's I want to make sure I get one that looks good. We're going to leave it up for a few, probably all week, honestly. Might leave it up for the rest of the year. Let's see what this one looks like. I don't know if that one's going to stand out as much as this one. Let me delete that one. That one might look pretty good. Right there. There we go. That looks pretty good. Not taken away from too much either. All right. Here's this. So, back to work. Let's see here. All right, we got acid bath. Let's start counting these things out. Bear with me as I do this. Let's go ahead and put up two more auctions. Let's go ahead and put up 2 more auctions. And if you know you want one right now, there will be extras. $39.99. If you want one right now, let me know. So here's the story on this. We bought a metal collection, what, 2 or 3 months ago? It was back during winter, it seems like. And one of the hot pictures, I didn't even really know what I was showing. One of the hot pictures, I posted this, and in the ad, everybody just lost their mind. They's like, oh my gosh, it's acid bath. And I also didn't know a lot about it. I just thought the cover was pretty wild. And so ever since then, I have found out that they don't sell their stuff through distribution. Because anytime I looked up acid bath, I couldn't get anything. So I finally made a deal direct with the label. I'm getting these straight from Rotten Records. And I have them in stock. And what I did is I made a post, and we've sold a ton of them. So here's everybody that gets one. And if you know for sure you were not on the pre-order and you want one right now, they're $39. Now, I think I've built a relationship with them. They do have other stuff from this label, including more acid bath. And I'm going to hopefully sell out tonight, have a waiting list, and then I'm going to tell them, give me the information on the other one. And I'll probably post another pre-order, okay? The first one goes to Darren Chrisman. These are $39.99. Darren Chrisman, Jeff Dedman, and John Howard. Jeff Dedman and John Howard. Also, Hiram Aponte and Dean Tefford. Let me go ahead and introduce some more auctions. And the next thing I have over here is, let's go ahead and put this up right here. Judas Priest, Screaming for Vengeance. Judas Priest is an 82 US OG Terre Haute. It is in VG. It does have the merch insert though, and the original inner sleeve. $20 start on Judas Priest. So OG Terre Haute, inner sleeve and merch form, a $20 start. $20 start. That's now up for bid. And then over here, we got Miles Davis. Was this one done? The last bid was Romelu out. This is sold to Michael Freiberger for $18. There's Judas Priest. And then let's go ahead and put up The Doors. Somebody had just asked about it. LA Woman is also OG. It's a 71 window cover with the original inner sleeve. The cover does have some dings, but it's going to go up for just a $20 start, okay? Next on the pre-order was Joshua Cross and Philip Holt. Joshua Cross and Philip Holt. There's 2 more acid baths sold. Also, we had one with Autumn Betts and Scott Dwallow. Thank you, Autumn Betts. Thank you, Scott Dwallow. We have one for Don Brzezinski. Don Brzezinski, he's back. We bought his metal collection, and he commented the other day. He said, Chad, I'm back. I'm restarting my metal collection. I'm like, great, we need you. We need you buying metal, Don Brzezinski. We got one for Shannon Price and one for Steve Weaver. And that has officially quickly filled up my first crate. Let me go ahead and swap it down. Let me go ahead and swap it around, up and down. Laura's already got a crate up here. John's already got 5 crates up here. And he was showing me, one of the reasons I was late, when new stuff comes in, John gets really excited like me. He's like, I want you to look at these records back here. He was showing me a whole tub just full of OG, like Beastie Boys and metal and all these 45s and cassette tapes and all these boxes of toys and posters. And Tanner was too. Tanner was like, go back there and look at some of those toys that's back there, statues and autographs and stuff. I was like, oh my gosh. So this is why I got to end the show. That's why I was late, and that's why we got to end early. Whenever we get a bunch of good stuff in, it causes me to be late and causes me to end early because I got to like, all right, we got a short amount of time. And yeah, I got to put the Marvelettes next for Jason. I'll do that in just a second. Here we go. We got Michael Reed, Cameron Lingafelt. Michael Reed, Cameron Lingafelt. We got Scott Fellows and Tony Swanson. Thank you, Scott Fellows and Tony Swanson. Scott Smith and Mark Stanley. Scott Smith and Mark Stanley. And this is what happens when records aren't available through major distribution. Jen Cast and Haley Creeder. If you've commented one live, just hang with me, okay? I'm about to tell you what's left. Danny Thomason and David Schroeder. Danny Thomason and David Schroeder. Brian Thurman and Ken Helplin. Brian Thurman and Ken Helplin. We got John Foster and Russell Flynn. John Foster and Russell Flynn. And these two have bent corners, so I won't use those right now. I won't use these right now. Those aren't too bad. I see what he's saying, though. They're lightly bent, so we won't give those out first. Okay? And then let's do this other crate here. Let's do these other crates here. Here's more. All right. Did I already say one to Crater? Somebody's been asking over on YouTube. Who's been asking over on YouTube? Haley, is that Creeder? Is that who's been asking over on YouTube? Cameron Porter and John Hernan. Cameron Porter and John Hernan. Brian Barwick and Kelly Vladerchek. Matt Scheiker and Ryan Kirkland. Matt Scheiker and Ryan Kirkland. John Oliver and Brian Mallard. John Oliver and Brian Mallard. And if I mispronounce some of these names, whoever's tagging, they're all in the group. Scott Beebe and Kenneth Russell. Scott Beebe and Kenneth Russell. Tony Riddle. Tim Floyd and Ronnie Ritchie. Brandon Lack and Matt Marco. That's it. All right, so let's go back to the top and let's figure out who gets the other ones live, okay? That's my extras right there. We're going to sell out tonight for sure. We're definitely going to sell out. So let's go see who was the first person. And if you heard your name on the pre-order and you need to put it back, let me know. We have, I might have missed some questions earlier about Miles Davis. I missed questions about Pink Floyd. Sorry, I didn't even see those. I was working on the logo, and now I'm on Acid Bath. So Ryan Eaton was first. That's so to Ryan Eaton. Thank you, Ryan. That's so to you. And then Master Ma 666. That's Sean Lee Hooker. Thank you, Sean Lee Hooker. And then Gerald Whitworth. And then Beast Smoker Barbecue. So there's 2 more sold. And now my crate's pretty much full again. Let me swap them out. Let me try to get one more in here. And then Matt Marco says he's down for the other Acid Bath if I can get it. Judas Priest got a bid for 20. Doors 20. Judas Priest 22. Ivanry Bread. Is that Ivan R? Is that Ivan R on Acid Bath? I think so. Ivan R. And then the next claim was Michael Rudolph. But let me pause there because I'm going to start a new crate with him. Michael Rudolph, you're going to be next or first with a new fresh crate here. Michael Rudolph. So let me do that. Michael Rudolph over here. All right, so Michael Rudolph and Joe Salamone, The Spirit of Vinyl, Jim Berg. Thank you, Jim Berg. And now I've got 3 and 2 with bent corners. I've got 5 left. 2 have bent corners, so I've technically got 3, unless we absolutely run out and you want a bent corner, okay? So, that's it. Anybody else want an Acid Bath when the kite string pops? We just sold a bunch. That means we've sold 55 copies. 55 copies of Acid Bath. I will be on the ball for their next one. I will be on the ball for their next one, okay? There's that. Bob Reiger also wants 1. Now there's 2 left. Now there's 2 left, okay? And then the Doors over here. The last bid on the doors was 1 bid, 2 bids. So Randy Klein bid $20. I think somebody bid before you, though. I've got Randy Klein at $20, going once, going twice, okay? It's a 71 OG, original under sleeve, VG condition cover. 71 US Terre Haute OG, VG condition, a $20 start, okay? And then Judas Priest is OG, original under sleeve merch insert. OG with the original merch insert. Judas Priest, Screaming for Vengeance. And Tom Kelly has that at $30, okay? Been playing Ozzy for 3 hours. Sell me something. We have too. I think they played it on the speakers here in the store all day while everybody was working. I was blasting it on my way to work. I listened to Flying High again, Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, Paranoid. Man, my favorite, Sweet Leaf. Wow. Rest in peace, Ozzy. What I'm going to try to do is we're going to do a Thursday night Ozzy. Laura's going to try to get together, as much Ozzy stuff together. I told everybody just a moment ago, I try not to obviously start selling stuff right away. But the thing about Ozzy is we sell Ozzy stuff every night, so it's kind of like out of respect. It's not like I'm trying to push it. But the thing about Ozzy is we have new Ozzy LPs every night. I know for sure there's some restocks tonight and new arrivals. So it's kind of hard, honestly, not to show Ozzy. But we're going to have like the auctions and the high-end stuff probably Thursday night. We would anyways. So we would be having it probably out anyways. It's not like, who was it that one time? It was like Jimmy Buffett. And it was like we had Jimmy Buffett the day he died, and somebody's like, wow, you're already putting out Jimmy Buffett records. And I'm like, man, we have Jimmy Buffett records every night. It's not like we're putting them out because he just died. We have Jimmy Buffett stuff every single night. John puts out 5 or 10 Jimmy Buffett records a night probably. So, he's a multi-platinum artist. But, wow, what a wild time. All right, so wow, an OG Doors, just 1 bid for $20. That's wild. That's sold. Riders on the Storm, gone to Randy Klein for $20. And we got King Fluffy, 1979. King Fluffy, are you a first-time buyer on Acid Bath? I don't know, unless I don't know your Twitch handle. That means we have 1 left and then 2 with bent corners. So there's that. Yeah, that's my thoughts. I feel like when somebody dies, here's the honest truth about it. Everybody wants to listen to their music. They develop a emotional, it's like, man, I love Ozzy. I want to buy his stuff. It's just it happens. I do it with people too. It's just like now I'm on here looking at stuff, wishing I would have bought other stuff when I had, because now it's just like, man, here it is. He's gone. So Judas Priest is at $40, and that's with Josh Jones. And there's 1 Acid Bath. And then I'm on Twitch and Facebook, Roxy630. And then King Fluffy, just let me know who you are. Okay, Judas Priest is OG, VG, inner sleeve, and merchant form. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And the next auction is going to go up right now. And this is David Bowie, Changes. And this has quite a bit of cover wear. And this is a 76 Indianapolis OG. So the vinyl's not bad. EX, $25 star. Ground control to Major Tom. It does have quite a bit of cover wear and an old retail sticker, but that's a $25 start on that. King Fluffy, first time buyer, and got a response email. Okay, welcome. So you're down for Acid Bath. Anybody else? So the record of the night is Acid Bath. And here's what I'm going to go ahead and do, because I don't want to deal with returns with I'm just now building a relationship with this label, so I probably don't want to ask for returns. So I'll go ahead and mark these down $5 if anybody wants bent corners. $35 for the 2 bent corners. So they were $39. If anybody wants a bent corner, $35 and $35, okay? I'll mark those down if anybody wants a bent corner. And they're actually not too bad. And Judas Priest, I'm going to put that up as soon as I sell this to Josh Jones for $40. I got to make sure everybody's done. And Charlie DeFrank says he'll take a bent corner for $35. Yeah, they're not too bad whatsoever. We just want to make sure y'all get perfect ones. So sell Charlie DeFrank one. and now there's one left, okay? All right, so guess what? This is a Laura crate. Oh, my goodness. Wow, what a cool sticker, Laura. That is actually really cool. And let's read her note here on the back. This is Garfield summoning great records for the Laura crate. Awesome. He's putting out a spell. Alakazam. Great crates, great records for the Laura crate. I think you're going to like these because I have a feeling you pulled some of these out of the new collection, right? So, yeah, this is going to be some good stuff then. She's pulled these straight, picked these straight out of the new tubs. Oh, wow. So this might be a clean out. I have a feeling this might be a clean out. All right, the last bent corner is sold to Matthew Sherrick. And they're not bad whatsoever. They're just kind of dinged up here. But we wanted to make sure these were perfect. And now there's only one acid bath left. And I probably look forward to telling that guy we already sold out. And I want your complete Rotten Records catalog so we can order some more metal for our metalhead customers. Here we go over here. Judas Priest is sold to Josh Jones for $40. No more tears, tears, tears. All right, and yes, the Marvelettes. This is quite the record here. The Marvelettes, Please, Mr. Postman. So some of these have sold for as much as $275. John actually had this straight priced, and it was a big number. And I liked his number because I thought it was pretty accurate, his number on this. But I thought, let's take the time and let's go ahead and auction it. And I had Laura do the complete synopsis because he just had a price on it. And I wanted to make sure it was the exact thing I thought it was. And it is. It is from 1963. It's a repress, but it's mono from 1963. And guess what? It's nice. It's EX condition. A tough, tough record to get. The Marvelettes, Please, Mr. Postman. Some copies have sold close to 300 in top grade. This one's not bad at EX. I mean, that's a great grade for a record of this era. A Motown soul record, Tomla. $65 start on the Marvelettes. That's now up for bid. The last acid bath is sold. Acid bath is sold. That's sold out to Charlie Buck. Goodbye, acid bath. They're all gone. Now, somebody asked how much is Live After Death. This is actually a puzzle. Def Leppard, Rush, Iron Maiden, those are all puzzles for $24.99. We got Brent and Jason bidding on the Marvelettes. This could get interesting. This could get interesting. Y'all know the rule on the Laura crate sticker. I'm going to try to show 1, 2, or 3 records as fast as possible. The first person who gets on my feed gets the Laura crate sticker. No putbacks, okay? If you claim one of these first 3, make sure you're wanting it. And you're not just claiming it to get the sticker, okay? Dwayne Carey on the Marvelettes too. Awesome. All right, here we go. I have no idea what's in here. I didn't even thumb through them, so this is exciting for me too. Janet by Janet Jackson, sealed, $49.99. 2019 reissue, limited edition clear vinyl. Track 6 is misprinted as Sweat Dreams on back cover. There's Janet. Also, Jazz Side of the Moon, the music of Pink Floyd. That's limited to $1,037.99. And Avril Lavigne, Let Go, a Target exclusive, sealed, a 20th anniversary edition on red smoke colored vinyl. And there's a note from Laura. Laura loves Avril, $39.99. Avril Lavigne, $39.99. There it is. That's 3 great. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're trying to get the sticker or not. Cool stuff in there, right? All right, 1 second, please. I had to do one more thing over here on my phone. Okay. Yeah, so also today, I posted a few pre-orders. Honestly, it got too late in the morning. I was going to post about 10 or 15, and I just had to go to sleep. I fell asleep posting pre-orders. A really good Scorpions pre-order is posted from the first thing. The new Robert Plant album, Indie Colored, is up for pre-order. The Better Than Azera album's up for pre-order. And the Rhino High Fidelity Fleetwood Mac's up for pre-order. So I got 4 good ones there posted. I'm going to do some more this morning. But 9 pre-orders, 14 pre-orders, 9, and 20 pre-orders on the Scorpion. So good stuff there. Good stuff there. All right, so let's go back up to the top and see what happened. We got, of course, Stephen Parton on the Janet Jackson. He is obtaining quite the Lower Crate sticker collection. Goodness, he's probably up to, what, a dozen of them? That is sold to Stephen Parton. The Marvelettes is at 85. Ivan R. second on Janet Jackson. Travis Woods third on Janet Jackson. George Samara is fourth on Janet Jackson. Jeremy Bryant first on Avril Lavigne. Scott Dwallow on the Jazz. Kelly Vlodarchek next on Avril. Charlie Buck 90 on the Marvelette. Stacy next on Avril. Matt Marco next on Avril. Marvelette's 95. Marvelette's 100. George Jones next on Jazz. Marvelette's 105, 105, 110, 112. And then over here, we have David Bowie. And we have a question. What's David Bowie at? And David Bowie, I actually was about to sell it. It's at $40 with Kelly Vlodarchek. Going twice, going 5 times. Tony, if you hadn't have asked, I was going to sell it. $40. You can bid more than 40 or you can say pass. Kelly Vlodarchek has it at $40 right now. That's about to sell. Marvelette's is at $135. Van Halen Balance, I can check, but honestly, I don't know. Let's keep going with this Lower Crate. This is going to sell out. Wow, the best of Tupac on colored vinyl, gray colored vinyl. Tupac, $34.99. Wow. The Goo Goo Dolls, Hold Me Up, sealed white vinyl, $19.99. And then over here, we got Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell. That's sealed for $24.99. And Creed, My Own Prison, metallic silver vinyl, $34.99. So Bowie 41, we got Bowie 45. You've immediately been outbid. And now Marvelette's 155. Kelly Vlodarchek on Goo Goo Dolls. That was a quick sale. Travis Woods on Tupac. That's a quick sale. Creed does have a little bit of a seam split. New sealed Meatloaf. New sealed Creed. That has My Own Prison on it. One Last Breath. Matt Marco next on Goo Goo Dolls. Wow. Stevie Nicks, Stand Back. That's a greatest hits. It's mostly sealed. Just $22.99, which means it's sealed, but it does have a little bit of a tear in the shrink. And then we have Marvelette's at 175. And then David Bowie, it's up to Tony McDaniel. Tony, it's at $45 with Kelly Vlodarchek. Next was another Goo Goo Doll claim. Stephen Parton first on Stevie Nicks, then Ivan R., then Kristen Barnett, then Jason Thomas, then Wayne Carr, then Stacey Brown. Troy next on Tupac. Also Rolling Stones, Hackney Diamonds, Diamond Clear, colored vinyl, sealed, $29.99. Also, we have Ernie and the Automatics, Low Expectations. Members of Boston plays on this album, sealed for $14.99. Are we all done on the Marvelettes? It's up to one person on the David Bowie, $45. Tony McDaniel, the spotlight's on you. Final call on Marvelettes. Wayne, did you say Al? I know Brent's done. $145 on that. And we have our next auction going up right now, and it's actually going to be Prince. The artist formerly known as Prince. Somebody. Ultra Fantasy Edit. It's a promo only. 1997 VG, a $10 star. John Smetzer on Ernie. There's Ernie. That's sold. New bid on David Bowie, 46. New bid on David Bowie, 47. Tony, the spotlight's back on you. Blake Shelton, Fully Loaded, God's Country. 2 LP clear vinyl, Blake Shelton, $19.99. Imagine Dragons, Mercury Act, sealed for $22.99. Imagine Dragons. Joan Jett, up your alley. A 2023 Record Store Day. The top seam does have a dent there. Does have a dent up here on the top seam, $17.99. Over here, Prince, $10. We got Kelly Vlodarchek on Imagine Dragons. Prince, another 10. Prince, another 10. And Ivan R. first on Joan Jett. Okay, and now the Marvelettes is sold to Jason Boxell for $175. Tony McDaniel, the spotlight's all on you. And he says he's back in on David Bowie at $48. And Prince is already at $12. Rich, you were next on Joan Jett. Kelly's right back in at $49. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is going to give me 1 second. We have Blake Shelton info. Blake Shelton is called Fully Loaded, God's Country. 2 LP Walmart exclusive clear vinyl, $19.99. Kesha, I think I used to say Keisha. Kesha, Animal, expanded edition. The note on the back from Laura is every single is a banger. Every single's a banger. $29.99, sealed. That's a high praise. Every song on there, a banger. Also, we have 7 Diamond. That's Garth Brooks, Triple Live, sealed for $29.99. We have BS Blake Shelton. That's sold to Jason Thomas. Who asked about it, though? Who asked about it? Brian Campbell asked about it. Brian, if you want it, you've got first dibs. Before I pull that, He says, I want it. Okay, that is so to Brian Campbell. All right, so that's so to Brian Campbell. Jason, you were second. He asked about it first. Jeremy Broughton on Kesha. Natasha second. I'm waiting to hear back from Tony on that. It's at $49. And he said, dang, David Bowie out. Thank you, Chad Williams. Dang. Okay, so this is sold to Kelly Vladerchek for $49. Now over here, Prince is at $17. Big win there. So that's sold for $175. John had it marked randomly in a check condition crate one night for $199.99. You can ask Laura because I left it on Laura's desk. John had it marked for $200, so that's about right. He had it marked for $200. Most of these higher-end records, if I ever pull them out, they're probably going to bring about what he had them stickered for anyway. So it's either like, do we just go ahead and sell them, or do we put them up for auction? But if you put them up for auction, people have time to like think about it and look it up and realize what they want to pay for it. Sometimes we'll have a $300 record passed over in the crate because we're going so fast and everybody's like, what the heck? That was a $399.99 record. We just flew through it. All right, here's another one he had priced, and I thought the jacket was phenomenal. The vinyl's not bad at VG+, but look at this jacket for an OG copy of James Brown, a remarkable copy. And this is I Got You, I Feel Good, da-da-da-da-da, the classic album. 66 US OG mono, VG+, Black King label, a $30 start. Prince is at $20. Let's keep going. What a crazy crate this is. Speaking of Motown, Motown's #1, 2LP gold vinyl, sealed, just $19.99. $19.99. Shania Twain, Queen of Me. We have sealed $19.99. Shania Twain, Queen of Me, sealed $19.99, and Aha, Hunting High and Low, the demos, 2025 Record Store Day, sealed $24.99. Half of our air conditioning units aren't working back here in the back, so it's really hot in here. It's probably 80 degrees in here, it feels like. I got to hydrate well tonight. Oh, dang, I put a monster in the freezer. How long's it been? I forgot to set a timer. I better go get it out. I'll safe bet I'll go get it out in 10 minutes. Hey, Siri, remind me in 10 minutes to get the monster out of the fridge. If you didn't know what that meant, look at that light flashing up there. Did y'all see that? That's the Face ID light. Y'all see that flashing? You can only see it when you're looking at it through a camera. That's wild, isn't it? Okay, so we got James Brown, $35 and $35, okay? Let's keep going over here. We got Wallflowers, Exit Wounds, sealed, $19.99 purple vinyl. I use that Siri feature a lot. I tell it stuff all the time. Remind me to do this. Remind me to do that. Remind me to post this. Remind me. It's pretty amazing. I mean, I don't know if y'all use that feature, but I use it. I talk to my phone all night. I'll think of something. I'll tell it to play music. Marvin Gaye, Sexual Healing, the remixes. Sealed, $19.99. Sealed, $19.99. Marvin Gaye. Let's go back over here. Did I even show Wallflowers? Sorry, I was talking. Sealed, $19.99 on Wallflowers. Okay, James Brown's at $36. Are we done on Prince? The last bit on Prince was Rydell Retro Class at $20. We're about to sell it. And then over here we have Tim McGraw, the biggest hits. That is sealed for $19.99. Stephen Parton wants the Wallflowers. Wayne Carl, Marvin Gaye. Travis, I forgot to pull Motown for you. Yes, nice. Great music there. Holy moly, look at all that. My Girl. I got Sunshine on a Cloudy Day. Where was his claim at for that? There it is. Make sure I didn't miss anything else. Nope, just bids. And then, hey, Chad, I'm the same people as Cameron on YouTube. Also, want anything on YouTube account. All right, so Haley Creeder. That was the Cameron that's been asking about Acid Bath. We got you taken care of. You'll be billed through Haley Creeder. Yeah. All right. Tim Vergara next on Wallflowers. James Brown 40. Cecil Grosskopf on Tim McGraw. Prince. I was waiting for Lonnie Jolly, and he has bid. And we have next on Tim McGraw. That'd be a question for Laura or Paul. Laura, have you seen any audiophile stuff so far in this collection? Paul tried calling me on the way to work today, and I was already on the phone, and I was blasting Ozzy. I apologize to Paul. I didn't get the answer. But he was probably going to tell me some stuff. But maybe he'll be awake tonight, or maybe I can take a break tonight to call him. I don't know. Whitney Houston, Sealed, $24.99. This is a new pressing, 35th anniversary. I Just Want to Dance with Somebody. Whitney Houston. Nice. Michael Jackson Thriller. Alternate cover art. A Walmart exclusive. Sealed, just $24.99 on that. And we have REM Monster. That's a 2019, $22.99. Yeah, Christopher, that would be more a question from Paul. We hadn't even peeled back a layer yet. There's a 18-foot trailer full of records back here in our back room now. So it's going to take, it'll be weeks when we start peeling back the layers. Kelly Vlodarchek on MJ, sold. Gregory Roberts on REM, sold. Prince is still at 25. Lonnie, you're out. James Brown's at 41. Rodell, you're also out on that. Amanda Darby next on REM. And we have Beastie Boys, Swiss Cheese, live in Switzerland, 1998, sealed for $29.99. Amanda Darby, you're going to get REM. Gregory wants to pass. No problem. That's sold to Amanda Darby instead. Sean Lee Hooker on the Beastie Boys. And we have Dave Matthews Band, Before These Crowded Streets, yellow vinyl, 2LP. Dave Matthews Band is sealed, $29.99. And Shawn Mendes, handwritten. Shawn Mendes is sealed for $19.99. Shawn Mendes. We have Matchbox 20, Exile on Mainstream, and that is sealed for $19.99, 2LP white vinyl. All right, so Lonnie Jolly's out on Prince. That is sold to Rydell Martin for $25. Ryan Eaton's out on James Brown. That is Brian Thurman's at 41. The Hammer's up. 66 mono. Amanda Darby on Matchbox 20. That's sold to Amanda Darby. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction. And that next auction is going to be Dream Theater, Distance Over Time. Dream Theater, Distance Over Time. That's a 2019 FYE exclusive on brown vinyl, limited to 500 copies with book, a $25 start. Dave Matthews Band, a great buy. These retailed new for like $50, and OGs of these are hundreds. Like, that's a very rare OG. That's we've had a couple before, hundreds of dollars. This is Tim Vergara, Dave Matthews Band. Also, the Goo Goo Dolls Greatest Hits. This is sealed for $19.99. Coke Bottle Clear Vinyl, a Walmart exclusive. Somebody did buy a lot of Walmart exclusives, it looks like. Foo Fighters, Things to Do in Stockholm. This is sealed. It's an unofficial live Foo Fighters, $29.99. Goo Goo Dolls is sold to Stephen Parton. And we have the Police, nice, a half-speed master of their greatest hits. That is sweet. I have one of those myself, $34.99. And then Ready to Be, this is Twice. And this is K-pop. It's unopened, $14.99. And then the Police is sold to Stephen Parton. And we have Mariah Carey Unplugged, a Target exclusive, sealed, $19.99. James Brown sold to Brian Thurman for $41. I Feel Good. Okay, and then over here, Dream Theater does have a bid for $25. Jeff Hallsworth, you were second on the Police. Wow, what a great crate. I bet on another read-through we might can sell out of these. And guess what's coming next? New vinyl, new check condition, more new lore stuff, this, that, the other. Puzzle, collectible, this, that, boom, boom. Bow, ping, bow, bing, bow, boo. Just whatever we can do here. All right, first is Natasha Pickett on Mariah Carey, Dream Theater 25. Let's go ahead and do another one. And let's go ahead and see what's going on here of G.G. Allin. Now, I don't know what's been censored, but a lot's been censored on G.G. Allin. This is a U.S. exact year unknown. It's limited edition red vinyl. G.G. Allin, and this is the Murder Junkies. $35 start on that one. Okay, we have Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell. Meatloaf is sealed for $24.99. Meatloaf, sealed reissue, one of the biggest selling albums of all time. Sealed for $24.99. Sealed for $24.99. $24.99 on that. Over here, we have Creed, My Own Prison. And this is sealed for $34.99. One Last Breath. That's available. It's on silver vinyl. That was long out of print before they reissued it. It was originally a Walmart exclusive, and then finally they released it mainstream. It does have a seam split, but that's pretty good. Steve Riley on Meatloaf. We got a pass on Matchbox 20 from earlier, so let's go ahead and show that again. Matchbox 20, and I think this has that song. Almost sounds like banjos and mandolins when it comes on. I think that one's on here. It's a good song. Sealed, Matchbox 20, $19.99. I forgot what that track's called. And are those Motorhead waitlists going to be on this week's invoice? Was it a silver vinyl one? A silver vinyl? It should be, yes. Those might even be in tonight. Rolling Stones Hackney Diamonds. That's their most recent release on clear vinyl. The newest release from the Stones, $29.99. Garth Brooks, 7 Diamond, Triple Live, $29.99. And Greatest Hits will be in this week too, yes. Shania Twain, Queen of Me. There's Shania, sealed for $19.99. Aha, Hunting High and Low. So that's the demos from their big album, including Take On Me. Take On Me. That's sealed for $24.99. Gigi Allen has a bid for $35. 2 $35 bids on Dream Theater. Whitney Houston, her stuff was long out of print up until 2023, and this is $24.99. Gigi Allen, it's a reissue on red vinyl. The year is unknown. We believe it's a more modern pressing based on the shrink and the sticker, but it is a modern reissue over there. Okay, and then we have Shawn Mendes, handwritten. That is sealed for $19.99. Matchbox 20 is only $19.99. $19.99 on that. And then Foo Fighters Live, it's an unofficial, sealed for $29.99. And then Twice, Ready to Be, that's $14.99. And that is available. And Pam Murray on Whitney Houston, that is sold. And tomorrow, I'm going to plan on doing some autographs. I know there's a couple people waiting for an announcement on the exact date that I mentioned. So I kind of went home early yesterday. I plan on staying here late tonight to really photograph and get some of this stuff ready that we just got in. Because one of the first things we're going to try to sell from this collection is start moving all the miscellaneous stuff, which is statues. We got Slayer statues. We got Iron Maiden collectibles. We got Black Sabbath collectibles. We got Ozzy stuff, Metallica stuff. And, of course, a lot of it we're going to have to sell Thursday night. But we try to get some of the big, bulky collectibles out of here immediately. They're really cool, though. Let me show y'all this here. I mean, if my friend Moose sees these, he's probably going to be like, how much? I'm going to be like, man, I don't know. I kind of like these things myself. I didn't even know they made these. Look at this. We have the entire Black Sabbath lineup, too. These rock icon statues. We got Geezer, Iommi, Ward, Ozzy there. The same thing for Slayer. I think we got Iron Maiden. There's 8, 12, 16. There's 16, 20. 24. There's 28 tubs of music-related toys and collectibles and miscellaneous, including posters and tchotchkes. So there's some really cool stuff over here. We're not even talking about vinyl yet. We're just talking about toys, collectibles, music-related Spencer stuff. So there's gonna be some crazy stuff Thursday night. I might even get into some of it tomorrow, so we can expedite selling some of it. Jeff Hallsworth did want Matchbox 20. That was after Pam claimed Whitney. And we have not sold Wildflowers yet. Bill Samus wants ST. And ST for Bill Samus was Shania Twain. Margaret Gerhold on Garth Brooks. Thank you. And then over here we have... All right, so that's all that's left, folks. Ready to Be, Foo Fighters, Shawn Mendes, Aha, Stones, and Creed. And then we have Dream Theater. The last bid on Dream Theater was 007 Platinum at $50. Gigi Allen's at $40 with David Smith. Everybody else is out. Everybody else is out, okay? So that's where we're at on those. Let's go ahead and get into another crate. Let's get right back into it. I would have loved to sold those last few records. Maybe somebody say, you know what, Chad? I'm feeling frisky. Go ahead and give me the rest of them. Now, I've got another lower crate with nothing but sealed stuff. So we'll do that in just a second. But first, I'm going to go ahead and show this. And if I do have anything Aussie, I think it's probably about to come up because I know there was a waiting list. So let me go ahead and get these set up and ready. The last two flip crates... The last two flip crates have not been officially tagged, I don't think. We had a lot of stuff going in here today, so Tanner said, haven't done the flip crates yet. I'll tag both of them in the morning, and obviously the one that will be posted tomorrow morning before the show starts. So probably some people curious what they've got. Hadn't tagged those yet. Let me get my laptop open. I see Funkos of Lemmy. I see Funkos of Motorhead. I see an Iron Maiden airplane. Wow, an Iron Maiden toy airplane. How cool is that? Hope everybody's cleared their schedule for the next 48 hours. We're about to have a blitz of selling. Holy moly, I might as well just stop right now. I have a reminder to get my, did I not submit these orders? Well, that's okay. Another day won't kill us. Did I submit this order? All right, I'll worry about that later. My rental for Citizens Kane has ended. Thank you. All right. So there was a waiting list for this. And the waiting list was 2 people. So I'm going to have 3 extras. And this might be the only thing you see tonight with this man's name on it. It was a new arrival for tonight. Eden Riviera and Darren Chrisman got one. Ozzy Memoirs of a Madman, $38.99. Ozzy's Greatest Hits, $38.99. I've got 3 on hand. 3 on hand. And I checked earlier after I got on the news. I went to my distributor's website, and there was nothing in stock. I searched Ozzy, and there, usually it says Blizzard of Oz 99 plus. At any given time, they've got hundreds of copies of Blizzard, Diary of a Madman. There's usually 200 or 300 of these in stock, just at any, and they constantly keep getting them in. There was zeros. Everything said out of stock across the board. There was one thing in stock, and that was Ozzy Scream. And I checked it earlier. Those are gone. So, there's been, stores across the country have pretty much obliterated anything that's in stock. So if you want to go on a waiting list, I'll say that's okay. But right now, there's no guarantee when, I don't know if they're going to be getting more in, if they're turning the pressing plants on just to make Ozzy stuff right now. There's a good chance he might get bumped up for represses, especially for this and Diary of a Madman and Blizzard of Oz. But yeah, I've only got these 3, and that's it. And earlier today, there was 0. They sold out of everything. There was nothing left. So if you want to go on a waiting list, probably a great idea. Up to you, though. We got one for Kelly Vladarchik, Haley Creeder, and Alonzo Breezy Brisno Jr. Everybody else will be a waiting list. If you don't want them there, let me know. We got Brandon Lack, Rami Lucie, Brandon Jones, Rydell Martin, Tim Vigari, Matt Markle, and Paul Catrich. Probably not a bad waiting list to be on, but it looked like across the board this morning, there was nothing left. A total obliteration of Ozzy inventory. So if anybody wants on a waiting list, we're going to write down all those names. And heck, you never know. Their system might be showing out of stock just because it was flooded, but they might have more. So it's all gone. We'll write down everybody's names, though. Let's go ahead and sell these. Dream Theater DT. This is sold to 007 Platinum for $50. Let's put up that Tom Petty thing somebody asked about. G.G. Allen is sold for $40 to David Smith. And if anybody else wants on essentially an Ozzy Greatest Hits solo career, let me know. Let's go ahead and see what's up with this Tom Petty. It's Wildflowers and All the Rest. A 7LP Deluxe Edition. It's a 2020 Super Deluxe Edition sealed. There is a tear in the shrink over here, and here where the price tag was, $95 start for Tom Petty. That's now forbid. Jamie Butler also on there. This is Tool Lollapalooza. Now, the other night we mentioned this, and a lot of people want it on a waiting list. A lot of people want it on a waiting list. Tool Lollapalooza. And here is the waiting list. So let me pull that one up right quick. Whoops. So the waiting list for Tool Lollapalooza. Let me highlight Ozzy here so I know I've tagged those for Edwin and Darren. Lollapalooza was Scott Dwallow and John Durden. Scott Dwallow and John Durden. So I've got 2 extra copies. Another live Tool from 1993, and that one has always been popular. There's 2 there. Okay, so Tool Lollapalooza, $33.99. Intolerance, Sober, Undertow. This is from Parachute Records. It's on colored vinyl, $33.99 on that. Next auction is going to go up right now, and this one is 10 years, and it's signed, Killing All That Holds You. 10 years is a 2019, the first and only time ever on vinyl. Copies ordered directly from the band's website came signed like this one, $85 star. So this was a website exclusive that came signed. We obviously don't have it authenticated. I'll guarantee these to be good myself. So the way I do unauthenticated autographs, if it's like a website exclusive and we know it's legit, feel like it's legit, I'm very confident it's legit, I'm going to sell it. If you ever get these authenticated and they come back bad, I'll give your money back. That's good to go. But no reason to have that one unless you just want it authenticated. They're good to go. $85 start on that. Tom Petty's a $95 start. $95 start, okay? Sean Thompson on Tool. Sean, you bought from us before, right? There's that. And then over here, Tool, there's one left if anybody else wants one, okay? Jim Sedal also on that Aussie wait list. Here is the Allman Brothers. I've never had this before, and it was originally a record store day release. Now I can order it, so they must be overstocked. It looks pretty cool though. 1972, a triple LP on orange, blue, and blue and orange splatter. They're numbered to 6500. Classic era Allman Brothers, 1972, $46.99. $46.99. Sure have. Okay, thank you. I didn't recognize your name on that. The Aussie wait list is for Memoirs of a Madman. Memoirs of a Madman. So Tom Petty's at $95 start. 10 years is an $85 start. Those are good to go. Next is Iron Maiden, Maiden Voyage. Y'all have seen this a bunch, hundreds of times actually. They're numbered, and these are on Cloudy. Now, I think some people wanted just a Cloudy version that already have Lagoon. So let me check my master sheet over here. And the waiting list for these, man, I have so many Iron Maiden waiting lists. All these puzzles, they're almost all in though. And then we'll probably have more waiting list and more waiting list and more waiting list. No waiting list for this. No for Iron Maiden. So these are both available. Okay, both of these are available. And then what is this? More Kiss, the Ritz. All right, so Kiss is an unofficial live 1988, $29.99 Kiss. And the waiting list for the Ritz concert was David Howard and Brad Waite. So I actually have extras of these on hand right now to sell. Kiss is $29 and Kiss $29. So the Ritz on Fire is an unofficial, and yes, it's available for sale right now. Ritz on Fire, 4 copies available. $29.99. Final Call in 10 years. Notorious over on Twitch has this for $85. Some have sold for as much as $129. I think they're pretty scarce. This one's signed. And yes, Tom Petty is the 7 LP Super Deluxe or Deluxe. It says 7 LP Deluxe Vinyl Edition. Wildflowers remastered, all the rest, 15 tracks of solo home recordings and 14 live versions. 54 tracks, 7 unreleased songs, and 25 unreleased versions, okay? And that is a $95 star. And then the next is another unofficial. You've probably seen a bunch because we've sold a bunch. And that is Metallica Hammersmith 1986. And there should be a waiting list for Metallica Hammersmith 86. And the waiting list for Metallica Hammersmith, yes. Chad Sauls, Matt Marco, Susie Breedlove, and Steve Weaver. So that's 2 for Chad, Matt Marco, Susie Breedlove, and Steve Weaver. We need 5 of these sold. 5 of these sold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow, that just leaves me with 1. 1 Metallica Hammersmith left. 10 years has a new bid for $87. Tom Petty does have a bid for $95. So it will sell to Brent Robley unless there's a new bid. And then we have 1 copy that came in of Savatage, Handful of Rain. And I think there was 1 stray person waiting on this. Boy, Savatage, it's never like I get a bunch. It's always like 1, 2, 2, 1, 2. And this is Handful of Rain. Let me see. No, I got a waiting list for Gutter, Edge of Thorns, Gutter, and Edge of Thorns. Yeah, Handful of Rain's available. Handful of Rain is available. The Iron Maidens are $38.99. They are numbered on the back to 500, and these are on cloudy colored vinyl. All right, 10 years is a 90, and let's read through these one more time. Let's do it. Another great crate of new vinyl. Probably do some vintage check condition next. I still got a crate and a half of new vinyl, a lower crate full of new vinyl, which will be unusual new stuff that probably I wouldn't be getting too often. And I got puzzles in. I got new Metallica puzzles, Motorhead, Slayer, a lot of metal type puzzles in it, looks like tonight. Okay, so first we'll pull James Davidson, the Sabotage, and let me show y'all what's left in here. Almost another sellout. First thing I got is Tool, live in Lollapalooza, Texas, 1993, $33.99 on that. Tom Petty is sold to Brent Robley for $95. Thank you, Brent. That's sold to you. And now 10 Years has a bid of $93. And then over here, Allman Brothers, Manley Fieldhouse, Syracuse University, April 7th, 1972. Wow, look at all this great music. A 20-minute version of Whipping Post. Wow, $46.99. Orange, blue, and orange and blue splatter. Numbered, $46.99. A triple LP from Record Store Day. Iron Maiden is live in Nijmegen, Holland, 1981 on cloudy colored vinyl. And usually, if they're not selling, these don't come sealed. They just come in like a 4 mil sleeve. Here's usually what does the deal. Let me show you what the vinyl looks like. This is the cloudy. Look at that. It almost looks like it's got water and blue water inside of it. Very cool. Early Maiden there, 81. So I've got 2 of those on that colored vinyl. And they're numbered on the back. These numbers here got a little smudged. You can definitely tell it's hand numbered and paint pen. Not machine numbered. Man, imagine if music on vinyl hand numbered all their stuff. Hand numbered it. They'd have to have 5 full-time employees because everything they make is numbered pretty much. Not everything, but most of it. And then over here, Kiss Live at the Ritz is $29. Kiss Live at the Ritz, $29.99. That's been a big seller. We got 4 of those left. And then 1, same label. Let me show you what Metallica looks like. This is what Lagoon, and I think it's on reddish Lagoon. Yeah, take a look at the Metallica here. Look at that one. Sweet. Great track listing on this one, too. Maidens are $38.99. And I've hardly ever had a show where we didn't sell out and have to do a waiting list for Metallica or Maiden, especially after I show the vinyl and show that it's numbered and everybody sees the track listings on both. They're like, yeah, Chad, go ahead and give me one of those, buddy. And it looks like we just sold out. So those are pretty cool colored vinyl. I can't show colored vinyl too often because most of it's like shrink wrap sealed. Those just come in like flip-flap top sleeves. 10 Years is at $95. Everybody else is out on 10 Years. So Josh Jones, I think it's up to you. Next is a 007 Platinum. You did get Dream Theater. Yes, Iron Maiden is sold to James Davidson. Anthony Clark gets a Tool. B Smoker gets the other Iron Maiden. Brandon, if you want a waiting list, it's $38.99. Metallica is also $38.99. Track listing is Master of Puppets, For Whom the Bell Tolls, Sanitarium, Ride the Lightning, Whiplash, The Thing That Should Not Be, Fade to Black, Seek and Destroy, and Creepin' Death. Now, if the color or the cover or the date didn't sell it, that should with that track listing. And then how much was Maiden? $38.99. If anybody wants on a wait list, Brandon or Paul, y'all let me know. They're still bidding on 10 Years. Let's put up another auction, and this time a Motown box set. And this is a 5-record set, the Motown Story, the first 25 years. And Laura has this as a 1983 OG 5LP Motown box set. All the discs are EX or better. A great compilation. Holy moly, $45 start on that. All right. Let's condense these over here with the other new vinyl. And I think we might go ahead and do some new check condition stuff very quickly. John's got 4 crates over here. And I'm going to start mixing in some of the puzzles so we can go ahead and do some of that, okay? Metallicas are $38.99. First dibs goes to Brian Campbell. Brian, if you want one, it's yours. If not, Mark Steele wants it. Or you can give it to Mark Steele and you can go on a waiting list. Now, if they only truly make 500... and they don't make it on any other color, they've got to be pretty close to being gone, because like somebody just said, we've sold probably 100 of the Maidens, just to be conservative, probably 100, and I bet I've sold 50 Metallicas or more. So we've took just us here in Middle Tennessee in one store have sold a big chunk of them. So and I never did even post a pre-order. If I could have posted a pre-order, everybody's seen that track listing and that colored vinyl. But I only post pre-orders if I know I can get them, because I hate posting a pre-order and then letting everybody know, hey, we only got 12 of these, and there's 75 pre-orders. And everybody's like, dang, Chad let me down. And it makes me so sad when I have to tell everybody a pre-order didn't come in. That hadn't happened in a while, knock on wood, mostly because I've been ordering them early, and I've built really good relationships with these distributors. And the way wholesale distribution works is they like sending as much as they can to one person. So I think we've built up, they don't really let you know, but I think we've built up some pretty good allocations, and because our orders are so big, they obviously like shipping as much as they can to one person. So we've gotten pretty good allocations on stuff here lately. I haven't been shorted on too much, so knock on wood. Knock on wood. Unless it's just truly limited edition. Like, man, some of them it's like they only make a handful. Okay, so this is sold to Brian Campbell. Mark Steele, I'm going to put you on a waiting list if that's okay, sir. I'm going to put you on a waiting list. Motown has a bid for 45. And then Wayne Davis asks, what's the DO? And then George Sambaris says, what's the DO? And there's one Iron Maiden left. No, there is no Iron Maidens left. There's waiting list for both now. There's waiting list for both now. And here in a minute, we'll do everything. Let's do a short but sweet check of a short but sweet crate of check condition. Dio is $329.99. Let's get this thing sold tonight so I can order another one for Metal Night. Dio, the complete albums, 83 to 93. His first 8 albums, his first 7 albums, right? That is 7 on 9 LPs. This is a double, and there's something else that's a double then. Let's see, Holy Diver. If there's 9 LPs, Holy Diver, Last in Line, Sacred Heart, Intermission, Dream Evil, Lock Up the Wolves, Strange. Lock Up the Wolves may be 2 LPs too. I know Holy Diver has been recently, but either way, it's 9 LPs, $329, all the classic Dio era stuff. Holy Diver, Last in Line, Sacred, Intermission, Dream Evil, Lock Up the Wolves, and Strange Highways. And I've told a lot of people, if you buy OGs of these two in near mint, they get pricey. That might cover, OG copies might cover the whole box set cost. Especially if you want US near mints, they get pricey. So that's everything. Beautifully boxed. A lot of great Dio listening, $329.99. So Wayne, you've got first dibs if you want it, or George Sambaras. It's technically a UK import. It's technically a UK import. All right, let's update 10 years. 10 years is a 2019, first and only time it's ever been on vinyl. This one was sold through their website in 2019, which came autographed. Their catalog is pretty tough to get. And the last bid on this, 10 years, the last bid was Notorious at $100. Josh Jones had been outbid. It's at $100. And then we got a great 5 LP Motown box. 5 LP Motown box, and the last bid on that was Travis Woods at $48. New check condition stuff. Jefferson Airplane takes off. 1966 Hollywood press, VG Plus, $29.99. VG Plus, $29.99. Wayne says he's passing. Sambaras, if you decide you want the Dio, it's yours. Over here, Alvin Lee, 10 years later, Rocket Fuel, VG Plus, $14.99. Santana, VG Plus, $14.99. That's Santana 3. New check condition stuff here. Santana, Humble Pie Smokin', that's VG Plus, $14.99. And Ted Nugent, Weekend Warriors, VG Plus, $9.99 on Ted Nugent. Nice. Neil Young Harvest, VG, $14.99. Inner sleeve and lyric insert, Old Man, $14.99. Cecil Grosskopf wants on the Iron Maiden waiting list. You got it. James Davidson, are you done on Motown? Because Travis has it for 48 and we're about to sell it. Let's go ahead and sell 10 years to Notorious over on Twitch for 100. Thank you on that. Appreciate that. Thank you, sir. And now we got Recall on Ted Nugent. That's so to Recall. Cecil Grosskopf on Santana. And Christina next on Ted Nugent. Over here we got another Neil Young. Nice. Everybody knows this is Nowhere. Cinnamon Girl. VG Plus, $24.99. All right, so next thing we have here is, let's go back to some jazz. We got Thelonious Monk, Monk's Blues. And this is a 72 Terre Haute reissue. Not bad at EX, a $15 start. Brian, your bid on 10 years came in late. I've already sold it to Notorious for 100. Sorry about that. I thought everybody was done. I thought everybody was done. That is sold to him for 100. That is gone. Sorry about that. And then let's see what else we have over here. 150. And over here, Jefferson Airplane, great jacket. So this is a 66 Hollywood. It's a first press, third version. This album gets really confusing with different versions. It's a first press, third version, whichever that means. And I would grade the jacket VG+. It does have a little bit of ring wear. No splits, rips, or rotting, though. It's a solid VG+ for a 66 record, $29.99. We are sold out of Acid Bath. There's nobody on a waiting list, but if anybody wants one, let me know. We sold all 60 copies. I didn't even have any extras for Thursday night because I doubt I can get any more here in time. So if anybody else wants one, let me know. And then Brandon Jones also on the waiting list for Iron Maiden. Okay, there's that. Next is Bill Withers, Still Bill. Bill Withers, Still Bill. This is VG+, $29.99. Steel Bill, Use Me, Lean On Me, VG+, $29.99. And 10 years after, Cricklewood Green, VG, $9.99. VG, $9.99. And we have 10 years after recorded live. That's VG+, $22.99. And Aretha Franklin, Lady Soul, Chain, 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 Chain of Fools is on there. VG, $9.99. Okay, so Motown's at 50. Brian Barwick, I'm sorry I missed your bid on 10 years after. I thought we were done on that one. And Thelonious Monk, Monk's Blues, the $15 start, no bid yet. Also, Ray Charles, Ingredients for a Recipe of Soul. Ray Charles is VG+, $14.99. Paul Catrich wants on the Acid Bath. Has everybody done me a favor? We're pretty close to 300 viewers tonight already. Maybe everybody can go ahead and do me a favor and hit the like button on Facebook, the like button on YouTube. I'd greatly appreciate that. If you don't mind to do that right quick, I'd greatly, greatly appreciate it. Also, we have Rod Stewart, Sing It Again. Rod, great compilation. Die-cut shaped like the whiskey glass. That's VG for $12.99. And Loverboy, Keep It Up. VG $9.99 on Loverboy, and Fleetwood Mac Future Games, VG $14.99. Motown is sold to Travis Woods for $50. That's sold. And Jethro Tull Stormwatch, VG Plus $14.99. Jethro Tull. Queen's Greatest Hits, VG Plus $24.99. You're My Best Friend. Another one bites the dust. Original on her sleeve. There's Queen. We Will Rock You. Killer Queen. Fat Bottom Girls. Bicycle. Bicycle. Queen Hot Space. Another one, or excuse me, Under Pressure with David Bowie. VG Plus $24.99. Julie London. Yummy, Yummy, Yummy. Julie London is VG Plus $14.99. Emmylou Harris Luxury Liner, VG Plus $9.99. And Nice, The Beatles, Something New. And OG Mono Scranton Press, VG $24.99. Michael Hamburger on Queen. Do you want Greatest Hits or Hot Space? And Topographic got Julie London. No bids on Thelonious Monk. A 72 Terre Haute. It can be bought for $15. Thelonious Monk, 72 Terre Haute. $15 buy now on that. All right, so let's jump right over here and see what's going on. And we have first Michael Schenker Group, and this is an 83 US repress, EX edition, $20 star. That's an 83 US repress, EX edition, $20 star. Peter Haas on the Beatles. Thank you on that. All right, Michael Hamburger wants Queen's Greatest Hits. Thank you on that. Let me reply to this message right quick. Okay, so here we go. Oh, I never did get my Monster out of the freezer. Gosh, it's probably definitely frozen now. I even ignored my reminder. Who just said that? Let me go back here and get it. Oh my gosh. Hey, CDs. Oh my gosh, look at all this stuff. I'm excited to dig through all this tonight. How frozen is this thing? Oh, I bet it's okay. It's okay. Wow, baseball cards, CDs, cassettes, posters, Coleco, It's stocked, everybody. We're stocked. It's time to start selling. It is stocked a rude. We are stocked a rude. Okay, there's that. There's Michael Schenker. And then over here we have come in KK. Yes, they did. Okay. Here's what's left. Alvin Lee, if you need a price, let me know. Alvin Lee, Humble Pie, Neil Young, Jefferson Airplane, Bill Withers, 10 Years After, Aretha Franklin, Ray Charles, Rod Stewart, Loverboy, Jethro Tull, Fleetwood Mac, Queen, and Emmylou Harris. Those are all available. Michael Schenker, final call, 83 US Repress EX, a $20 start on that. Next is Rainbow. And Rainbow is a 75 US Keel OG EX condition. Richie Blackmore's Rainbow, a $25 start. That's also now a forbid. Nice. Let's get back into new vinyl. I feel like everybody's got the bug for some new and sealed vinyl. Great check condition crate there. We sold about half of those. And I'm ready to sell a lot more right over here. Let's go ahead and knock out this crate. That looks like it has more restocks in it. And then we'll probably do the lower crate, okay? And I'm going to go ahead during this crate and show some puzzles. Some puzzles. Oh boy, what's in here? Oh man, take a look at my life. Dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. That's my transition music into a new crate. Wow, no bids on these auctions. Final call. Going to once, going to twice. Going to once, going to twice. Final calls. Looks like we got Motley Crue drum sets in. Ozzy Ducks. Here we go. Pulse. Brian DeLeon was on a waiting list. I don't even have to look. I remember. Thank you, Brian DeLeon. You was on a waiting list for Pink Floyd Pulse. Anybody else? $119.99 for Pink Floyd Pulse. $119.99 for Pink Floyd Pulse. The waiting list was Brian D. Leon. Thank you, Brian D. Leon. And I have one extra if anybody else wants one. Rainbow is a $25 start. Rainbow's a $25 start. Nobody bid on Michael Schenker. You can pick that up for 20 bucks as a buy it now price. Over here, we got Rainbow, a 75 Keel OG, a $25 start. Joy Division, Young Hearts Fail. This is 1980. Joy Division, $33.99. So let's look that up. Joy Division. And this one is called Young Hearts Fail Moonlighting Club. I don't think I've had this one. I can't remember. $33.99. Y'all probably know better than me. Some of these are starting to blend in together now. Young Hearts Fail. I don't remember saying those words. Young Hearts Fail. Joy Division, $33.99. Jeremy Bryant wants one. Jim Sedal gets Michael Schenker. Rainbow has bids for $25.25. Oh, wow, that was fast. And then we have Sean Lee Hooker on Joy Division and Mike Massey on Joy Division. We must not have because now they're sold out. Thank you, Sean Lee Hooker. Thank you, Jeremy Bryant and Mike Massey. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Also, we have Tool Lateralis, $59.99. 2 LP picture disc. This has never been released on vinyl. It's a picture disc. And Lateralis, there is no waiting list. And I have this available for $59.99. Rainbow has a new bid for $26. Now Rainbow has a new bid for $28. And now our next auction is the Beatles. Please, please me. 1980 UK, but the vinyl is EX++ near mint minus. No condition notes on Please, Please Me. Really nice, and it's a UK press. $30 start on that. Dr. Dre 2001, $39.99. That's a 2 LP. Dr. Dre, that of course has Snoop Dogg, Eminem, some of those big iconic songs are on that release. They're on there. Let's see what we got over here in the puzzle department. Do I have another one of these? Do I have a waiting list for this? It looks like they've split up some of our releases again, our boxes. Do I have 2 of any of these? Or did we get these from... We might have got... Oh, these aren't from distribution. These are from a collection. Oh, never mind. Okay, those are from a distribution. Those aren't new. Those are from the collection. We probably need to wait on those then. I was wondering why there's so many, like, ones of each. And there's 2 in there that I can't get right now. Those are sold out and those sold out. I might show those, but they're going to be ones of ones. So, Okay, either way, here's the other Limp Bizkit for tonight. Significant Other. Limp Bizkit is $39.99, 2 LP. It's just one of those days. Here is Joy Division. I know I've never had this one. Warsaw, England, 7778. It's on splatter vinyl, $29.99. Scully Mac, you're out on Rainbow. And then over here, the Beatles is a $30 start. There's another Joy Division, this time $29. England, 7778. $29.99 on that. Y'all can tell I've hit up the unofficials tonight. I do have one Aussie item here I'm willing to go ahead and show. We sold one. I think Rebecca posted it. They already installed it in their house. It's $44.99. It's called a jack rack. It's actually a keychain holder. It comes with like little guitar plugs, and I've had that in stock for a while. And you mount it on your wall and you plug in your keychains so you don't lose your keys. I've only got one of them if anybody wants it. It's $44.99. We sold one, and I have one left. And Joy Division, that's sold to Jeremy Bryant. The Beatles at 30. Also, Sean Lee Hooker on Joy Division. Mike Massey on Joy Division. Same people. Same people on those two. There's one left of those. And Bad Religion, Operation Rescue 1992. Also, Dear Boss, $29.99 for Bad Religion. Dr. Dre, The Chronic, $44.99. Susie said she'll take the Jack Rack. If anybody else wants one, let me know. There's the Jack Rack sold to Susie. And then I have one copy of Dwayne and Greg Allman. There's that album I talk about so much. They actually have it in print officially from the Allman Brothers, $34.99, okay? The Beatles has one bid. I'm going to make sure Scully Mac's done. He's done. Rainbow sold to Haley Creeder for $28. Beatles is the final call to Von Stom for $30. Noah, if you want me to order one of those Aussies, I can, but I've got a bad feeling everything Aussie is sold out. There's a really good chance there's not going to be much available. Over here is Van Halen Fair Warning, an 81 US Specialty OG, a $35 start. Nice, no condition notes with the original inner sleeve. And this is Mean Street. There it is. Unchained. Van Halen, $35 start. This is Fleetwood Mac live at the Forum, 82, with that classic lineup of Mick Fleetwood and Christine McVie and Stevie Nicks and John McVie and Mick Fleetwood. I got them all out of order. Mick Fleetwood, Christine McVie, John McVie, Stevie Nicks, and Lindsey Buckingham. And I guess the word on the street is they are reissuing the Buckingham Nicks album for the first time ever in a modern reissue. So as soon as that's available, for my knowledge, I will be soliciting that for pre-order in the group. There's a Fleetwood Mac bootleg, though. And this next one, Steely Dan. This is Ellis Auditorium, Memphis, 1974. Now, the last Steely Dan I had, we sold a truckload of them, and I can't get any more right now. The record plant bootleg, I still got 15 people on a waiting list. They have not come back into stock. Street date for Stevie Nicks is 9/19/2025. Yep, I will have that up for pre-order probably tomorrow. Be on the lookout for that, folks, for sure. That will be up for pre-order. So I would say grab these while you can, because the other one, the Record Plant concert, I've had a back order for a long time. Hadn't seen that come back in. So George Jones on Steely Dan, Romulus C on Steely Dan, and that's live in Memphis, 74. Von Stom, you get the Beatles for $30. No bid yet on Van Halen, looking for a $35 start. And we've got 2 copies of The Cure Black Sessions. Paris, 2004. That's a 2 LP, $44.99. Chris Meisner on Steely Dan. And here it is. We have The Cure Disintegration. The Cure Disintegration, $44.99. $44.99. And that was a special request for Stephen Parton. Guess I need to order some more Cures then, because if Stephen needed one, probably a lot of other people. Does anybody want on a waiting list for that? I remember when I used to see Buckingham Nicks. That's actually one of the conversations I had with John. Me and John got to talking about music and artists and people that's still alive. And then he saw that billboard. And John tells the story over and over. Nobody used to want that Buckingham Nicks album. It was literally in the discount bins for a quarter. It was in the discount bins for a quarter. They couldn't give them away. They're pretty sure a lot of them were crated up and probably just thrown in the dumpsters because nobody wanted it. They were cut out. He said he remembers a bin one time, and they were like a quarter a piece, and there was like this many of them. And he said people were saying, we can't give those things away. Nobody wants them. Same thing for Kraftwerk at one point. He says he remembers seeing Kraftwerk marked down for like 10 cents. 10 cents in a discount bin, just like people trying to like give them away before they threw them in the trash. And now those same albums are super collectible. So it's one of those things, if only you had a time machine, right? If only you had a time machine. Okay, so we sold 3 Steely Dan, though. The Steely Dan's a bootleg unofficial. Fleetwood Mac at the Forum is $29.99. Debbie Wilson. Van Halen has a bid for $35. Sean Lee Hooker, I'm assuming you want the Cure bootleg and not Disintegration. And Jeremy Bryant also wants the Cure bootleg. And Steely Dan, Black Sessions is Paris, 2004. Yes. Those are both sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Steely Dan is $29.99. It's an unofficial. Let's put up a new auction, and let's run through those one more time. And now I've got that... I've got another crate of new vinyl. It looks like stuff that perhaps Laura ordered. So we'll go through that, and I'm sure y'all are going to love looking at some of those. Mike Massey on a waiting list for the Cure Black Sessions. Craig, if you decide you want one, let me know as well. And over here, I got Abbey Road, folks. It's a 76 Jacksonville. It is a reissue. It's on this orange capital label. $35 start on that. $35 start on that. George Jones, Steely Dan. I got you. Yeah, George Jones, I've already pulled you one. Romy Lucy and Chris Meisner. There's 2 left if anybody else wants one, okay? Wow, Van Halen, just one bid and sold for $35 to Jeremy Rourke. Nice pickup there under the radar. So let's show you what's left in here one more time. And let's get this boat on the road. All right. There's this, and there's this. I got to send one more message over here. Okay. There's the Beatles. And so we got one Pulse box set left, one $19.99. 4 LP, 52-page hardback book. One of our best-selling Pink Floyd albums, even for a box set. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you added it up. I hadn't sold just as many of those as I've had Dark Side of the Moon or Wish You Were Here Animals. I mean, I've been selling those. They've been in print for years, and it's just because it's such a great set. Live Pink Floyd. It comes with a hardback book. It's a great set, all remastered. James Guthrie, Bernie Grundman, Joe Palante doing the mastering. Tool Lateralis, 2 LP picture disc, $59.99. Dr. Dre, and of course this has some very recognizable songs. Still Dre with Snoop Dogg. The big one here of Eminem. Let me find it here. Let's see. Forgot About Dre. Those are... Even if you don't listen to rap, you've heard those songs in somewhere or another. Limp Bizkit, Significant Other, $39.99, 2 LP. It's the only Joy Division that didn't sell. Warsaw, $29.99. Bad Religion's $29. Operation Rescue. Dr. Dre, The Chronic is $44. Allman Brothers is $34. And then Fleetwood Mac at the Forum is $29. And then Steely Dan, Memphis, 1974, $29.99. AIC going up for auction. Do we have an AIC? Here we go. This is definitely an unofficial. This has never been pressed to vinyl. This is Alice in Chains' Greatest Hits. Wow, I wish it was available. That would be a great thing to have in print, but this has never been released on vinyl. It's an unofficial from the Netherlands. It's on gray marble vinyl. $55 start on that. Todd Doris, you get the Beatles for $30. Thank you, Todd. That's so do you. My 4th full crate is already full tonight, and I'm going to put one more in there, and that's David Smith on Bad Religion. Thank you, David Smith. Let me swap out crates. Alice in Chains is up for bid. That ice cold monster there looks like it needs a good chugging. Let's go ahead and do that right now. Let's go ahead and do that right now. No more tears, tears. All right, here we go. Anybody else? And I can almost condense the other crate. Let me do that right quick. I didn't even do the warm-up crates yet, which I think they just had a couple comments. I've been hoping new stuff would come in so we could actually have a new arrivals video with new arrivals. Dr. Dre is called 2001. Well, I've got 2. I've got the Chronic, and then, of course, that's a huge one, but 2001, that's my personal favorite. I love those songs. I love Forgot About Dre. Yeah, Steel Dre and Forgot About Dre. Those are, you know, I'm not a rap connoisseur, but I like those. Eminem. All right, and then Steely Dan's Live in Memphis, 1974. It's an unofficial $29.99. So far, that's all the new vinyl that's left. And I'm going to recap it all whenever we go through this next crate. Actually, no, there's another crate after this. So let me see if this is the right one. And we got a lower crate sticker, new vinyl. Here we go. So I'm sure there's going to be some stuff selling here. Also, bear with me, because I'm probably going to have to figure out what it is or, you know, something. And I'm probably going to show the first record, and there's even a lower crate sticker for this one. There's even a lower crate sticker for this one. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to let everybody know Alice in Chains' Greatest Hits is at 65. And here is the lower crate new vinyl sticker. Nice. Snoopy. That's kind of got that Ozzy thing going on. There's a Snoopy Ozzy sticker. I like that. Got the Ozzy glasses, got the tassel vest on, like Ozzy used to wear. Sweet. And let's pull one each of the Dr. Dre's. One of the few musicians in the world turned billionaire. He's got to be close. I think he is. Not only because of the music he produced, but also because of his headphone line, his brand, anything Dre. You know, it's just like, wow, he's been very successful. Okay, there's the Ozzy sticker. Chad's going to enjoy this Ice Cold Monster. Another tribute to Ozzy. Cheers, Ozzy Osbourne, the Prince of Darkness. Hope everybody enjoys our graphic. I'll leave that up all week. I mean, there's not many people. I mean, the last most recent death was Brian Wilson. Ozzy's a big one. I mean, what a loss. What a name. Oh my gosh. Holy moly. That's a big one, folks. I mean, we just seen them do that concert. I don't know if everybody's really realized what's happened. What a, golly. Here we go, monster time. Another moment of silence and another chug for Ozzy. All right, here we go, folks. So there's two. I'm only going to show two records in here because they're the same record. First person to claim it on the screen gets the lower crate sticker. It's Charlie XCX, How I'm Feeling Now, clear vinyl, $29.99. There it is. First claim for the lower crate sticker. And I'll go ahead and show Drain. Drain is Living Proof, $29.99. $29.99 for Drain. Alice in Chains, the last bid that came in was Autumn Bets at $65. That's a final call. We pulled the Dre's. And then over here, we have Jeremy Bryant on Charlie XCX. He's first, and therefore the lower crate sticker. Let's put it right over here. And let's go ahead and put that in a sleeve so we don't damage the sticker. All right, and then anything we sell out of just normal, we can do a waiting list, okay? There's Charlie. That's sold. Space Orca. Kelly Vlodarchek was second. All right, so Kelly, you get one. Matt Marco be first on a waiting list. Natasha second on a waiting list. Autumn third on a waiting list. Alice in Chains 70, now 72. So we still got Drain. Also, this is Romance. This is Fountains DC. Fontaines DC, $33.99. Romance. There's two. $33.99. I've got two of those. Romance. Alice Chain 70, 72, 75. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Let's do Motley Crue And this is on green vinyl. They did this one in 2016. This is from 2016, limited to 1,500 on green vinyl. Still in shrink and hype. Green vinyl Motley Crue, $45 start. Matt does not want on a waiting list. No waiting list for Matt, no problem. This looks like Jack Nicholson. This is $36.99. Who is this? This is Richard D. James album, Aphex Twin, $36.99. Official Warp repress, heavyweight, 180 gram vinyl, $36.99. I've got 2 of those. Also, I've got 2 copies of Eclipse, and this is Let God Snort 'em Out, or Sort 'em Out. I said snort. Snort 'em out. Sort 'em out. Let God sort 'em out. $29.99. Aphex Twin. Thank you. We're going to have Laura as my official translator tonight. $36.99. There's those 3. Got all those. And now Motley Crue has a bid, and Alice in Chains is a bootleg unofficial. The high bid right now is $90. I've got 2 copies of Earl Sweatshirt, some rap songs. That is $33.99. Earl Sweatshirt, that's $33.99. Alice in Chains is at $95, and I've got 2 copies of Le Tigre. That's what it looks like it says, $39.99. Letigre, that's $39.99. So quick update right quick. Motley Crue's at 60. Alice in Chains is at 100. Now Alice in Chains is at 110. Nick Bergeron, you're out on the Motley Crue. Josh Jones has that for 60. Lots of bids coming in for these. Hey, I know this one. This is the Cocteau Twins, Heaven or Las Vegas, remastered. That's $33.99. Jeremy Bryant on Le Tigre. That's sort of Jeremy Bryant. That is the newest Clips album. It's super solid rap and has features from Kendrick Lamar and Tyler, the Creator. There we go. It's Le Tigre, not Le Tigre, not Le Tiger. Eric Van Leuven on Clips. That's right back here. So to Eric Van Leuven, thank you on that. And we have 2 copies here of Title Fight Shed, $33.99. Title Fight Shed. I used to have a jacket just like that. $33.99. Michael Freiberger on La Tigre. I've got the hiccups too from having to drink that Monster so fast. Plus it was ice cold. Motley Crue 64, now 68, and Alice in Chains is at 130. Alice in Chains at 130. Next, I've got 2 copies of NFR, and this is Lana Del Rey, NFR. I've never had that one before, I think. $46.99 for Lana Del Rey. Looks like it's a 2 LP. Those 2 are still getting bids. And we have Vince Staples, Summertime 06. Vince Staples is a gatefold, $33.99 on that. Alice in Chains has a new high bid of $140. And Motley Crue has a new high bid of $69 with Nick Bergeron. I've got 2 copies here of 100 Gex. And this is called 1000 Gex. And that is $29.99. And this is Carolina Polachek, Desire I Want to Turn Into You. And this is $29.99. Over here, Steve Riley on Gex. That's so to Steve Riley. Vladarchuk was second on that one. Robert Vladarchuk, to be exact. Motley Crue still getting bids, $69.74. And Alice Chain still getting bids, $150. I got a Johnny Cash single. What did I do with it? John was flipping through some records, and he had a stack of 45s. He said, hey, check these out. And I grabbed this one first. I said, man, this is a nice Johnny. I need to get it in a sleeve, but it's a 4-eye. Don't take your guns to town, son. Leave your guns at home, Bill. An original single. It's probably VG, maybe VG Plus. We hadn't cleaned it or anything yet, but I figured Johnny Cash was worthy of a $5 start auction. I'll get it in a sleeve too. $5 start auction on Johnny Cash. Don't take your guns to town, son. Leave your guns at home, Bill. I love that song. Very cool. And then over here we got Kendrick Lamar, To Pimp a Butterfly. And this is the new 10th anniversary. I should have had this up for pre-order, honestly. Such a big release. We're talking Kendrick Lamar, one of the biggest rappers on earth right now. A huge album, 10th anniversary. It's $49.99. That actually came out, I think, a week or 2 ago. Completely missed it. I don't know how I did, but I completely missed it. That's definitely an earlier single there. That might even be like late 50s on that Johnny Cash with that label, just so everybody knows. Motley Crue's at 180 with George Jones. That's still getting bids. What about Crue? Cruise with Josh Jones at 74. We're about to sell that one. Johnny Cash now has five $5 bids, so we need a tiebreaker. Amel and the Sniffers, this is Comfort to Me. Amel and the Sniffers is $29.99. And Echo and the Bunnymen, Ocean Rain, remastered. We had some people the other day say, Chad, I need some Echo and the Bunnymen. I don't know where to start. Some people would probably tell you, grab this one, $29.99. And I got 2 copies here of The Divine Feminine. And this is $39.99. The Divine Feminine by Mac Miller. $39.99 on that. David Smith on Amel and the Sniffers. Sold to David Smith. Johnny Cash is now at 15. Alice in Chains at 190. And Motley Crue is a 2016. That's a reissue they did 9 years ago on green vinyl. And the last bid on Motley Crue was a final call to Josh Jones at $74. The Alice in Chains bootleg has hit 200. And I think there was a wait list for Echo. Let me see. I know some people asked about it. I haven't got wait list, though, from last night or Monday, I don't think, or from Saturday. Let me see if I hadn't ordered Saturday's wait list yet. Let me check my backpack. I do have them, though. I have access to them. I just hadn't seen them. Plus, I got somewhere around here, hopefully, a stack of wait lists from... I think some people asked. I don't know if we officially took them down, though. I got to order Lambert playing cards, Star Wars playing cards, Motorhead air fresheners, Megadeth air fresheners, Pink Floyd Momentary Lapse, David Gilmour on an Island, Star Trek soundtrack, more David Lee Roth Skyscrapers. Yeah, I don't know if we officially took down anybody's name out. Tyler Childers ships this week. We're getting them. We are getting the Tyler Childers. They are loaded in my cart. And yeah, the pre-order's up in the group. And we're getting all of our order. And we should have them on Friday. They'll probably schedule those for delivery Friday so we don't get them early. They don't like anybody getting that kind of stuff early, so you can't listen to it until the day it comes out. We might have them on Thursday. I know the last one, me and Tanner, big Tyler Childers fans, and it came in on Thursday, and we got to listen to it a day before it was available to stream, so that's pretty cool. A perk of owning a record store, some new music, it's like the Metallica album. I think we had it the day before it came out, actually on hand, so we got to listen to it that night. That was pretty cool. All right, so let's go back to the top and figure out what I missed. Johnny Cash had got up to $20. Alice in Chains got up to $220. Ryan Eaton got a Mac Miller. Motley Crue got a new bid for $75. Josh Jones, you're out. Alice in Chains, $230. And then Youthquake has not come in. Echo and the Bunnymen is $29.99. Remastered Ocean Rain. Johnny Cash, $21. Alice in Chains, $240. And Josh, the person who did earlier ask about Motley Crue, in fact, bid. So Josh, you're out. Johnny Cash is at $30. And Alice in Chains is at $240. And a wide variety. This is all really cool stuff to have in stock. Otherwise, I would have never offered it or never ordered it. So let's try to sell a few more out of there. Very, very cool. Let's try to sell some more. And let's see what happens, okay? Motley Crue's a 2016, limited to 1,500 on green vinyl. It's near mint, green vinyl in shrink and hype. And the last time that was pressed on colored vinyl, they just did an anniversary edition. However, that is now out of stock, that anniversary edition. Jim Davis wants an Echo and the Bunnymen. Let's read through this stuff here one more time. And then John Bobing also wants it. So both Echo and the Bunnymen are sold. I'll show you what also sold out of this crate if anybody wants on a waiting list. One more time, Drain is Living Proof, $29.99. Still got both of those. Romance, and that's $33.99. Still got both of those. This was Clips, and that was Let God Sort 'Em Out, $29.99 on Clips. Aphex Twins, right? Aphex Twins, that's $36.99. Two of those, $36.99. Earl Sweatshirt, that's $33.99. And this is Cockatoo Twins, Heaven or Las Vegas, $33.99. This is Title Fight Shed, $33.99. Lana Del Rey is $46.99. NFR, still got both of those. This one here is Vince Stamos, Summertime 06, $33.99. I was waiting for Natasha to come through. There's Natasha. I was about to say, Natasha must be waiting or isn't watching her. She would have bought a bunch out of here. There's one for Natasha. And then over here, we have Carolina Polachek, Desire I Want to Turn Into You. And that's on copper-colored vinyl, by the way. Copper-colored vinyl on Caroline. The new 10th anniversary of To Pimp a Butterfly by Kendrick Lamar, $49.99, and Aim on the Sniffers is $29, one left, and then Mac Miller is $39. That's what's left in there. Let's go through another one first. Johnny Cash is Final Call to Vladarchek for $30. I think we're waiting on one person, and that is Tony McDaniel, and I'm about to sell it. Motley Crue still getting bids, $79.82, and Alice in Chains still getting bids, $280. Alice in Chains, $290. All those still getting bids. The Mac Miller is the Divine Feminine. The Divine Feminine there. I'm going to take a drink of Monster Rehab right quick. All right. And Ryan, yes, you got a Mac Miller. One sold, one left. I was going through some tubs last night, and I found this. It was an old eBay return. But we might have some golfers that might be interested in this. I brought it up here so I could show it. This is, let's see. I'll do it for $49.99. It's a real Masters Augusta National hat, new with tags, $49.99. And every time I go down there, I usually try to buy some stuff to resell. I think when I originally sold this last year, it was probably $59.99 or $69.99. So, I don't know. That's pretty cool. Probably more like it could go both ways. It's probably like it could be unisex. It could be a male or female hat. More like a male, though. 2024 Master. Scheffler year. A Scotty Scheffler year, too. $49.99. New with tags. Otherwise, I'm going to put it back on eBay for $59.99. I know somebody that got 4 tickets for Wednesday's practice round. 4 tickets. Unbelievable. I've already offered them. Well, I don't want to say what I've offered for them, but I've already offered them a huge amount of money for them, and they said, no way. No way, Jose. No way, Jose. But that's actually a great buy. Hats and stuff. I mean, the hats there are like $35. They're on eBay for like $75 the week of the Masters. So it's actually a pretty great buy. So, and I've got other Master stuff. I've got some stuff from the last year, this year when I went down there. I need to show it before it gets Christmas time because the stuff I have listed right now, it will get bought up. It usually sells pretty fast around Masters week. But since the major season's over with the British Open this past week, there's kind of a lull. And then we'll have another rush for Christmas. But yeah, so let's go back up the top and update what happened. Alice in Chains $290, Alice in Chains $300. Natasha got a Carolina Polachek. I missed some claims here. I hadn't got to them yet. I hadn't missed them. $290, $300, $310. Alice in Chains $320. Motley Crue 85, Alice in Chains $330. I've been to the Masters 3 times, yeah. Gregory does want Mac Miller. Jetstream wants the Masters hat. Brent, you just missed it. It's sold to Jetstream. 40, and I think that was an eBay return. It got lost in the back. Just somebody said they didn't want it anymore. There's nothing wrong with it. It's brand new. But I think I originally sold that on eBay for $74.99, which sounds about right on that. So that's sold to Jetstream. And there's that. Man, Scott, I haven't golfed in about a year. I used to go 2 or 3 times a week. I've got more Master stuff, though. I have access to it back here behind me. If y'all ask me enough nicely tonight, I'll show it. Because, I mean, I've got shirts, I've got sweaters, I've got hats, I've got mugs, and it's all real. I literally purchased it on the grounds. And one thing about this stuff, you can only buy it there, and you got to be there to buy it. They don't sell it online. You have to get to the Masters, which is a couple, some people spend a couple grand on a ticket just to go there and buy merchandise. So just to purchase merchandise. Like I said, I'm not going to disclose what I paid for 4 tickets for one day for this year. But it's one of those deals where I love it. It's like I better go now. Go every time I get a chance. So there's that. So let's go back over here and see what happened. Alice in Chains, 375. Alice in Chains, 380. Alice in Chains, 400. Vladarchek, I'm going to go ahead and sell this to you. Thank you. And that's sold to, it's way up here. It's been a long time. Vladarchek, $30. I was waiting for a few people to go out on that. What's my handicap? I don't have one. I can shoot, well, on a course I'm familiar with up there in Cookeville, I can shoot 80. I can shoot 80 from the mid tees. If I'm tuned in, I can shoot 80. I've shot my best rounds at that course. It's pretty easy. It's an easy course because I play it so often. But I've shot 74 there. I've shot 72, 77. But I could also go up there right now and shoot 92. I've got out of the 3 digits years ago. But yeah, I'd probably right now, if I teed it up in the morning, I'd probably shoot 85. 80, 85 probably. I hadn't swung a golf club in a year, maybe a year and a half. It's been a long time. Don't get me started. If y'all get me playing golf, I won't be doing sales anymore. I used to miss them just to go play golf. So, all right, Motley Crue still getting bids, but they're done here. $400 of George Jones. Final call. I go and play with people that are kind of competitive like me. I've only gambled on golf a few times because it's like, golly, I don't want to go out here and like, you know, have $500 on the line or something. But I usually just go with friends and family and cousins and have a good time. But I don't like going out there and sucking either, so I practice and stuff before I go. Yeah, I played on my high school golf team, so. But the thing about my high school, we're talking about my senior class was 74 people, so small high school, and I actually got them to start the golf team. I had to beg the ag teacher to sign up to be our coach. So I pretty much started the golf team. They started that first year, and then I played all throughout high school. So I played 3 years in high school. But we were a 1A high school, very small, and that was a great time. Great time. All right, let's see what's all in here. So we had some Aussie ducks come in. Not all of them yet. Not all of them yet. Let me show some of this other stuff too. All right, here's a new Funko. Batman is $14.99. Batman's $14.99. $275. Funko $275. Batman. And then they're not all here today, but that's the Aussie duck. Let me not even show that because there's a waiting list. They're already all sold. So pretend you didn't even see that, okay? There's only one that came in, but there's more on the way. All right, so let's go through these. There's the Batman. Let me figure out what I just did right there. I was trying to get all that out so I could show this crate. Alice in Chains is officially sold, and this is sold to George Jones for $400. Thank you, George. That's sold. Motley Crue is with Josh Jones at $100. Josh Jones at $100, and that's Motley Crue, $100. Going once, going twice. And that's still getting lots of bids. Josh Jones has it for $100. Let me see what else is going on over here. I would like, holy crap, my senior class, 1,075, yeah. I went to a very small high school. Gordonsville, 76 in our senior class, or 74. And then Motley Crue over here. Okay, so there's that. I got a gift from one of the people we bought our collection from. Cool. I might show that later. I got a gift from one of the guys who we bought our records from. He might be watching. I don't know if he wants me to show this or not. Thank you. I'm going to put it right over here. I'll show it in just a second. He might be watching. We might can show that. Okay, let's go ahead and get another auction. I got more new vinyl here. I've got more new vinyl. Let's go ahead and get started with these. I got another one back here it's another Alice in Chains, so don't go anywhere, okay? Alice in Chains is live facelift. The 1990 Seattle show, first time on vinyl, hand numbered from Record Store Day, in shrink, a $75 start. We've had a battle on Motley Crue. This is a 2016 limited to 1,500 on green vinyl, still in shrink with hype. And then this is a $45 start. We have ended it, or it has stopped with Josh Jones at 100. It's a final call with Josh Jones at $100. There's Alice in Chains. It's a $45 start. Speaking of Christmas albums, let me go make sure those that I found haven't been buried, because I found two really cool ones digging last night. I bet they've gotten reburied. Yeah, John's completely closed all this off. I was worried about that. There's no telling where they are now. I should have pulled those out when I had the chance. Dang it. I can't even get back there. Oh my gosh. Yeah, they have completely transformed this back room. I meant to grab, I found a sealed Superman Christmas album, a sealed Charlie Brown Christmas album, and I was going to go ahead and auction them like this week, and there's no telling where they're at. He probably put them back down in a crate. We might not see those for 2 years. So, all right, here we go. New and sealed stuff, never shown. First, a classic album, a must-have, London Calling by The Clash, remastered, $39.99. $39.99. Josh Jones gets Motley Crue for 100. 100 to Josh Jones, sold. Next is Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor. This is a 1979 OG. It has the original under sleeve, VG++, In Through the Outdoor. Cover variant number C. Cover variant number C. There's Led Zeppelin's final studio album. A $20 start on that. Brian Call got The Clash. That's sold to Brian Call. And we have Genesis, and this is For Rhyme and Reason, yellow vinyl, $29.99. Genesis, Rhyme and Reason, $29.99. Man, I wish I had all my master stuff here to show y'all. I've got a few things over here that I hadn't got to in a long time. Stuff I've been trying to list. Let me see what I got here. Let's see, 2023. Was that Rom? I think this is John Rom's year. These are for sale. These are $55. I'll double check right quick though. Make sure I'm close on those. Let me pull this up. Didn't think I'd be getting into master stuff tonight, but heck, why not? All right. Clash, Zeppelin, Chain, Zeppelin. There's Genesis. This is yellow vinyl. It's an unofficial. And then here is one copy of Leonard Skinner, live 1975. Another unofficial. That's a Wales, Cardiff, Wales, 1975. Classic, original Leonard Skinner there, $29.99. And I have another Iggy Pop, and this time it's Iggy Pop live in New York City, the Ritz, 1986, Iggy Pop, $29.99. I have that available. All right, let's see. We probably can do them for, let's see here. What did I say, or 55? Let's do them for 45. I've got 2023 Masters flags, $45. Purchase these at the golf shop in Augusta, $45. I've got 2 extra ones. Some of the stuff I load up on, I don't think I've ever listed. No, these never been on here. $45. I think that's John Rahm. Yeah, John Rahm, a win. 2023 flags, very cool. $45, brand new. $45. I've got 2 of those Masters flags. Over here we have Stephen Parton, also on the Clash, track list for Genesis. So Stephen Parton gets a Clash Genesis track listing. Let's check that out. This is early Genesis. This is Peter Gabriel, earlier Genesis here. Firth of Fifth, Entangled, Squonk, The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway, The Carpet Crawlers, I Know I Like in Your Wardrobe, and Los Endos. And that's $29.99. Now, that's earlier. Genesis started, the pop Genesis with Phil Collins, that came almost like 10 years later. That's much earlier Genesis there. Jetstream wants a Masters flag. That's sold to Jetstream, $45. Thank you, Jetstream. That's sold to you. I've got one left if anybody else wants one. Let me go ahead and start a pile of miscellaneous stuff in the operations room. And then I've got, oh, this is pretty cool. We had a waiting list, okay? So let me show y'all what's going on here. First, before I show those, Zeppelin, $35 with Michael Wood. And then the Alice in Chains is with Josh Jones at $55. Did I pull that Leonard Skinner? I have not pulled Leonard Skinner. Leonard Skinner was sold to Rick Hall. That's sold to Rick Hall. Thank you, Rick Hall. That's sold to you. And then, so there was a waiting list for this Roger Waters. See, Volume 2, Volume 2, Volume 1, Volume 2. Okay. So first thing I have is Roger Waters, Berlin Wall Rehearsals, Volume 1 and Volume 2. Roger Waters' waiting list was the following. Berlin Wall waiting list, Volume 2. So last week I had a Volume 1, and I just had Volume 1. I wanted to make sure everybody wanted it, right? I wanted to make sure everybody wanted them before I ordered both or ordered a bunch. So I sold 2 Volume 1s to Guy Shard and Randy Klein, and they said they wanted on a waiting list for Volume 2. So there's Volume 2 sold to Guy Shard and Randy Klein. That now completes their concert. And now I have one set left of Roger Waters, the Berlin Wall Rehearsals, Volume 1 and Volume 2. 2 LPs each, $44.99. Yeah, Alice in Chains, some of these sell for as much as $150. And Brad Waite's just bid $60. Led Zeppelin's at $40. Bag tags and towels. I don't think I have a towel here, but I think I got some ball markers. And I've got some other golf accessories maybe. I have a special request here from Donna Mitchell. Donna Mitchell requested Narin Zolanik. She passed away. It's $29.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. She passed away. Narwin Zolanik. That's sold to Donna Mitchell. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And over here is the Cure Pornography. This is sold to Stephen Parton. It was a special request. If anybody else wants one, I need to order more of those anyway. That can be bought for $33 if you want on a waiting list. And then this was a special request for Natasha Pickett. And this is Beartooth, The Surface. Beartooth is on Ultra Clear with Pink Cloudy. That's $29.99. That was a special request for Natasha. And then we have a special request for Donna Mitchell. This is I don't even know how to say it. Looks like Batiowoka. Batiowka. I don't know how to say that, but it's $44.99 if anybody else wants one of those. And we got She Passed Away Again, Disco and something something. That's $29.99. $29.99 on that, okay? So we got Melanie Jennings on a Genesis, and here's all that's left in here, almost nothing. We got to get some people on Iggy Pop. I still got all 3 of them. Iggy Pop live at the Ritz, New York, 86, $29.99. The Rush puzzle is $24.99. Def Leppard puzzles $24.99. Iron Maiden's $24.99. The Dio box is $329.99. Hammers up on Led Zeppelin. Michael Wood, it goes back to you. It goes back to you. It's at $41. Brian Call wants an Iggy Pop. And then Alice in Chains, the last bid on this is $78. Josh Jones. What's an assigned Aussie 2.0? I tell you what, you can find out Thursday night because this collection we just bought had one. Thursday night, we're going to have an Aussie See You on the Other Side box set up for auction. We're going to have one. You'll find out what they're selling for right here on Thursday night. So I've got one in this new collection. They're already trying to find what they can with some of the new Aussie stuff that's come in. One Genesis left for $29, and I still got a Roger Waters set. Berlin Wall, Volume 1 and Volume 2, $44.99. What was the other question? Iggy, we sold that. and then the other master stuff. Yeah, okay, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. So I've got a stash of stuff over here I actually have not listed, and I have stuff over here that's in the back of probably stuff that says, let me see if I can grab this set here. Oh, don't fail me now. Oh, there we go. Sorry, doing some stretching over here. Doing some stretching to get all this stuff. Probably like, if I sold all the master stuff tonight that I have in stock, it'd probably be more value in this than it would be the vinyl we'll be selling tonight. That's how much stuff I have. Alice Chains 80, Allison Chains 80, Allison Chains 85, Zeppelin's at 41. Zeppelin's at 41 with Brian Call. Anybody else? If not, I'm going to condense this with the other vinyl. And I'm ready to get into some vintage check condition stuff. Vintage check condition stuff is what I'm excited to get into for sure. I'm going to show y'all some of the other newest vinyl that came in tonight. But I'm ready to see some of this new vintage stuff John's marked, okay? So, okay. Alice Chains 85. Brian Call has Zeppelin at 41. Michael Wood, it's up to you. Okay. 2,000 for Ozzy. That probably sounds about right. Of course, I think that's what we got for one the last time anyway. All righty. Let's grab this over here. Easiest way for me to do this master stuff is to show it, price it, and see who wants it. Ooh, this is a good shirt. This is the ones I bought multiples of. This is size large. I'm going to have to double check prices because some of this, I kind of have an idea. I mean, most of these polos are like 150, 200 bucks. But obviously I don't want to pay fees. And let me see what actually I still have active over here. Zeppelin, Sabotage Box. I'm not for sure. I haven't had one of those in a while. Zeppelin has a new bid for 42. Brian Call, you're out. Allison Chains, I'm about to sell it to Josh Jones for $85. Last one we had sold for $200. We're about to go through some new vintage stuff, which is going to be buy it now or best offer. Looks like great titles here, as always. And this is a non-check condition bin. And everything in here can be bought BIN or BO. What does that mean? You can go ahead and just grab it, or you can make an offer. It will all be up to you. It will all be up to you. Let's get started. Got to keep on a record-setting pace here. Record-setting pace here. We got to get the show on the road. Over here, we got Led Zeppelin, and that's sold to Michael Wood for $42. And over here, I have, let me go ahead and take this and this and this over here. Whoever's tagging, let's make sure this gets into a sleeve, that Johnny Cash. I do have one Aussie 45 over here. Okay, Allison Chains is sold. Allison Chains is sold to Josh Jones for $85. Josh Jones, $85. Okay, so what do I have here? This is, let me check my cost on it originally. And these prices I'm saying on these are probably extremely fair because I know I've sold these for as much as $175. This is $125. It's a size large polo Masters Tech. New in the wrapper. Masters Tech. Green. Masters green. That one's $125. Polo, brand new. Size large. Masters green, $125. That's what I have on that one. And then over here, George says Allison Chains bid. I've already sold it. It's sold to Josh Jones for $85. Over here, we have the Kink Controversy. This is a 66 stereo, no condition notes, $59.99. This is a tricolor steamboat label, the Kink Controversy tricolor steamboat, $59.99. That's available. So is Paul Revere and the Raiders' Greatest Hits, and it has the booklet that originally came with it, and a Gold Record Award certified sticker, which I've never seen. That is $14.99 on that. Also over here, Fresh Air Interlude. Fresh Air is $14.99, and Journey is $19.99, and this one has the original on sleeve. That's Infinity, clean copy, $19.99. Over here, Rock and Roll Music to the World, 10 years after, $19.99. All right, next thing I have is the Rolling Stone Some Girls original jacket, 78 US Shelly OG, Celebrity Faces, uncensored or uncovered, original on her sleeve, VG Plus, $25 start. Here is Elvis Presley, great box set here, a Golden Celebration. Elvis is a 6 LP box, $44.99, technically numbered. And over here is Queen 2, $34.99 for Queen 2. Electra Butterfly label, very nice, $34.99. Mountain Climbing, that has Mississippi Queen on it, $19.99 for Mountain. And Burton Cummings, Dream of a Child, $9.99. Brent Robley, K for Kinks, that's sold to him. Brad Waite's Journey, that's sold to Brad for $15. And Willie Nelson, Always on My Mind, $14.99. Bob Dylan, Street Legals, $24. And John Cougar Mellencamp, Scarecrow, $19.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Might be best to go ahead and buy them now. Might be best to make an offer. We're also going to put up Twisted Sister up for bid. And Twisted Sister is an 84 USOG club copy, EX edition. Come on, feel the noise. $20 start on that. We've already sold Van Halen. Willie Nelson is sold to Stephen Parton. Also, I have Elvis 50 Gold Ward Hits Volume 1. That is $34.99. Also, over here, this is Todd Rundgren. This is $19.99. $19.99. Brad Waite's on John for $15. Stones has a new bid for $26. Jethro Tull Benefit is $17.99. And Alabama 40-hour week. Alabama's in Shrink with Hype, $14.99 for Alabama. Let's see what else I have over here. Boy, I wish I knew what these said on the back of them. Oh, here's a pretty cool item here. Let's see, what can I do on this one? I'll do this for, might need to check the sold listings right here. Okay, Twisted Sister is at 20, now 25. Darren, let's see, Mountain 12. I would like to do 15 on Mountain. I'll do 5 off on that if you want that for 15. Mississippi Queen. We sold John for 15. Twisted Sister 20, Sister 25. Travis Woods, I'll go ahead and sell you Alabama for 10. Scott Oman second. Brad Waite's third. And then we have Twisted Sister 26. We have Here They Come, Paul Revere and the Raiders. That's $9.99. Are we done on the Rolling Stones? The last bid was Peter Haas at 26. William Howe, just so you know, you've been outbid. Now Twisted Sisters at 30. Also over here we got Barry White, Stone Gone, $9.99. Come on, feel the noise. What did I say? Did I give the wrong song on that one? Oh, I did the Quiet Riot, didn't I? What did I do on that one? Yeah. We're not going to take it. I want to rock. That's what I was thinking of. I want to rock. That's the one. We're not going to take it. I want to rock. I did the Quiet Riot songs, didn't I? Those are so similar with the same era of that kind of metal. Twist Sister 30. Darren Chrisman on Mountain. That's sold for 15. Twist Sister out. And Paul Revere, $7. I'm assuming this one, sell that to John McPatriot, okay? Over here, we got Crosby, Stills, and Nash. That is $19.99. Twisted Sister, $31. And Jefferson Starship, $14.99. Queen 2 is $34.99. $34.99. Top Loader Original Butterfly label. That is available. So is Billy Preston. Music is My Life. $19.99 for Billy Preston. Music is My Life. All right, let me get a price on this. There's where one just sold for $50.99. And then over here's where one just sold. This is a pretty cool item, actually. There's a one sold used for $50. So this one's brand new. I like this green better. I'll do it for $45. It's a valuables pouch that you kind of connect to your golf bag. It's brand new, officially Masters leather, $45. Masters Valuables patch. I have that available right now for anybody who wants it. Also over here, Twist Sister 31, Twist Sister 33, and Sergio Mendes and Brazil 66. Look around. $12.99. That's in shrink wrap. Sergio Mendes and Brazil 66. $12.99 on that. Weather Report 830. Weather Report is $26.99. That's a gatefold 2 LP. $26.99 on that. The Rolling Stones, he's done. So this is sold. This is sold, the Rolling Stones, to Peter Haas. Great pickup, just 2 bids, 25, then 26, and we're done. Peter Haas gets that for $26. And then over here is Twisted Sister. The last bid on that was Mark Steele at 33. Troy Overmeyer, let me make sure who asked first. Let me see who asked first on Queen. Who asked first over here on Queen? Who asked first on Queen is Troy Overmeyer, and then he made an offer for 30, sold to him. Twist Sister 33, Twist Sister 34, and then Mendez for 10. That sold to Joe Salamo for 10. And the pouch doesn't, I don't think it seals. No, it may be like a little magnetic snap there. I can see the tassels down in there, but I really don't know. Is this resealable? No, it's not. Or is it? Yeah, there we go. It's just in a reseal. No, it's just like a, it don't really seal or anything. Just kind of opens up like that. Okay. Now, Jetstream, you've got first dibs. If not, Brent is right behind you with the claim. Brent's right behind you on the claim for that. We have Ted Nugent, the Ambroy Dukes, Call of the Wild. $29.99 for Nugent. That's a clean copy. And on the drag strip, how cool is that? We had one of those last night. That's $19.99. Blue Riverside label, $19.99. Twisted Sister, now at $36. A bid just came in with Mark Steele. Let's go ahead and show the Beatles here. And this is the Beatles 6, and this is a 65. Check this out. 65 U.S. Gloversville Mono. EX with the capital inner sleeve. EX, a $30 start. Now, over here, I don't think that's a correct capital inner sleeve. It is a capital inner sleeve, but usually they have ads. They usually have ads, okay? Thank you. And that's a $30 start. So Brent on the Valuables pouch. Thank you on that. Very cool. Yeah, it's kind of cloth lined on the inside. You know, when you take off your Rolex, Brent, before you start your round, you put your Patek, your Patek watch in there. You take off your Patek, your AP watch. You toss it in that bag, your gold Rolex. You got to take off your gold Rolex before you start your round out at Pebble Beach. You got to take off your gold chain and your pinky ring. You got to take all that off and put it down in there. We have that sold to Brent, and Jim Sedal gets Weather Report for $22. Thank you. And Volunteer Jam 6, Charlie Daniels, $34.99. Volunteer Jam, $34.99. There's that. And we have Mitch Ryder and the Detroit Wheels Greatest Hits, $14.99. Over here, Twisted Sister, the last bid was Ramniak at $37. Still looking for a $30 start on the Beatles. Start on pouch. I've already sold the Masters pouch. And then we have Moose is on the chat. I'm still in recovery. I just came here to see the headline up top. Ozzy plays this week nonstop other than for sleep. There we go. Moose is probably one of the biggest Ozzy fans I know. My friend Logan's on the chat. I've got the Ozzy tribute up here. Rest in peace, Ozzy. We've been talking about him all night. Unbelievable. We're here. And we have the history of the small faces, $19.99. The history of the small faces. That's on the Pride label, $19.99. Weather Report is sold. And Twisted Sister is about to sell to Ramniak for $37. The other bidder was Mark Steele. Mark, it's up to you. He's out. The drag strip was $19.99. Drag strip. On the drag strip, that's on the Riverside label, $19.99. And George Benson, Take 5. George Benson's $14.99. I'm seeing if I have any more Masters accessories. I grabbed a bunch of shirts. How did that get started? What did I show originally? Something was laying over here. I sold one thing. Now we're on this run. I've got T-shirts. I've already showed a polo, which was $125, and then other shirts over here. Give me 1 second. Some of these shirts are sealed, and I'm going to have to open them to show you the back of them. And I don't like doing that because they're so perfectly sealed, but they have different designs on the back. They have different designs on the back. Over here, George Benson is sold to Romelu C for $10. That's done. And then Grateful Dead, Oxo Moxo Oxo, $44.99. Beautiful disc. Wow. Nice jacket too. Burbank label. So that's not a first press, but what a nice copy there. Over here, we can go ahead and sell Twisted Sister then. Twisted Sister is sold to Ramniak for $37. Ramniak is sold for $37. The Masters cap. That's what I started with. Yeah. Yeah, I found that in the back last night. The Masters cap. Yep. Yep. There's this. I will keep it coming. I will. I might have to open these shirts. I kind of hate to do that, but also I have kind of forgot what's on the back or what year they're at because I've been buying stuff down there now for a few years. And this little pile here is stuff I've towel and a marker. I don't have... If I do, it's not here. So I've got stuff in 3 different places. I bet I have 100 items at my house. I bet I have 50 back here in storage, and I've got about 20. But I think I've got a ball marker somewhere. I could have swore I just seen it. But I don't know where it is right now. But I don't have a towel for sure. Todd Doris has the Beatles for $30. We're about to sell that. The Nugent back here is Call of the Wild, $29.99. Ted Nugent. Very nice, discreet label, $29.99, okay? And then over here, $36.99, and the Rust and Peace. This is new and sealed sticker price. All the new vinyl is new and sealed sticker price. $30 on the Dead. Kristen, I will do $40 on that tonight, right now. $40. It's exceptionally nice. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction. Here's Susie Quattro, Gold Stamp Promo, $19.99. This is pretty tough to get. Savoy Brown album. This is a 67 UK original. You won't see this one as often. You see a lot of Savoy Brown, not this one. Shakedown Blues Band. It is Savoy Brown Blues Band. Excuse me. It's Savoy Brown Blues Band. It's called Shakedown. A 67 UK original. VG Plus, a $20 start. Todd Doris, you get the Beatles for $30. Nice. Beatles 6. What You're Doing. Great song on there. Every Little Thing She Does. Nice, and that was a Gloversville Mono EX. That's sold for $30. The Beatles is going to a new home. Thank you, Paul, John, George, and Ringo. There's that. All right. Over here, we got Traffic, and this is $29.99. Traffic is a gatefold. That is their self-titled album. Very, very nice. And we have Utopia, Todd Rundgren, $19.99. Todd Rundgren, Utopia. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and that's going to be Scorpions, Love at First Sting. And the Scorpions is an 84 USOG Columbia Club copy. Original sleeve EX edition, a $30 start. $30 start on that. We have Target. Target is $14.99. Also, Rolling Stones, get your yayas out. $34.99. $34.99. Get your yayas out. $34.99. The Big Sound of Johnny and the Hurricanes, $19.99. And Frank Marino, Mahogany Rush, Tales of the Unexpected. Let me jump over here and let me see what I've got in accessories that I have access to over here. And T-shirt. I wish I had that here where I could show it to y'all. Hats are a huge commodity. Oh my gosh. There's those. I know where those are at. Yeah, I think a lot of this is over here by Ed's desk. Let me see if I can find... I'm going to go over there next to Ed's desk. I know where he's got a lot of this stuff stored for me. Rick Hall gets Ted Nugent for $20. Thank you. We got, right before that, Thomas Clark on Traffic for $22. Thank you on that. Sold. And then here we have as a the Jimi Hendrix Concerts. $49.99. Jimi Hendrix Concerts, a 2 LP, beautiful condition, $49.99. Frank Marino is $19.99. Savoy Brown has one bid for $20 to Patrick Lear, going once, going twice. And Scorpions is at $30. Scorpions is at $30. All right, let me show you another extra large. All right, let's open this up. I hate to do this. I'm going to try... Okay, before I open this, I think I know what the back looks like. This is from 2023. It's $45. It has a list of all the champions on the back through 2023. It's an extra large Masters green, $45. $45. It's an extra large, brand new t-shirt. They've got it folded, machine folded. It's so perfect. You know, if you get it out of that, it's going to not look right. So try to keep them sealed, essentially. It's like opening a record. So, but I think that means champ, evergreen. That's the list of the champions on the back through 2023. So I probably would have bought that in 24, probably last year, okay? And now Frank Marino and the Elvis box, Jerry Rock, 34. I'll go ahead and sell that to you. Sell that to Jerry for $34. And then Johnny and the Hurricanes, 10. I will split the difference with you on that, Troy. $19.99, I'll do $15 on it. It's on the black big top, okay? And then Savoy Brown, wow, just one bid, so to Patrick Lear for 20. And final call on Scorpions. I've already said that once. Here it is twice. EX, nice club copy, $30. On that green, I've got extra large and large. Yeah, I've got extra large and large on those. Extra large and large on those. On that particular green champs. Yeah. And also in navy. It's also an extra large. Same thing in navy. It's an extra large. And do I have one opened? Yeah, okay, here's one opened. Yeah, here's one open. So here's what it looks like. Give you an idea. These are very nice too, as you can see. There's navy M23, same thing here. So yeah. So through Scotty Scheffler. Through Scotty Scheffler, his first win. Yeah. So these have been sold that next year, 2023. So these are new. I think we open them probably to photograph them or try them on or something. Okay. We have Scorpions at 31. Carol Puckett offered 15 on Frank Marino, sold. And then Scorpions has a new bid, and Johnny the Hurricane sold to Troy for 15. And Stacy wants an extra large green, okay? Let me see if I got, so that was my only one right here. Sell this to Stacy for $45. Thank you, Stacy. Okay, so that's what the one I just showed, that's what the back of the green looks like too. Here is a medium that's opened. Here's a medium that's open in navy. Same thing, Masters Champ, medium. And that's it with my t-shirt so far. Yep, that's it with my t-shirt so far. So far. Brent, extra large. Do you want navy? She just bought the green one. And let's put up another LP. And I'm going to read through these titles one more time. Hey, great new arrivals. Looks like John may have been pulling for some new stuff. I got 2 more crates like this to do best offer while I continue. And we have... Where's my monster at? Here we go. Got it. Let me finish this thing off. Cheers to Ozzy Osbourne. Scheffler's come one of my favorite golfers. I mean, that man, he's a great person. Winning at life. Winning at golf. One of the best golfers in the world. Just great family man. What a role model. He's I think about the same age as me. I'm like, man, that's this guy, amazing. Amazing. So, let's see what we got here. Last call, Parveer and the Raiders' greatest hits. With the booklet. So this thing came with a little booklet here that's not with all of them. That's a first press, $14.99. These are $45. Now, they were $32 at the pro shop. Now, if you want to go buy a ticket to the Masters next year and go down there and buy one, if you're lucky to get in for under $2,000, you might be lucky. So I always tell people, you'll see prices always above sticker price on these t-shirts and stuff, because if you want to go down there and actually buy one, it's going to cost you, if you buy one secondhand, it's about a couple $1,000s to get in if you're lucky. It was several times I've been. So Samuel Kopech on Paul Revere, nice pickup there. Over here, Scorpions, Brad Waite's 31. Nick Bargeron, just so know you're out. And we have another extra large. I have another extra large Navy Jetstream. It's not in plastic, but I do have it. I do have it. The green I have left is large. So one extra large Navy and one medium Navy. That's what I have right there. And I've got some others coming up, but I'm going to have to open them up or show them. Fresh Air, $14.99 for Fresh Air. 10 years after is $19.99. These are probably going to be a little bit more cheaper because they're 2023, and I just hadn't I hadn't sold them yet. I've got some stuff from 2025, but some of those, like I've recently, I think, sold a t-shirt for $75. So they get pretty expensive, you know, when I grab stuff down there at the pro shop. You know, let's say I get 4 or 5 extra hats. You know, my reseller abilities kick in. I'm like, man, these hats are $30. They're like $99 on eBay. So, you know, I try to grab what I can, but it's really hard. It's really easy to go overboard down there. You know, I mean, there's people that try to get in just to buy merchandise for Christmas presents. So it's a pretty crazy, if y'all have ever been, it's crazy down there. The merch, it is like, golly, it's this huge building, thousands of people. Burton Cummings, $9.99. Bob Dylan Street Legal, $24.99. The most beautiful place on earth, in my opinion. It's just an immaculate landscape. It's unbelievable. I mean, I just stand there and stare. I just look up and just take it in every year, just all day. Elvis, Gold Hits Volume 1. A promo sticker on the back, $34.99. That's a great Elvis comp. Todd Rundgren is $19.99. We have Jethro Tull Benefit for $17.99. Barry White, Stone Gone, $9.99. Crosby Nash, $19.99. Jetstream says he wants the extra large Navy for $45. That's sold to Jetstream. We probably can put that in plastic. You know, we'll probably put it in a record sleeve or something to save it. Scorpions is sold for $31 to Brad Waits. Thank you. That's sold to Brad Waits. And then the last green one is here. It has the list of champions on the back. It's large. It's $45. And over here is $45. And it has the list of the champions on the back. And that's through 2023. And then Gray Slick is $14.99. Patrick Lear says he'll take the green. That's also $45. So there's one blue medium left. One blue medium left. And Billy Preston is $19.99. And Volunteer Jam 6, that's $34.99. We have Mitch Ryder, $14.99. Greatest Hits, The History of Small Faces is $19.99. We have On the Drag Strip. All these are best offer, too. Don't hesitate. I've already told somebody I would do 40 on the Dead. It's a second label, but a beautiful copy. And then Susie Quattro was $19.99. Utopia was $19.99. Target was $14.99. The Stones was $34. And the Jimi Hendrix was $49. Concerts 2LP. Let's introduce another auction. I have Alcatraz, and I have an interesting prog album here. I have String Driven Thing, The Machine That Cried, a 1973 UK. It's an OG prog rock album on the famous Charisma label. Same label Genesis was on, $25 star. And Alcatraz, No Parole from Rock and Roll. Alcatraz with Ingve. The track list is wrong on the back cover. It's actually a misprint. It does have the insert with it, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. That's now up for bid as well. So one blue there. And, okay, so this one here, I might have to open it, which I don't mind. Oh, well, let me show you what it looks like first. This one's also $45. It's more of a women's shirt. It has a floral, like a magnolia design on the back. It's a floral. It's from 2023. It's a size large. It's a butter yellow, and it has like a magnolia floral design on the back. That one's $45 as well. All right, let's go through some more vinyl. Let's go through some more vinyl. Might be some people saying, Chad, is this a clothing network or is this a record show? And my answer would be, well, actually, Masters is probably some of the most collectible sports stuff you can get is Masters stuff. You can wear it and you can collect it. If I showed y'all what a spare bedroom in my house looked like, you would be amazed. You would be amazed. I have Master stuff. I have a room full of Master stuff. I wish my mom was watching to verify it. Y'all would be like, what the heck is wrong with you, Chad? I have literally hundreds of shirts and polos. Hundreds of shirts and polos. I've got them basically hoarded and stashed. It's like being able to go somewhere and buy stuff. I lose control in this merch tent. I mean, I'm carrying bags full of stuff out, like thousands of dollars worth of stuff. So I love buying this stuff. It's like I'm a Masters fan for life. I'm like, it's golf is up there with music for me. So it's tied with music far as my passion. Jimi Hendrix concerts. It's near mint. It's on Reprise Records. It's official, and it's $49.99. $49.99. Jimi Hendrix concerts. It's a 2 LP. $49.99. Now let's go ahead and get started with new check condition stuff. If you knew Suzi Quatro was $19.99. Suzi Quatro, Neil Diamond Love Songs, $9.99. Gregory on Jimi Hendrix for $40, sold. One of the few things probably a lot of people don't know I'm an expert on is Masters collectibles. I've sold vintage badges and hey, I haven't sold them yet, but of course I got the card, the badge from Roy's Grand Slam year. And they're selling for pretty good on eBay. Of course, I've got where I took my brother down there. I've got Tanner's. I don't know if he wants me to sell his, but that's a pretty collectible badge now because people collect the big majors like 86 Jack Nicklaus. I've been trying to get one of those signed. Of course, they're getting more and more expensive. Tigers 97 win. Not even signed, just the badge. But this last one with McElroy, it's really jumped up in value. It's just such a monumental. But luckily, we got like 10. We got 8 of them, I think. So there's that. String for $25. That's a bid on this. And then Alcatraz is a final call. A $35 start on that. Let's keep the show on the road with Little Feat Waiting for Columbus. That's a 2 LP, $34.99. Little Feat Waiting for Columbus, $34.99 on that. Also, Jerry Lee Lewis, A Taste of Country. Unfortunately, Diane wrote her name on the cover, but other than that, it's on Sun Records for $9.99. And the Dave Clark 5's Greatest Hits, over and over, $9.99. And don't forget, I'm Glad All Over, Dave Clark 5, $9.99 on that. And Lionel Richie, Can't Slow Down, all night long. There's Lionel Richie and Rare Earth band together. Everything in here is best offer. Rare Earth is $16.99. Mike Brangle on Little Feat. Thank you. That's so to Mike Brangle. Also, we have Robert Gordon with Link Ray. That's $19.99. Has a promo sticker on the back. And we have Laura Nero for $14.99. Laura Nero. And this is Christmas and the Beads of Sweat. All right, so Alcatraz, let's go ahead and make that a $35 buy now if anybody wants it. Just a $35 buy now on that. And let's go ahead and sell String Driven Thing for $25 to Ryan Mustaine. All right, I'll let somebody have a good deal on this because it's been opened. It does have the tag. This cost $145 at the pro shop. This cost $145 at the pro shop. I'll do it for one plus tax. Plus I had to pay tax on it. I'll do it for $165. It's new. It would just, I think one of us tried it on. We buy a lot of different sizes and see what fits. So yeah, this is a 3/4 zip, $165. It's new with tags. It just been put on, probably somebody tried it on here. So I've got that in blue. And that's a large, and I've also got it in green. $165. Those are very nice 3/4 zips. I think I have one in a darker green, and then I think I've got 2 more sealed that I've never opened. I collect Masters clothes. I think I've got one that I've wore a couple times, and I've got 2 sealed, I think extra larges in green. So this is more like a lighter green, a medium green. And it's size large and blue. Those are $165. Those are 3/4 zips. Very nice, though. Very high quality stuff there. They pick out the finest materials. Very good stuff there coming from Augusta. Mark Steele on Alcatraz for $35. Excuse me, not $135. Mark Steele gets Alcatraz for $35. And then we've got Donna Summer's Greatest Hits on the Radios, Volume 1 and 2. $14. Here's what my mom says: you don't even wear any of this stuff. And I'm like, well, I don't want to decrease the value of it. She's like, what are you going to do with 100 golf polos that's all brand new and sealed? $14.99, Donna Summer. This is 46% Pima cotton and 46% modal and 8% spandex. That don't equal 100%. It looks like it says Pima cotton, 46 modal, and I guess that's 2% spandex. I can't make out the rest. So, yeah, Lonnie Jolly on Donna Summer. That's sold to Lonnie Jolly. Thank you on that. And then over here we have, it looks like it's cotton. Yeah, it's very soft. It's very soft. Highway Robbery. Highway Robbery, 1972 Hard Rock, $79.99. Wow. Highway Robbery, $79.99. RCA Victor, $79.99 on that. And Spirit's $29.99. It's a gatefold 2LP Spirit. Now, let me give y'all an idea. If this is fresh 2025 and it's sealed in the bag new, that is $295 on eBay, an instant sale. That's $295, boom, it's gone, instantly sold. So realistically, this is more like a $250 3/4 zip right now, probably right now, because that same color was still down there this past year, so they still making those without this wrapper. That's more realistically eBay price, maybe $200, $250. So those are pretty expensive. But the week of the Masters, that's about $300. Probably something I would sell in a group or on eBay for $299. The Kinks Celluloid Heroes, $19.99. And Blue Note Volume 2, interesting. The Best of Blue Note. This is a 2LP, $24.99. That's a compilation Blue Note. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. This is the Beatles Rubber Soul. And this is a 65 mono with the company inner sleeve, VG condition, a $20 start. A 65 Pickneyville. It has the original company inner sleeve from Capitol. The cover does have quite a bit of wear on it. $20 start on rubber sole. Nope, just plain sleeves all the way through. Yep, just plain sleeves all the way through. Also over here we have musician, composer, raconteur Dizzy Gillespie plays and raps in his greatest concert. That's on red vinyl too, from Pablo, not Pablo Cruz, the label Pablo. $29.99 for Dizzy Gillespie. Also over here we have the new boss guitar of George Benson with the Brother Jack McDuff Quartet. Wow. And these are, this is from Prestige. 64 mono George Benson on the gold Prestige label. Beautiful vinyl. There is some wear on top of the cover, $39.99. These are actually both large. No, they're both large. Both of those are large. Yep. Both of those are large. Hold on a second. Let me see what this one is. This one is large. I've got two green larges. Clubhouse collection. There's a couple different places they sell stuff inside the golf shop. There's one place that's almost like a whole room, and it's always packed, and it's like, it looks like you're walking into like a, I mean, just like a Ralph Lauren polo store or something like that, and that's where they sell a lot of really, like, they call it the Clubhouse collection room, I think. It's like they're selling watches in there and cufflinks, and there's leather golf cover heads that are $100 a piece. You know, it's like really, really high-end stuff. I usually head there straight and try to see what's left, because they sell out of some stuff. You know, it's like a rush at 4 a.m. in the morning to line up to the gate and get in there. Jerry Lee Lewis Volume 5, that is $9.99. The No Nukes concert. The No Nukes concert's a 3LP, $34.99 on that. And we have Grace Leak, The Great Society, Volume 2. This is actually a 68 Santa Maria demonstration, not for sale, $29.99. A Columbia 2i, $29, a department store. Yeah, sort of, but it looks like it's nicer. If you told one of the members if you told somebody down there wearing a green jacket, your clubhouse looks like a department store, they'd probably kick you out. They'd probably say, all right, get him out of here. We got Rubber Soul, a 65 mono, one bid for $20. Troy Overmeyer, we're about to sell it for $20. Big Joe Turner, Really the Blues. Big Joe Turner is $19.99. And the immediate story singles. This is a 2 LP, Rod Stewart. This has Fleetwood Mac on it, Small Faces. It's a UK artist on the immediate label, $29.99. It's a 2 LP. Let me put this away. Let me try to show you. It's a beautiful set. By the way, everything in here is best offer. Everything in here is best offer. Augusta Dillards, yeah, they would. There'd be some members down there. They take that place extremely serious. Yes, nice set here. 2 LP. Also, we have Traffic, Glow Spark of High Heel Boys. Traffic is $19.99. And Tammy Lynn, Love Is Here and Now You're Gone. That's a 72 UK, $19.99 on that. Tammy Lynn. It's on the Mojo label. That looks pretty interesting, honestly. Let me put that back in here. John McPatriot bid $21 on the Beatles, so we're not done there. Boy, I'm not liking this inner sleeve Tammy Lynn. As y'all can see, I'm struggling with this. Oh my gosh, what is going on here? Let me take this out. I'm going to lay it on this very nice Masters polo that's soft. And oh gosh, that's why it's in this dreaded inner sleeve. Gosh, those are terrible. If you ever see sleeves like that, either take out that plastic immediately or just throw the whole sleeve away. Those are horrible. Absolutely horrible. Beatles has a new bid for $22. Gore-Tex. Yeah, actually, I'm just going to keep it behind the sleeve. Gore-Tex. Cotton uniforms. Okay, also we have Traffic, John Barleycorn Must Die, $19.99 on Traffic, and Jazz Crusaders, this is stretching out, Jazz Crusaders, $19.99, that's available, and so is Terry Reid, Bang Bang, you're Terry Reid, wow, $39.99, that's something we don't get too often, Terry Reid on this yellow Epic label, $39.99 on that. Has everybody done me a favor and hit the like button on Facebook and the like button on YouTube? I got to take these off the table. That's round one of what I got left, what I have available over here. You'll have to give me about 5 more minutes, maybe in between crates. I'll do some digging. I've got 2 more tubs full of stuff, including maybe a couple hats, maybe some more accessories, and some stuff like that. So you'll have to give me a second to track some of that down, but I can do my best to try to find it. I think I got maybe a couple. Hats get gone immediately. It's crazy. Hats get gone immediately. So here is Three Dog Night Naturally, $19.99. ST first on TR for Terry Reid. That's sold to ST. Thank you. I was about to say, that won't stay around too long. And then Thomas Clark on Traffic, John Barleycorn. Let's go ahead and sell that to him for $13. And I honestly need to change out crates. This one has gotten full already, so let me do that right quick. Let me move some stuff around here. Let me shift these over. And then let me move this Sold Master stuff. I'll show you what I've got on the table one more time. And here's the agenda for tonight. So we have new arrivals we're going through right now, best offer. There's one more after this. And I plan on showing you all the new vinyl that came in tonight one more time over here, because there is some really good stuff, and from both what I ordered and Laura ordered, and we'll probably do some discount bins, and of course, I think they did find some CDs from this new collection. We got to hopefully try to go through them a little bit later tonight, or if not, this might be a great night for me to stop early and start going through all this new stuff we bought. So, Jazz Crusaders. If y'all hadn't heard, we just bought, well, Paul's been gone for a week on a buying trip. They just unloaded everything today. So he's back, Tyler's back, Henry's back. And man, this store is full of stuff. And we need a day to get ready, basically to prepare for the rest of the week, which I plan on doing tonight after 1 a.m. So Jazz Crusaders is $19.99. And then we have Tom Johnston. That's $14.99. Also, All-Star Hitmakers rocking to New Orleans. Elmore James, Aaron Neville. That is $12.99. Let me grab an empty crate. I'm going to take this master stuff off the table I've already shown and show it to you one more time. So I had 3/4 zips, a green, 2 greens, and a blue. And those are $165. They're new with tags. Those are Masters 3/4 zip. And don't forget, I showed this polo earlier for $125. That is actually like a golfing polo. It's more performance. It's more of a performance material. That's the exact same thing I wear quite often when I golf. And then I have more of a women's shirt here. $45. It has a floral design on the back with champions. And the same thing here for unisex. It's more of a men's shirt though. $45 navy. That's a medium. That's a medium. Oh, this crate here is EX Plus or better. This is EX Plus or better. Yeah, Jazz Crusaders, EX Plus or better. Okay, so that's all the master stuff I've shown. Champion shirt, floral shirt, 3/4 zips, and a polo. And those are, yeah, this looks EX Plus or better. The Beatles got up to $30 of Todd Doris. That's going once, going twice. And 3/4 zip be too small for you. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm like a 2XL. Yeah, I can't wear anything large anymore. For a 3/4 zip, I would be at least a 2XL. Jetstream on Jazz Crusaders. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. I've got John Lennon over here, and John Lennon, it's called Limited Edition. It's an unofficial. It's a compilation of various solo Lennon tracks plus a couple Beatles tracks. So a John Lennon bootleg, VG condition, $20 start on that. We have Dave Alvin, Romeo's Escape. Dave Alvin's $14.99. That's a gold stamp promo. Has everybody hit the like button tonight? That's my first question. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? We need everybody to do that for sure. Ted Nugent and the Ambroid Dukes. That's on the mainstream label. $24.99. Ted Nugent and the Ambroid Dukes. I will say the golf polos run kind of big. They're pretty long. You know, they're made to be tucked in like a golf polo. So like a 2X on that, it's like long though. But of course I'm tall, so it's perfect for me. Randy Bachman Survivor, $14.99 for Randy Bachman, a Bachman Turnover Drive. That's actually a white label promo. Todd Doris gets the Beatles for $30. Thank you, Todd Doris. And John Lennon has bids for $20, and John Lennon has another bid for $20. Let's put away the Beatles. Thank you on that one. Everything in here is best offer, including Mitch Ryder and Detroit Wheels. Breakout, that's $12.99. And the best of Tommy James and the Shondells, that is $19.99. And that's the original Unipack design. So that's the true first press. The record tucks down in there. Great track listing on that. One of my favorites there. The best of Tommy James and the Shondells, $19.99. John Lennon has a new bid for $21. And it's hot in here. Our air conditioner in the back's not working. It's getting hotter and hotter, it seems like. Plus, the one up front is running, and I haven't heard it shut off since I've been here. So probably gonna have another $2,000 electric bill here. It's very expensive to keep this big building cool. It's like, I think last month it was like $2,100. Love Forever Changes, a 67 Allentown. We're going to put this up for just a $5 star. It's a 67 US Allentown OG. It's VG minus. It does have some cover writing. Wheel wrote his name on the top. It is a Love album, and it's real, and it's official, $5 start. Mitch Ryder is sold to Mark Berger for $10. You got it. Sold for $10. We have Edwin Starr Clean. Edwin Starr is a gold stamp promo. That's $19.99. And Small Faces in Memoriam. This is a 69 German press. Wow, you won't see that version too often. A white label German intermediate, $39.99. Looks like it has an old sticker on the cover, but you won't see that particular cover too often. $39.99. Eric Van Leuven has Love for $5. And we have the Rolling Stones, and that's $39.99. Popsicles. Yeah, the Vloddercheck sent us popsicles. I haven't had one of those yet. The Rolling Stones, beautiful vinyl, $39.99 for Goat Head Soup. And yes, the puzzles. Sorry, I thought I answered you. These back here are 500-piece puzzles. Yeah, Def Leppard 500-piece puzzle, Rush 500-piece puzzle, and Iron Maiden. These are all 500-piece puzzles. And of course, this is a Dio box set, $329.99 UK import. Tommy James is $19.99. Love has one bid for $5. And Preston Rose, you're about to get John Lennon unless Pam Murray bids more than $25. Pam, it's all up to you. We have the Kinks. Everybody's in showbiz. The Kinks is a 2LP, $29.99. Billy Preston. Boy, I don't recall seeing that one too often. It's called Billy Preston, maybe First Generation Rock Blue Soul, maybe just self-titled. Billy Preston, $19.99. Another Gray Society with Gray Sleek has a promo sticker on the back. Gray Sleek, $24.99. Live at the Matrix San Francisco, $24.99 on that. And we have Donny Hathaway, $49.99. $49.99. Donny Hathaway, yellow Atco label. No, I keep it cool. I just have no idea. Tanner just told me today. He said, our air conditioner's not working. I was like, well, there goes $5,000, but just go ahead and tell them to come fix it. So hopefully they're coming tomorrow. No, I spend on comfort here. Believe me, I am like, yes, if it costs $5,000 to keep this place cool, we're going to pay $5,000. Tracy Nelson, Deep Are the Roots. Tracy Nelson is $9.99. Todd Rundgren Initiation, $19.99 for Todd Rundgren. And Tony Bennett Jazz, that's pretty cool, from 1987. Herbie Hancock, Chico Hamilton, Art Blakey, $14.99 on that. And Little Feet, Hoy Hoy, check that one out. With the bone-shaped hop sticker, a gold stamp promo, with booklet, a 2LP, $34.99. All right. John Lennon sold for $25 to Preston Rose. Unfortunately, I lost Pam Murray on that one. And Eric Van Leuven, is that your second $5 win of the night, Eric? Somebody else got an auction earlier for $5. Love sold for just $5. Sold. All right, and then I've got two more up here to run. I've got Little Walter Boss Blues Harmonica. Little Walter Boss Blues Harmonica is a 72 USOG. There is some cover writing right over here, a little bit of a scribble and some initials. Not bad, though. $15 start. And then over here, we have Going to Chicago with Jimmy Rushing and band. 55 US Mono, VG condition, $10 start. Jetstream on Tony Bennett. Nice pickup there. Don't forget, I got a new Funko in tonight. Batman, $14.99. And that's really cool. It's in a black Funko box. Batman, and that is an 80-year, that's the 1989 Batman. That's the Prince Batman. That's the Prince movie Batman. Is that a Val? No, that's not Val Kilmer. Which one is that? Either way, though, Batman's $14.99. Let's see what drum set this is. This is, oh, this might be for Carol. Carol, I think this is your Charlie Marks, not Charlie Marks. Charlie Marks. Karl Marx. Karl Marx playing the drums. Oh my gosh. Charlie Watts drum set. I think that's your replacement, Carol. And it looks like it has a ding on it as well. So I'll have them go through that and make sure it's okay. We might need to check this. I think this is for Carol. It looks like there's a ding on the box too. So we probably need to inspect that. Yeah, some of the stuff they don't ship too well. It's pretty these guitars and drums, by the way, everybody, these are extremely fragile, okay? I've actually tried to handle some, and y'all have seen them almost snap on me. So if you're buying any of these guitars, they are very well made as far as the design of them, but be careful. These things are very delicate. It's like little model kits, all kinds of little tiny pieces and stuff. I think that's for Carol, though. Okay, so over here, we sold Tony Bennett. Susie Breedlove wants a Batman, and I've got one left if anybody else wants one, okay? So that's Charlie Watts, and I can still get that if anybody else wants one. And then this one we had a waiting list for, and I think I've got one extra, okay? I've got a waiting list for this one. Let me pull up my waiting list right quick, and that is Mr. Tommy Lee. And Mark Morris and Susie Breedlove was on a waiting list. So Tommy Lee's available. That's Tommy Lee, Motley Crue, okay? Motley Crue, $79.99. I've got two people on a wait list, Susie Breedlove and Mark Morris. If anybody else wants one, let me know, okay? This is sold to Susie Breedlove and Mark Morris. I have one available. Let me show it before I put the lid back on it. Very cool, double bass drum, and that's Motley Crue, and those are $79. Okay, so there's that one. And then here is another one. And those are sold, and I have one extra. Okay, let me go ahead and get those. Stacy, I have one in stock if you want it right now. Tommy Lee is sold to Stacy Brown, Motley Crue. I was about to say, Stacy, major Motley Crue fan. All right, so those are all sold. One Funko left. If anybody else wants a Tommy Lee, let me know. That was my only extra. Okay, two people's on a wait list. We can start another one right now. Let me go ahead and take all this in here next to all the master. Tonight's turned into a master show, and well, really a master show. Far as miscellaneous, it's turned into a master show. What's in this big brown case here? I'm not for sure. It's empty. Okay. All right. Yeah, those little drums are awesome, though. All right, anybody else want a price in here? I'm just going to read the titles. I was doing a lot of different stuff in there, so if you're just hopping on and you want to stay focused with me for about 60 seconds, who asked about the puzzles? Zero on YouTube. Zero, do you want a rush puzzle? Just let me know if you do. Okay, I'd love to sell those because there should be a lot more showing up this week. And here we go. I'm not going to break until we're done reading through these. I'm going to read the titles. If you want a price or if you was waiting to make an offer, let me know, okay? Here's what I have. Susie Quattro, if you knew Susie, Neil Diamond, Love Songs, Jerry Lee Lewis, A Taste of Country, Dave Clark, 5 Greatest Hits, Lionel Richie, Can't Slow Down, Rare Earth, Band Together, Robert Gordon with Link Ray, Laura Nero, Highway Robbery, Spirit, The Kinks, Greatest, Celluloid Heroes, Blue Note Volume 2 compilation, Best of Blue Note. That's jazz, of course. The Dizzy Gillespie's a 2 LP on red vinyl. We also have the new boss guitar, George Benson, Jazz Prestige, Jerry Lee Lewis Sun Story Volume 5, No Nukes, Gray Slick, Gray Society, Big Joe Turner, Really the Blues, The Immediate Single Stories, Traffic, Low Spark of High Heel Boys, Tammy Lynn, Three Dog Night Naturally, Tom Johnson, Everything You've Heard Is True, Rockin' to New Orleans, that's another blues comp, Dave Alvin, Ted Nugent, and Ambroy Dukes. Let me pause there. First is Robert Gordon for $14. That's sold to Phil Freeman. The Kinks, that was Celluloid Heroes. That's $19.99. Chuck Haley on Tommy James for $15. I hadn't got to it yet, but here it is. Edwin, Highway Robbery was $79.99. It is an 1972 hard rock album from RCA, $79.99. Travis Woods Gets the Kinks. That's sold to Travis Woods. Randy Bachman was a white label promo. Edwin Starr Clean. Small Faces in Memoriam. How Much is Tammy? Tammy was right back here. Tammy was right here. Tammy Lynn, a 72 UK. None of these have any condition notes. $19.99 on Tammy Lynn. The Rolling Stones, Goathead Soup. The Kinks, Everybody's in Showbiz. Billy Preston, Soul. Another great slick. So that's a volume 1 and 2 we have. If somebody wanted to make an offer on those together. Where's the other one at? And the other one is, it was right in here, maybe. Oh, well, I'll find it later. Donny Hathaway, Tracy Nelson, Todd Rundgren, and a very nice copy of Little Feat Hoy Hoy. All right, and those are all best offers, so please don't hesitate. Jimmy Rushing, a no bid, a buy it now for $10. And then Little Walter, a no bid, a buy it now for $15. Jimmy Rushing is a 55 mono from Vanguard and VG, just $10. And Little Walter is a 72 2LP compilation, $15. And then here is our only other no bid for tonight, Monk for just $15. And that's our only 3 unsold auctions. And you know what? That's all the auctions. I'm about to dig into some other stuff to find more stuff to auction. We have somehow already gone through all the auction stuff. So what I'm going to start doing is digging around, maybe start grabbing some of this new stuff that's laying around here. And I think we just need to start finding anything laying around here, and from toys and Funkos, and just putting stuff up for auction. But you know what? I have another new arrivals crate that's never been gone through before, okay? So first thing we have is Preston for $15. That was an offer. My best price on Highway. Right now, not knowing a lot about it, if you want it, I will take $65 for it. $65 on it, Edwin. And then Preston, Billy Preston sold to Jim Sedal for $15. Michael Freiberger on JR, and that was for Jimmy Rushing for $10, okay? So we still got Monk for $15 and Little Walter for $15. That's the only 2 unsold auctions tonight. Little Feat is $34.99 with booklet, gold stamp promo, hop sticker. And then the details on the Kinks. Kinks over here, we have a claim for AQ. What was AQ? This is Everybody's in Showbiz. It's a 2LP, $29.99 on that. And then what was the other question? Little Feat and, oh yeah, Monk. Ryan Mustaine on Monk for $15. Little Feet. We have an offer for 30. Let me make sure Gerald Whitworth doesn't want it first. And then, yeah, let me pull that Hard Rock album out. Man, what happened to I keep losing stuff in here. Usually pretty good at finding stuff. There's the other Gray Slick. We need to put that one with that one. See, that's a Volume 1, Volume 2. Goathead Soup is $39.99. Looks like it's very nice. Gatefold jacket, original inner sleeve. Very clean copy. And then Gerald said he will do 30 on Little Feet. Right? And then there's the Kinks if anybody wants it. I already pulled Little Feet out. And then what happened? There was one more. Where's that record? He said he's going to I'm going to leave it up front so I don't forget about it. There it is. Okay. Now, I do have another crate of new arrivals, but first I want to show y'all some of the other new stuff that came in. Just one more time very quickly for tonight before I move into anything else. So we can make sure everybody has seen some of the newest stuff that came in tonight. It's going to be very quick, like a flash. I'm not even going to introduce anything else till we're done. And then Gerald Whitworth also wants a Batman Funko. All right. Batman Funko also so. Batman Funkos are gone. Let's find some other new auctions. Can we get Little Walter sold? Can we get Little Walter sold? I'm asking 15. That'll be a clean out of the auctions. John handed this to me earlier. Okay. It's sealed. It's Jefferson Airplane. Bless its pointed little head. It looks like it's a 70s reissue, but that is a sealed gold stamp promo, cut shrink. They intentionally cut that to gold stamp promo it. Sealed, Jefferson Airplane, $15 start. Edwin Blom said he would do 60 on highway. Sold to Edwin Blom for $60. Thank you. All right, sealed Jefferson Airplane. Looks like it's a mid-70s pressing. And he also handed me a sealed How Great Thou Art. 4-digit. Looks like it's a reissue though, but still an older copy, and it's never been opened. Sealed Elvis for $15. Sealed Elvis. And very quickly, this crate is some of our newest stuff. The Pink Floyd Pulse box set was $119.99. Tool Lateralis, a 2 LP for $59. Dr. Dre was $39. Limp Bizkit was $39. Joy Division's $29.99. Bad Religion, Operation Rescue, 1992, $29.99. The Dr. Dre Chronic album was $44. The Dwayne and Greg Allman, pre-Allman Brothers recordings, $34. Fleetwood Mac at the Forum, that's $29. Steely Dan in Memphis, 1974. It was also $29. Tool, Absolute Ultra Rare, a 2 LP clear vinyl, $44.99. And then Mike Brangle on the Joy Division, that sold. Limp Bizkit, that is Significant Other, $39.99. Nookie's on there and Break Stuff. It's a 2 LP. Also, Live Offspring, an unofficial, Burn It Up, live in Australia, $29.99. Crosby, Nash & Young, 1972. That's recorded right during the time when Steele's left for a little bit. They actually did a few shows without them. $29.99. One bid on Airplane for $16. One bid on Elvis for $15. Smashing Pumpkins Gish is $36.99. Allman Brothers, The Final Note. Allman Brothers, 1971, $33.99 on the Allman Brothers. There's the other Limp Bizkit, Chocolate Starfish. That is $46.99. That's on silver and brown. That has My Way the Highway and Keep On Rolling, $46. Allman Brothers, live, 1972. Orange, Blue, and Blue and Orange Splatter, 3 LP, 6,500 numbered copies, $46.99. Kiss, The Ritz on Fire, live, 1988. Unofficial, $29.99. Iggy Pop, live, New York City, $29.99. Genesis, For Rhyme and Reason, $29.99. And Roger Waters, Berlin Wall Rehearsals, Volume 1 and Volume 2, $44.99 on those, okay? Jeremy Bryant on the Iggy Pop. That leaves, what happened to Iggy? That leaves one copy of Iggy Pop left, okay? How much is String Driven sale? It's sold for $25. Okay, there's that. There's that. And then both sides of the Masters 3/4. Appreciate it. No rush. Sure thing. It's right over here. And I actually think the rest of the stuff I'm about to go grab is back in the back next to Ed's desk. So there's 2 more things on this shelf over here that's master stuff, though. Let me grab it. Actually, 3. Yeah, there's 3 more things over here. Let me grab these. And then I'm going to go over to his desk where we keep the rest of the stuff in tubs so it doesn't get dusty in this warehouse. And of course, we want to keep all the clothing and stuff really clean and nice, because it's not like vinyl where we're just constantly moving around. This stuff kind of sits for a while. And I was like, yeah, we probably don't want a layer of dust on these shirts if we go to ship them. So we keep them in tubs. Okay, here we go. I've got this for $35. $35. Uh-oh, let's see who's paying attention. Ball markers for, they say, Masters Tournament. The lid fell off. $35. I've got those. Those are $35 for the ball markers. And this is $45. And I just recently sold one, so I know the price on this. It's a coffee mug. It's a coffee mug. Kind of an art, kind of like an Andy Warhol type thing going on with it. Coffee mug, $45. There's ball markers and a coffee mug. $35 and $45 on those. All right, and then that's done. And how much is string driven thing? And then only shop in Lebanon. Yep, we just have one physical location here. We're basically just online here on Facebook Live and YouTube Live and Twitch Live. That's really the only place we sell, right here on that. All right, let's go through some new check condition. Let's go through some new check condition. There is another half crate of new vinyl, which is some stuff Laura ordered. We've went through that the most recent, so thanks for whoever bought the couple claims out of there. That's good. And let's go through another bin of check condition. Jetstream gets the ball markers for $35. Thank you on that. Selling Master stuff. No, I'm selling extra Master stuff. I always have extra stuff when I go down there. No, all of my back log of clothing won't be for sale. So my backlog of clothing won't be for sale for a while. All right, let's sell these auctions. Wow, just one bid. I'm telling y'all, the curse of the sealed records sell for less than if I were to open them. Great deals, 16 and 15, sold and sold. Let's get those in new sleeves, by the way. Thanks, everybody. We're about to go through new arrivals. Wait till I start getting into the discount crates tonight. Last night we did $6.99 crates, and I didn't even look what was in there. There was one, an Analog Productions record last night late. It sold for $6.99. It was like a $75 record. I'm going to do some more crates like that tonight just to get some stuff sold and gone. And that sold for $15. Elvis to Noah Colwell. And John Durden got the Seal Jefferson Airplane for $16. $16. We're covering all bases tonight. Yep. We're covering all bases tonight for sure. Let's do two more here. We got James Taylor, a sealed copy. Dad loves his work. Sealed original, $10 start. And check this out. Class of 55. That is Carl Perkins, Jerry Lee Lewis, Roy Orbison, Johnny Cash. A sealed copy, $15 start. Getting into stuff over here I've never advertised before. $15 start on that. Let's go through this crate. Buy it now or best offer, okay? One mug available, $45. And also I showed a flag earlier, which we sold. And I have a flag left for $45. I'm going to put it over here with the other thing while I hunt. What did Jetstream want? The blue 3/4 zip to see the tag one more time. I can do that, no problem. I can do that without a problem at all. I have no problem doing that, Jetstream. Give me 1 second. I've got it right over here next to me. Let's get started with this crate. Those are sealed records, by the way. Sealed originals. Open them up, play them. They're brand new vintage OGs. 10 years after, nice. Their classic album. A Space and Time with I'd Love to Change the World. That is $19.99. Nick Bargeron wants a flag. 2023, that was the John Rahm year. Thank you. That's sold to Nick Bargeron for $45. $45. What label is Class of 55 on? It's on America Records. America Records, Class 55. All right. Next is James Gang Live in Concert. These are new arrivals, best offer. Sometimes on new arrivals, I'll go ahead and take offers. We've been expediting a lot of sealed stuff. And these are all new arrivals. They're clean checked and very nice. Non-check condition. So everything in here is EX or better. I've never seen this Buddy Miles. All the faces of Buddy Miles. A white label promo. $29.99. Never had that one before. War, The World is a Ghetto. That's $26.99. That one's always a pretty desirable title. War, United Artists, $26.99 on that. Also, we have Johnny Shines, Hey Bob Bob Bebop, live in concert. Johnny Shines is $19.99. Root Boy Slim and the Sex Change Band, that is $19.99. Root Boy Slim. And Gene Vincent, $24.99. That one's unusual. And then over here we got the Rolling Stones, and this is the Rolling Stones #2. It's known as 12 by 5 here in the States. In the UK, they called it number 2. It's mono. It's on this red light. Look at the vinyl shining on that one. Beautiful condition. I don't have a year for you. It's probably not OG, but it's a super nice copy in mono for $34.99. All right. James Taylor sold to Michael Knapp for $15. If anybody wants class of 55, a no bid for a sealed copy. What a deal. $15 if anybody wants that. $15 if anybody wants that. Brent Robley on the Gene Vincent. Thank you, Brent Robley. That is sold to you. I don't recall seeing that one too often. Brent also grabbing the Rolling Stones. Great decision there. And then sealed, class of 55. Carl Perkins, Jerry Lewis, Roy Orbison, and Johnny Cash. Johnny Cash. And Christina Curtis is going to grab that for just $15. Nice pickup. What else did John hand me over here for some sealed LPs? What else did he hand me over here for sealed LPs? He handed me one here. T-Bone Walker. I get so weary. I get so weary. That's a hard word for me to say. It looks like it's an early 80s pressing from Imperial reissue. $10 start on that. All right, next is Clifford Brown. Clifford Brown is $19.99. And Jethro Tull sitting on the park bench. Aqualung. Green Chrysalis label, $19.99. Sitting on the park bench, Kaja Gugu with their big hit, Too Shy. It's a 12-inch single, $14.99 for Kaja Gugu, Too Shy, $14.99. Also Kansas, their debut, and this sticker is supposed to go on the back of this one. Kansas is $19.99. That's their first album. All right, Jetstream, here is the 3/4 zip you wanted to see. It has a, here's the tag, Clubhouse Collection. Large, light blue, and then here is the actual manufacturer tag, large, and on the back it says 46 Pima cotton, P-I-M-A, 46 modal, and 8% spandex. Now, I'm no math expert, but that does not add up to 100%. 46 Pima cotton, 46 modal, and 8% spandex. $165. I've got larges in blue and green. Larges in blue and green. Masters Clubhouse Collection. Amanda Darby on Kaja Gugu. Thomas Clark, you were second. John McPatriot on Kansas's debut. Over here, Journey, looking to the future. Don't get this one very often. $29.99 for Journey. Red Columbia label. There's that. And we have Freedom Suite, The Rascals. $19.99. That is $19.99. That's 100. What did I say? 48, 48, and 6. Hold on a second. Oh my gosh. I'm thinking 48, 48. Okay. 46, 40. Y'all were right. See, I told you I wasn't a math major. My bad. Frank Zappa, Chic Your Booty. I was thinking 48, 48, and 6 or 8. Does that still equal 48, 48? 80, 16, 56, 96, and 6 would be 102. I don't know what I was thinking. My bad. See, I told y'all. I'm no math major. Shake Your Booty, $39.99. And we have Frank Sinatra, Point of No Return, $14.99. My bad. I was thinking, what's 48, 48, and 6? What's 48, 48, and 6? That's maybe what I was thinking. Okay, yep, sorry. Sorry. Yeah, don't let me be adding up y'all's invoices. Don't let me add up your invoices. Luckily, Square does it. Sinatra, the main event live. Sinatra's $14.99. And we have Janis Joplin Pearl. Janis Joplin's $34.99. What a clean copy there. Janis Joplin Pearl. Okay. So, Susie, you were second on Kansas. And then T-Bone Walker is one bid, and that's sold to Michael Knapp before that gets buried for $15. Yeah, I did a $2 Paul bump there. I don't know what I was thinking. I thought they messed that up. I was like, wow, 48, 48. It's 46, though. I had 48 on my brain. That was funny. Okay, so that's sold. Let me see what else I got over here. Let's see what else I got over here. All right, over here, we have Elton John, Honky Chateau. Nice, I'm a Rocket Man. Uni press with the envelope top. Nice, $34.99. And we have Greg Ken, rock and roll band. Greg Ken, 1999. Greg Ken, 1999. Also, the Jaggers, we went to different schools together. The Jaggers is 1699. The Jaggers, 1699. So actually, honestly, the truth is, through my junior year of college, I was borderline between pre-law major and mechanical engineering. And I had enough math, of course, math or engineering majors pretty much graduate with a math minor. And I actually I finished with a political science degree with a minor in pre-law. And I actually had enough credits where they gave me a minor in math because I had got through, I think I took through Calculus 2. And I'd had like all the other ones before that. And I guess statics counted and all that. So I think I'd got pretty much, if you graduate with mechanical engineering from Tech, you got a math minor. So I think I'd got through enough where I had such a weird thing. It's like political science pre-law with a minor in math. And I was like, wow, because if you take enough math up there, it doesn't take that many hours for them to say that, you know. So, but I don't know. I doubt I could sit down and formulate Calculus 2 right now. A lot of that has left my brain. Ryan Mustaine on Elton John. I don't have to worry about calculus too much every night here, fortunately. Probably some of the critical thinking helped me develop my brain, but other than that, I don't think I have to worry about calculus too much anymore. James Gang, 16 Greatest Hits, a 2 LP. This is nice in shrink wrap. It's a twofer for the price of one. As Seen on TV, $34.99, and ooh, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road, Elton John, 34. Nice. Original yellow inner sleeves. Super clean copy. Somebody just needs to go ahead and buy that right now. Average White Band, Person to Person. That's a 2 LP, $19.99. That's a superb OG copy of it. That was auction worthy, honestly. Trying to dig out some other stuff over here we possibly have for auction. What do I have here? Is this a Etta? Oh yeah, this is a Etta James CD box set. Etta James is the complete private music, blues, rock, and soul albums collection. So there's several Etta James there. I think these are through Life's Been Rough, Life Love, Matriarch of Blues, Burning Down the House, Let's Roll. $10 start on Etta James. 2, 4, 6, 7 albums and book. That's a $10 start. I have no idea where that came from. It's been laying back here behind me. Neil Young, Old Ways. That's one you don't see too often. $39.99. Neil Young and Willie Nelson and Family, Honeysuckle Rose, $24.99. Willie Nelson and Family, Honeysuckle Rose, $24.99. Etta James is now up for bid, 10, 10, 15. And Linda Ronstadt's Greatest Hits, $9.99. Yes, Michael, you got Elton John, Ian Hunter, All-American Alien Boy, $19.99. And Elvis, Moody Blue, $34.99. That's on blue vinyl. Does have some pretty noticeable cover wear on that one. Man, I'm trying to get over here to break away to go get that other crate of Master stuff. I'm just buried right now with stuff behind me. Let me try to finish this crate so I can clean up a little bit before I try to move other tubs over here. Next is Van Morrison, and that's a 2 LP, $39.99. Yeah, the Elton John had the original. It's the original tricolor, the original trifold jacket and the original yellow inner sleeve. So that was OG for that one for sure, just on that. And this is the original Fleetwood Mac, $29.99. All tracks previously unissued. That's on R&CBS label, $29.99. Etta James is at $25. And Frank Sinatra, Come Dance With Me, $14.99. Etta's at $25. What else do I have over here? Let's see. Where's that other box of sealed stuff at? This and that. Where's those signed country albums at? We might can try to run some of these. I've got some spare autographs over here that are probably needed to be ran. Let's see here. Here we go. Comedian, entertainer Ray Stevens. What else do I have over here? Sawyer Brown. That's pretty cool. Here we go, a couple signed albums here. Low Starts from Fred's collection we had authenticated. I'd like to move, and I bet at these prices they will. We'll start first with Sawyer Brown. Looks like it's fully signed too. Looks like Sawyer Brown is fully signed. CD 02718 12345, not personalized. Sawyer Brown, and this is going to go up for fully signed. I'm going to say, well, we'll start it for just $35. This is a $35 star. No Aussie toys tonight. No, only one duck came in, and the rest of them are on the way. I didn't want to just show one when there's already a waiting list, so we'll probably do it tomorrow. Let's get this in a new sleeve. That's Sawyer Brown, fully autographed, JSA authenticated, a $35 star, signed by the full lineup there. That's now up for bid. Okay, over here, the last question was Fleetwood Mac condition. Yeah, no condition notes on this. It does have cover damage up here where a sticker got pulled off. It does have some stray scuffs. It's probably closer to the EX Plus side rather than near mint minus, but it is nice. By the way, the Etta James box is at 30. I think it's up to Brent Robley. Michael Nath has it for 30 right now. And then over here, I've got Ian Hunter. All the good ones are taken. Ian Hunter, all the good ones are taken. And this is $19.99 for Ian Hunter. Also, Chicago 17, $14.99 on that. And this is Carlos Santana and Buddy Miles Live, $19.99. That is a gatefold, no condition notes. Fleetwood Mac take. That is sold to Michael Naff. Sawyer Brown, $35 start. Looks like the Etta James box set's about to sell for $30. We have Marshall Tucker, Together Forever. Marshall Tucker is $14.99. And this is Johnny Cash. And Johnny Cash is $9.99. Also, we have Fresh Air 6, Manaheim Steamroller. $14.99 for Fresh Air 6. David Suddy in on Sawyer Brown for $35. I mean, great value there. Already authenticated, full lineup. Next is Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps with Hey, Hey, My, Johnny Rotten. Rotten Johnny. Super clean copy, $34.99. And then over here, we got Pure Prairie League Live, Taking the Stage, 2LP, $24.99. Robert Barnett on Johnny Cash, Christina Curtis third, John McPatriot fourth. Another bid on Sawyer Brown for $35, so that's tied. The Etta James box sold to Michael Naff for $30. Fleetwood Mac was sold to Michael for $29.99. We've pulled that right, yep. We have Kathy Tricoli portfolio, which looks like it's a compilation, $14.99, and then Linda Carter is $19.99. Ray Stevens, signed by Ray Stevens. It's called Humpty Ramone. Is that what that says? Cracking Up. Ray Stevens is autographed, very nice signed, $35 star, and it's JSA authenticated, and that's going to go up for $35. Both of those from, well, I honestly don't know where Sawyer Brown came from, but I know Ray Stevens 100% came from Fred's collection. $35 start on that. Alrighty. And Linda Carter, yep, that's Wonder Woman. For those keeping score, that is Wonder Woman, yes. Wow. Okay. Yes, that's sold to Larry Smith for $15. No wonder she was Wonder Woman. That's sold to Larry Smith for $15. And let's read through these one more time. Oh, there's one more record in here. There's two more records. Kenny Rogers' Greatest Hits is $9.99, and Baby Grand is $14.99. And Queen, the Game, almost thought we were done. We weren't, though. Queen, the Game, $34.99. Very nice. Wonder Woman was kind of pretty, you know. I wonder why they made her Wonder Woman. Joe Sontag, just so you know, if you're done on Sawyer Brown, then I need to know you tied the first bidder. There was already a bid for $35, so it's up to you. Corey Ross on Kenny Rogers, that's sold to Corey Ross. Thank you, Corey Ross. All right, and I'm going to try those one more time, remind everybody what's left. And then I got to do a little bit of tidying up. I feel like I'm surrounded by merchandise, and I have nothing to sell. Does that make sense? So I've got crates, flip crates that haven't been tagged yet behind me. I've got crates of stuff that they brought me, like, hey, here's brand new miscellaneous stuff. I got empty crates. I got my laptop over here dangling on the edge of a table. And I've got stuff I've been wanting to go grab in the back for an hour, just trying to find a good breaking point. We're about to get into more discount crates. We got auctions to run. I've got a little bit of everything. So bear with me. I'm going to go ahead and read these through one more time. And next is Corey Ross, also on Queen, okay? Now, we have Sawyer Brown. He's out. Okay, so he was just in for that one bid. So David Suddy, that sold to you for $35. Nice pickup. That is sold for $35. Thank you on that. Done. That's sold. Okay. And then let's put that away. Shooby-doo-doo-bye. And then if anybody wants to pick up Ray Stevens for the buy it now, Cracking Up, signed by Ray Stevens, $35. We had a bunch of his signed stuff. I think Fred met him and got his entire discography sold. I bet we've sold 12 or 14 signed Ray Stevens albums. This one already comes verified by JSA. All right. There's that. Boom and boom. All righty. So let's go ahead and introduce something else here. 10 Years After, A Space and Time, $19.99. Also, James Gang Live in Concert. If you want a price, let me know. Buddy Miles, War, World is a Ghetto. Johnny Shines, Root Boy Slim, Clifford Brown, Jethro Tull, Aqualung, Journey, The Rascals, Zappa, Shake Your Booty, Sinatra, Point of No Return, Sinatra Again, Janis Joplin, Pearl, Greg Kihn Band, The Jaggers, and let's pause on the James Gang's Greatest Hits while I go ahead and put up this sealed Bill Withers. Oh, here we go. I know where some other stuff is. Bill Withers is sealed. Now, there's a break in the shrink wrap up here, probably where the price tag. It is kind of loose and broken, but it is sealed. $10 start on that. Ryan Mustaine on War. That's sold to Ryan Mustaine. And then we had this in the New Arrivals bin the other night in Metal Night, and it didn't sell. So guess what? It's a $15 start, sealed. $15 start. Alice in Chains Live Unofficial from 2006. And that was priced for a lot more. So there it is. Now we have Ray Stevens is a $35 buy it now. Comes authenticated from JSA. There's the matching code. And there's the JSA card. 35. Okay, War is already sold. Somebody already grabbed that. Michael Nath has been on both auctions already. And now we have Average White Band, Person to Person. $19.99 on Average White Band. Neil Young, Always. Or excuse me, Old Ways. Hadn't seen that one in a while come through. $39.99. These are our best offer. Don't hesitate. Whitney Nelson, Honeysuckle Rose. That's $24.99. Also over here, we had Linda Ronstadt's Greatest Hits. We have Ian Hunter, All-American Alien Boy. Elvis, Moody Blue. Van Morrison, Frank Sinatra. Ian Hunter again. Buddy Miles, Chicago. Marshall Tucker. Fresh Air, Neil Young, Rust. Never Sleeps, Pierre Perry League, Kathy Tricoli, and Baby Grand. All right. So just one bid on the sealed Bill Withers. Going once, going twice. Susie said she would do 30 on this Neil Young here. Sell that to Susie for 30. Now Alice in Chains is at 30. That's where we're at on both of those. Okay. Let me see what I can condense and put away and tag and show. And let me work on some of that right now. That was the last one in there. That's my trash box. I'm now using a cardboard box because I filled up my trash can already. And I'm about to probably dig out some surprises. So if I was you, I wouldn't go anywhere. Stephen Parton on Linda Ronstadt for $7. Sell that to Stephen Parton for $7. Where's Linda? Thank you on that. All right. So it's up to Mortgage Guy Rob on AIC. And puzzles. That's actually New Arrivals. Okay, so what's in my way here? New vinyl, the newest new vinyl from tonight. I'm going to go ahead and stack this right here. Okay. Done. And then let me move one crate. That was our check condition stuff, right? Yep. I'm going to condense that with this crate. Free up some space here. I love freeing up space. One of my passions. Especially when you're limited on space. You got to make the best out of it every square inch. Plus, this used to be an antique mall building, and I used to rent little booths for $300-400 a month where people could sell stuff. Some were $100. Some people rented big booths. I had one guy paying as much as $575 a month for rent when I had an antique mall here. And so now I tell everybody, hey, this one booth here, I used to get $575 a month in rent out of it. So if we keep all this stuff stored in here for 3 months, that means we've paid storage cost another $1,500 just to store all this stuff over here. And I try to motivate everybody here to process and get as much stuff out as fast as possible, because some of these corners have had records stored for like a year and we hadn't touched them. And I was like, well, that's probably the equivalent of storage costs. We've probably paid another $3,000 or $4,000 for these records just to store them in here, not counting other expenses. So I'm always like, let's get it processed, new collection. Let's start selling off all the big stuff as fast as possible. Fast as possible. Bill Withers is called Adjustments. It's a sealed record. It's sealed, and it has one bid with Michael Knaff for $15. And he also has Alice in Chains for $35. All right, I'm kind of moving some empty crates around right quick. Let me do that. Empty crates. Purple rain, purple rain. Empty crates, empty crates. You sing that in the same tune. Sing me a song, I'm the piano man. All right. All right. All right. All right. Okay. Let's put this stuff away right here. Bear with me. I'm going to be talking to myself for a few more seconds. Don't go anywhere. Let me tag this in here. Boom. Let me move some stuff around. Oh, traffic jam. Let me move this crate in here. Bear with me. Don't go anywhere. Bear with me. Okay. Let's put this away. Empty box. Toss it. Toss it. Empty box. Toss it. Let's toss it over here by the back door. It's going to take up a lot of space for a second. Tossed. Empty box gone. How's everybody doing? Rest in peace, Ozzy. Sad day for the music industry. Welcome, everybody. Chad's doing 10 o'clock. Is it 10 o'clock? I bet it's 10 o'clock. If it's 10 o'clock, that's probably why I'm cleaning up. Yeah, exactly. It's 10 o'clock. I usually do it at 10 or 11, depending on how much new arrivals we have. So I'm doing it here at 10. It's about time. It's about that time. So that's what I'm doing. Cleaning up, organizing, making space so I can figure out what's all here. There's that. There's that. Okay. Boom. Kenny Rogers' greatest hits is gone. Question on Alice in Chains. Let me go ahead and sell this to Michael Knaff for $15 before I get too busy and it gets really buried. Michael Knaff's had that forever, just one bid for $15. Now, Alice in Chains was, because they're still bidding, it's at $40 with Michael Knaff, now $42. It ain't like that. Junkhead again, Damn That River, We Die Young, Them Bones, No Excuses, Rooster Wood, Man in the Box. 2006 festival, at Rock AM Ring Festival, and Corey has it for $42, okay? I went ahead and sold that. These were new arrivals from last night. Those are okay right now for right here for right now. Let me move them right over here for right now for this. Still trying to sell Gene Simmons from last night, $24.99. He is unglued, but he's still basically new or best offer. Gene Simmons, I'm going to prop him up right back there next to the Masters coffee mug. If anybody wants to make an offer on the Masters mug, be my guest. $45 is what I was asking for that. I'm going to keep the other Masters stuff handy in case somebody changes their mind, because I'm actually making space so I can go get the other stuff I've been talking about over here in the back. I think it's right behind Ed's desk, and that's where I'm about to head. I'm going to lay all this other Masters stuff, though, somewhere safe and clean and nice and neat. Let me just go ahead and put it over here for right now, right next to me. Don't want any of this to hit the floor. All right. And there's the other crate of new arrivals. We just went through those. Awesome. So crate of new, crate of this, crate of that. And then I'm about to show the Laura stuff that came in one more time before it gets condensed over here with the other new vinyl.
and the other stuff that Laura marked tonight one more time before it gets condensed in the new vinyl. Pretty solid show. We've already filled up 6 crates of vinyl tonight. I hadn't even got into discounts, which really expedite sales when I get into those, because we start doing stuff for half off and $6.99, etc., etc. So empty crate. Let's move these right over here. Little tower going. Oh man, so much more room now. Whew, I can breathe. I can breathe. I gotta finish selling off this KISS stuff next Monday. I never did get to those bumper stickers and stuff like that. That will be stacked up over here for one more week at least. All right, what was this? Okay, done. Now, let's go through these one more time. Some of the newest vinyl that came in. And let's make a note. I'll leave that on Ed's. When I walk to Ed's desk, I'll leave that back there for him. There's one more Masters item I got to tag. Okay. So, he's out. Final call for 47. Let's read through these new titles one more time. Let's put up another auction. And we got Soundgarden coming up next. This was another one like, I think some stuff Laura marked for Thursday Metal Night. Out of all the crates, there was like 3 left. That one, and then this one. And we're going to put this up for a $15 start. It does have a seam split right here, but it's a nice copy. No condition notes, 2022. It's super unknown, 180 gram, Spoon Man, Black Hole Sun, Soundgarden for just a $15 start. $15 start on Soundgarden. Alice in Chains is sold to Corey Ross for $47. Sold to Corey Ross for $47. Now Soundgarden, a $15 start over there. And did you get a chance to pull the records on the same Devin Meadows and say they were mine? I did not. I haven't actually got to tell Ed that I got updates for those. I will text him. They might have made notes during the sale and let him know. I usually say make a reminder and share it with Ed. So essentially they make out a little sticky note reminder and leave it on his desk. I did not get to talk to him today. I think he leaves early on Tuesdays, because he's usually late here for the rest of the week to kind of balance out his hours. So here's the rest of the new vinyl that came in this week. Final recap of anything new for tonight. This is the last crate before I pretty much start doing discount stuff for the rest of the night. Okay? So let's get started right here. And then I have Drain. That's Living Proof for $29.99. Also Romance, Fontaines, DC, Fontaines. That's $33. And then this was Clips, Let God Sort 'Em Out. Clips was $29.99. Aphex Twins, this is Richard D. James album, $36.99 on that. Earl Sweatshirt, some rap songs, $33.99 for Earl Sweatshirt. Cockatoo Twins, Heaven or Las Vegas was $33.99. Title Fight, Shed was $33.99. And then Lana Del Rey, NFR, $46.99 for Lana Del Rey. Vince Staples, Summertime 06 for $33.99. That's a gatefold. I have 2 available. Caroline Polachek on copper vinyl. Desire, I Want to Turn Into You. That's available for $29. And then Kendrick Lamar, To Pimp a Butterfly, a 10th anniversary edition on colored vinyl for $49. Aim on the Sniffers is $29. And then the pre-owned stuff was Creed, My Own Prison, metallic silver vinyl. It does have a seam split up here. Creed is sealed for $34.99. And then Rolling Stones, Hackney Diamonds on diamond clear colored vinyl, $29.99. Sherry Darnell on a Lana Del Rey. Thank you, Sherry Darnell. So this was some pre-owned, but some of it's sealed. Pre-owned sealed Creed, same thing for the Stones. Aha, Hunting High and Low, the demos, a record store day. That's sealed for $24.99. And then Shawn Mendes, handwritten. Shawn Mendes is sealed. That's $19.99. Foo Fighters, Things to Do in Stockholm. That's an unofficial 2 LP for $29.99. And Ready to Be, and this is twice. It's a Target exclusive, unopened for $14.99. Everything in there is, yes, available. Yes, it's available. I love saying that. It's available. That means you should go ahead and buy it while it's available. Laura's trying to tell you right now, you better buy it while it's available before it's not available. Next is Alice in Chains, Jar of Flies. Jar of Flies, the remaster shrink hype inner sleeve, $15 start, $15 start. Michael Nath on Foo Fighters. So Creed is a first time ever on vinyl. So this album came out, of course, in 97. I think this is a couple years old, maybe 2 or 3, but it's the first time ever it was on vinyl, and it was a Walmart exclusive, silver, and it is got one seam split at the top, or crackle as I call it. This is where the disc has kind of tried to puncture through. $34.99. And Jar of Flies is at 15, and Soundgarden's at 33. Noah has high bids on both right now. He has high bids on both right now. Okay, let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Wonder what they did with my 2 crates, boxes. I bet they're over here. Okay, that's empty. Get that out of the way. Has this got vinyl in it? Aha. Okay. Yeah, we're about to do some $6.99 vintage stuff. If I can just get to the boxes, that will be the next best thing for me to do. So let me try my best to negotiate over here. All right, I am digging out a crate here to go through. Actually, it's a white BCW box, and I'm going to transfer it into a crate. We're going to do some $6.99 stuff here like we did last night. Try my best to just make sure this is what I wanted to go through. Yeah, I mean, I really hadn't checked any of these. It's just I'm just going to crate some stuff up and go through it for $6.99, okay? So Soundgarden was a final call to Noah for $33. Alice in Chains got bids for $15 and then $25. Okay, and then Jeremy Bryant wants Aim on the Sniffers. That was that last copy of that. Ryan Mustaine on Creed, My Own Prison. That's sold to Ryan Mustaine. And now Soundgarden has a new bid for $34. So Noah, you're outbid on both auctions. Jar of Flies just as Jar of Flies, no sap. The sap double pack is the music on vinyl pressing, which is pretty dang pricey. And Juanita has that for $25, and Michael has Soundgarden for $34. Let's move this. We're about to go through a lot of vintage stuff over here for $6.99. And basically, I'm going to transfer them from this box in here. Let's try to get all these sold. Chad needs some water and another Monster. Chad needs this. He needs a lot of stuff. Let me get my camera good and straight here. Okay. Favorite Sabbath song, Who Is Next? Not mine. No, probably Sweet Leaf. Okay. More 90s. I hope I can find more. I hope I can find more. The rest of the show is going to be a lot of random, just here's this, here's that, okay? And discount vinyl and discount vintage. It's going to be a lot of, here's this, here's that. $6.99, half off, buy it now, best offer. That kind of stuff. All right, that's enough for now. Everything in here is $6.99, and I'm about to finally, I know I've been saying it for an hour, but I've got room now to go get it, that other crate of Master stuff, or tub, okay? So hopefully Brent and Nick Bargeron and everybody that was wanting that is still watching. All right, he's out on Soundgarden, so Michael Hamburger, you get that for $34. Coins are like once a month, yeah. Sunday is kind of my day off from streaming. I'm usually here working, and then Paul does Sunday shows. So it's usually about once a month. It gives us time to buy stuff and get it built up. And now we're about to sell Allison chains to Noah for $30. Juanita, just so you know, you were outbid, okay? And we're about to sell that. Everything in here is $6.99. Even Rabbit Broken Arrows, $6.99. Also, we have John Stewart Willard. John Stewart is $6.99. Same price here for Red Eye, and that is $6.99. Red Eye. Also, this is Alès Lido, and that's a French music hall album from '77. Interesting. $6.99 on that. And Richie Havens, The End of the Beginning, $6.99 for Richie Havens. Robert Warner on Rabbit. You heard me correctly. Everything in here is $6.99. Same price for Small Hours, the anthology, 2003 UK sealed. Wow, huge markdown on that for $6.99. Arrogance, Suddenly. Arrogance is from 1980. It's $6.99. And Songs in Spanish for Children. This is $6.99. Same price here for Oops, The Swinging Sounds of Bill Doggett, $6.99 on that. And we have Jim Kruskin, and that is $6.99, Lives Again. Juanita's back in on Jar of Flies for $33. Noah, it goes back to you if you want to bid again. Coming out of nowhere, I got a Tracy Chapman. We've Got a Fast Car. It's an 88 USOG specialty with the original inner sleeve, VG Plus condition, a $45 start. Over here, we have the original soundtrack from John Steinbeck's East of Eden mini television series, 1981, $6.99. Also, the original hits, past and present. Original hits is $6.99, past and present. Chad and Jeremy, Distant Shores. Chad and Jeremy is $6.99. And Barefoot Jerry, Keys to the Country. Barefoot Jerry, $6.99. That's on the Monument label, $6.99. Another Barefoot Jerry, Barefoot and sealed for $6.99. Hopefully Michael Ruttman's watching, and he'll buy all the sealed stuff because he was doing that last night. I need him to step up tonight. Michael Ruttman, where are you? Also over here, we have Dave Baby Cortez and his Happy Organ. That is now $6.99. And the Jubilee 4 on TV, the favorite songs from the Jimmy Dean Show. That's a 63 white label promo, $6.99 for the Jubilee 4. Tracy Chapman has a bid for $45. Allison Chains is at $35. Vern Gotson, Till the End. Vern Gotson is $6.99. And Porgy and Bess, Showboat. Eric Steele and his orchestra. That's on this Black Mercury label, VG for $6.99. Liza Minnelli, no condition notes on Liza Minnelli. Odor Capital record there, very nice. Liza Minnelli, Judy Garland's daughter, $6.99. And Roddy Barrack Room Ballads, Baldy Barrack Room Ballads, that's $6.99. And the Baker Groovitz Army, that's Ginger Baker from Cream, $6.99. Juanita, let me know if you want back in on Allison Chains. Now Tracy Chapman's, a final call to Ryan Mustaine for $45. Adam Bernardi on Liza Minnelli. That is sold to Adam Bernardi. Over here we have Ozone, Little Susie. That's in VG condition, $6.99. Adam Bernardi on French. Was that for the French record too? This one here from earlier? Or was that something else? French. I'll make sure and confirm on that one. A History of New Orleans Rhythm and Blues. That's a compilation for $6.99. And we have a Billy Joe interview album. Big discount on this one. It's a Billy Joe. I think it plays snippets from songs and interview with him. $6.99. And Chad's going to have to take a drink of water right quick. So let me do that right now. Time out, please. Alrighty, that was much needed. It's hot back here. Our air conditioner's not working tonight, so it's gonna expedite my hydration, or it's gonna increase the frequency of it. Arrogance, yeah, that was a big No, that's not the record I'm thinking of. Arrogance, yeah. Either way, though, nice. That was more than half off now, so that sold to David Suddy for $6.99. But before all that, we had the French record, which was this one. That sold to Adam Bernardi. Okay, Michael Nath on New Orleans for $6.99. Diego Sanchez on Ginger Baker. David Suddy on Arrogance. Preston second. And Michael Nath on Billy Joel. So, Ryan Mustaine, you're out on Tracy Chapman. Let's go ahead and sell this to Noah. Jar of Flies is sold for $35. And now Tracy Chapman, the last bid on that came in. Tracy was Ryan Mustaine at $45. And then Travis Woods, $46. 38 special, tour de force. Just some writing on the cover, but just $6.99 on 38 special. That's available. And Carole King, Welcome Home. Carole King is $6.99. Neil Young and the Blue Notes. This note's for you. $6.99 for Neil Young. Great deal on that. And Weather Report is $6.99. Did you say Susie Quattro? I've actually said Susie Quattro a bunch tonight. But far as this crate here, not in here. I've said Susie Quattro, though, 4 or 5 times tonight. Michael Nath on Carole King. That is sold to Michael Nath. And then Amanda Darby on Small Hours. Amanda Darby on Small Hours. Small Hours. This back here, that's sold Amanda Darby. That's the one that was a significant markdown. It was originally marked for $40. Eric Van Leuven on Neil Young. Adam Bernardi on Weather Report. Robert second on Neil Young. And then Travis Woods, $50. Allison Chains was near mint. Near mint on Allison Chains. Yeah, no condition notes. All right, what else do we have over here? What are those sleeves? Yep. Yes. And then what is that? Under the Cover Group Love. What is this? Under the Covers Group Love. I have no idea. Sealed Under the Covers, $10 start. Group Love Under the Covers, sealed, $10 start. That's now up for bid. Diego was next on Weather Report and Mick Samey on Ozone. All right, nice. Everything in here is $6.99. First thing we have is the Jaggers. We went to different schools together. That's in shrink wrap, $6.99. That's on the Kama Sutra label. The Kids from Fame, music from the NBC TV series, $6.99 on that. Also, another Weather Report, this time Sport and Life. That Weather Report is $6.99. And we have Experience Aspara's evocative New Age jazz music from Japan, $6.99. Also, Thank God It's Friday. That's a 2 LP, $6.99 on that. And Spain's Los Bravos featuring Bring a Little Love and Black is Black. VG Condition, $6.99. Adam Bernardi strikes first on Weather Report. That's sold to Adam Bernardi for $6.99. And Augie Myers, my main squeeze, Augie Myers, $6.99. And Golden Greats, Tommy Rowe, Joe South, Billy Joe Rule, that's now $6.99. Michael Nath on Japan. That was Japan. Jaggers, maybe. And then Phantom Canuck on Thank God It's Friday. The Jazz. That was... this here. Yes, that's sold to Michael Nath. Thank you. Also, we have the Salvation Company, Earl of Ralston. That is now $6.99. My camera... I bumped it more tonight than I have in weeks. Sorry for the shakiness. Also, the Hometown Band, a promo sticker on the front, $6.99. Jeremy Bryant has a Group Love for $10. Michael Wood second on Thank God It's Friday. Mustaine, you're out on Tracy Chapman. Travis has it for $65. Greg Smith got 38 special. Everything in here is $6.99. I probably have, when I go through these, I'm going to show them again. We're going to try to bundle them. And then I'm going to fill up the crate again. And I probably can do this like 3 or 4 more times to try to sell off some stuff over here. We actually found an old stash of records that I think was up front at one point. And now we need to try to get them sold, okay? Next was Steve Biddlecombe on GG. And that was for Golden Greats. And what's the original hits details? Okay, so you do want Golden Greats, though. So the other one was original hits. That was that back here? Yeah, the original hits, past and present. It's on Liberty. So Liberty Artist. I'll go ahead and tell you, it doesn't really say if it's mono or stereo. It has the Ventures and Johnny Burnett and the Fleetwoods. It's clean though, just a little bit of cover wear, $6.99 on that. All right, Tracy Chapman still getting bids. I don't sell these typically for less than 100, even since it's been reissued. Mo Kaufman, Museum Pieces. Mo Kaufman's a 1978 promo. That's a fusion album, jazz fusion rock album. Tim Scott, The High Lonesome Sound, $6.99. Biddlecombe says he'll take the original hits. Thank you, Steve Biddlecombe. We have Mink DeVille, Coup de Grace, $6.99 on Mink DeVille. And Ask the Lord, Hip Sway, a 12-inch single, $6.99 on that. All right, so Group Love is sold for $10. And that is sold for $10 to Jeremy Bryant for $10. Thank you. That was a laying over here. That's gone now. The Best of Mahalia Jackson. That is $6.99. A 2 LP, Hymn Spiritual Songs of Inspiration. Willoughby's Lament, Bob Brown, a 1971 on the Stormy Forest. I know another artist on Stormy Forest, Richie Havens. It was originally $34.99, now $6.99. Tracy Chapman's at $85 with Woods. It's back to Ryan Mustaine. Over here we have The Denning Sisters, Volume 2. That's now $6.99. Same price for Liza Minnelli Four-Sider. That's now $6.99. Liza Minnelli Four-Sider. Also, The Meters. No, that's the who? The Metros. The Metros. 86 sealed. $6.99 on the Metros. Same price here for Lou Waters' Verba Buena Jazz Band. That is $6.99. And also, we have David Essex, On Tour, 1976 UK. $6.99, and Mercy D GI Fever, an 85 Sweden, $6.99. So Steve, you don't need Golden Greats, or you do? Or you do need original hits? I'm putting it, so you said I have that one. So you don't need original hits, right? I'll put it back in the crate then. Adam Bernardi on Liza Minnelli, Four-Sider, okay? Tracy Chapman has a new bid for $86. Let's see what else I got laying around here. Let's see what else I got laying around here. Only 2 no bids tonight. I mean, I really don't have to put up auctions. I just like having stuff back there. I need to go grab that tub of 45s that John showed me. Just go get a big handful out of that and just put those up for $5 start auctions. We only did one, and it was Johnny Cash. Well, I do have Ozzy, but we were going to test play it because it's been juked. It was in a jukebox. So, I mean, we can run it, but if y'all know what a juke does, so a lot of records and jukeboxes get juked, and that's what it looks like. It's from just the mechanical movements in the jukebox. So unless you got a really fine, oiled, not literally, but just a really good mechanical jukebox that doesn't do this to your records, a lot of 45s get juked. It just where they scuff up against the hardware and stuff. So it's non-feelers. It will probably play. I've test played a bunch of these. They test play VG Plus. It's just surface scuffing. It's called juked. But it is an original Ozzy 1991 Mom, I'm Coming Home and Don't Blame Me. So I was going to put that up at some point, but it's laying right here next to me. Why don't we go ahead and put it up right now? So it's Mom, I'm Coming Home. But buyer beware, it has been juked, so it has a lot of, you can see it right there. That's, you know, if you ever buy a jukebox, just be aware your 45s are probably being damaged. That's why a lot of times if you do listen to some of them, it sounds like they're VG condition, probably because they are. So that's going to go up for a $5 start. Ozzy, Mama, I'm Coming Home, an original 1991 single. $5 start for Ozzy. Now what for bid? So Larry Smith gets original hits. So Steve, you did not want this, right? I'm going to go ahead and tag it to Larry Smith then. And then yes, but yes. Okay, he did say yes. So that is sold to Larry Smith. Never mind. And then Trez Dabney wants Bad Religion and The Offspring. Now, Trez, I don't know if you're watching live, but you're a little late, but I still have those in stock, okay? And now we have Tracy Chapman at $95. Let me go ahead and pull those for Trez Dabney, though. He wants Bad Religion and The Offspring. That was in the previous crate of new stuff, but I still have them. Let me do a little switcherooing. I've got those, though. And And let me go get some more other 45s we can auction. Great late night auctions are $5 start 45s, right? I love 5 and 7, and maybe even $10 start 45s, depending on the title. So Trez Dabney gets these two here, these two boots, sold to Trez Dabney. And okay, so quick read through here. Trez, I got you for both of those, thank you. And then here's what's left for $6.99, and then I really need to do a bundle deal with somebody, okay? I really need to do a bundle deal. Ozzy has two $20 bids. O'Doul was in first. They're still bidding on Tracy Chapman. Here's what's left for $6.99. John Stewart, Red Eye, Richie Haven, Songs in Spanish for Children, Bill Doggett, Jim Queskin, East of Eden soundtrack, Chad and Jeremy, Distant Shores, Barefoot Jerry Sealed, Dave Baby Cortez at the organ, the Jubilee 4, White Label promo, Vern Godson, Porgy and Bess, Showboat, Eric Steele, Body Barrack Room Ballads, The Jaggers, The Kids from Fame, Augie Myers, Spain's Los Bravos, The Salvation Company, Earl of Rooston, The Hometown Band, Mo Kaufman Museum Pieces, Tim Scott, The High Lonesome Sound, Mink DeVille, Ask the Lord, Hip Sway, The Best of Mahalia Jackson, Willoughby's Lament, The Denning Sisters, The Metros, Lou Waters, Verba Buena Jazz Band, David Essex, and Mercy D, GI Fever. I'm going to step to the back and try to find that tub of master stuff right now. I think it's over here by Ed's desk. So let me go grab this. Let me step back here to the back and try to find this. Wait a minute. There might be some stuff over here too. Yeah, we might can do that a little bit later. But somewhere back here, I think it's next to his desk, we should have a tub of some master stuff. I think my mic's still working. Back here is Laura working on tomorrow's auctions. Aha. I have found it. I'm gonna grab the miscellaneous stuff first. Like this hat, these hats, this cup, and maybe some more ball markers. Yeah. Here we go. Nice. And I think I just sold some of this stuff, so let me check prices. I'll probably do 15, 20% less for y'all, so we don't have to pay eBay fees. Plus, I'm paying shipping. And make claims out of there because I'm about to offer this as a bundle. Okay, I'm about to offer all that as a bundle, just FYI. First, Ozzy has a new bid for $23. Preston Rose on Augie. I remember seeing that right here. That's sold to Preston Rose. Amanda Darby on W-I or L. Willoughby's Lament. Right, Amanda Darby, W-L. Okay, and then condition on Lou Waters when you get a second. Lou Waters has no condition notes. Good Time Jazz, very clean. Travis Woods on Baby Cortez. That was right in this area of the crate. That's sold to Travis Woods. Tracy Chapman 110 and Tracy Chapman 115. So Ozzy, Mama I'm Coming Home, jukebox condition, VG Plus. It's been juked. I said it would test play, or it would probably play around VG Plus because of that. Those aren't feelers. They're just where it was in a jukebox. Probably some scuffing, or it is scuffing. That's what they call those. Yeah, 45's on deck. And they're having a small war over here for Tracy Chapman, a true OG. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to count these, and let's offer them as a bundle, okay? And we got to sell them. I'm going to do a whole nother crate. Hopefully the bundlers are about to rise to the occasion. That's going to be a great price. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. There's 29 records in there. Come on, John Barry. Where's John Barry at? Is he watching tonight? Come on, John Barry. That's what we were singing last night. 29 records, just $85. $85 for 29 records. That's $2.93 a piece. 85 records, 29 records, $85, okay? And when I come back, I'm going to sell Susie the Aussie. A couple people asked. I want to make sure everybody had plenty of time to bid. 23 on that. Mama, I'm coming home. All right, let me check the prices on these Masters items. Hopefully Jetstream and Brent hadn't went to bed on me. It's possible, but it's my fault probably for taking so long. All right, so this hat here is, let's see here. I will sell this hat to y'all right now. This is a good hat too. $55. $55, very cool. It says Crow's Nest. Brand new with tags, Augusta National, Masters. Of course, the Crow's Nest, that's where the amateurs sleep the week of the, inside the clubhouse, the week of the Masters. Crow's Nest. Rope hat, brand new. Those are $55, okay? 55. I've got two of those. Crow's Nest. Same price for 2024. We sold a 2023 earlier, right? Here's 2024. Scheffler. Yeah, we know we sold a 2024 earlier tonight. Yeah. $55, 2024 Masters. Brand new with tags. Very nice. There's two more Masters hats, just FYI. I'll set that right back there, catch everybody's attention. Susie, you get Aussie. Let's sell that to Susie. And that's sold to Susie for $23. Info on Tracy Chapman. Info on Tracy Chapman is the following. An 88 USOG specialty with the original on her sleeve, VG Plus condition. OG, we've got a fast car. Okay? And then over here, we have Crow's Nest. That's sold to Jetstream for $55. Thank you. Glad you're still watching. I got one Crow's Nest left and two 2024 Masters, okay? These are pretty collectible right now. Do I still have them active? Let's see here. I've sold a few sets. These are also $35. And these are really cool ball markers. Look at that. It looks like a pimento cheese sandwich. It looks like a bag of potato chips. That's 4 more very collectible ball markers there from the Masters. Those are $35 on the ball markers. $35 on the ball markers. And this is, let me see. I think I just got an offer on this not too long ago. No, somebody wanted to know the size of it. Yeah. Y'all can see that right now. So yeah, 79, 55. This is also $55. $55 as well. This is a Masters tumbler, I guess you call this. Tervis. Very cool. Has like a cross stitching inside of the plastic there. So tumbler, ball markers, and hat. Okay. It's up to Mustang on the Tracy Chapman. We're missing one comment. Somebody has not said bundle sold yet. 85 record, 29 records, $85. We got to get these sold. We got to get those sold. We got to get those sold. We got to get those sold. Who's going to step up before we do another $6.99 crate? Who's going to step up? $85, 29 records. It's up to Mustang on the Tracy Chapman. Let's see what else we can put up for auction right over here. Wow, they've laid this over here next to me. This looks like a really cool piece. Have to get this authenticated. Looks like it's signed, Errol Smith. That's pretty cool. That's something new. That's laying over here underneath my computer. Didn't even see that, really. That looks like a pretty cool piece. Man, y'all are killing me. All right, let's go through another crate then. Maybe we can bundle the next crate with these. No bundlers on tonight? Golly. Man. No bundlers on tonight? Golly. Man. I'm trying. All right, before anybody else falls asleep, I better get back at it then. Let me grab another one and we'll start with a fresh batch then. Golly, man. And now, Travis, you're back out on that, just FYI. What is this giant thing here? This is a, what is this? Oh, it's the Ozzy box. See you on the other side. Wow. Okay. We got one of those for Thursday night. That's going to be a 4-time air horn when that thing sells. Yeah. It should bring around 2,000 Thursday night. There's that. All right. Boom. Let's go ahead and put these up here. And let's do some more. 133, 135, 133, 135. All right. Morning. Nobody's went to bundle. Aussie sadness makes nobody want to bundle tonight. That makes me sad. I understand though. Yep. Makes me sad too. All right, another stack of miscellaneous. Mama, Mama, I'm coming home. Okay. Aerosmith drumsticks, not for sale until we get authenticated. And they'll probably be put up for auction in the future. Missed the price on Pimento Ball Mark. $35. $35. And he wants to swap out Green Masters for Crow's Nest. Okay. Green Masters for Crow's Nest. I can do that. Green Masters for Crow's Nest. You got it. Jetstream wants the ball markers. Sold. All right, let's do some more. Let's do some fresh new $6.99 stuff. Tracy Chapman has sold to Travis Woods for $135. Here's some signed stuff over here that I'm willing to show. Some of it I'm already showed. Oh, here's some stuff too. I'm on the hunt for auctions, and I forgot about all this. See, all you got to do is peel back the layers, and you'll find stuff in this place. You just got to be patient. You peel back enough layers, and you're going to find exactly what I was looking for here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I found these in the back all together, and I said, holy moly, this is what I'm looking for right here. And then let's grab this right here and see if it's nice. Folks, we have an instant Barry Manilow collection for you, okay? Instant Barry Manilow collection. I think Michael, one of the ball markers. Is that what I said? Michael Nath, right? Michael Nath on the ball markers. Yes, Michael Nath on the ball markers. Jetstream got the 2024 hat. So we got Barry Manilow trying to get the feeling. Barry Manilow 2. Barry Manilow, this one's for you. These are all super nice too. Barry Manilow self-titled. Barry Manilow One Voice, that's sealed. Barry Manilow Live. And Barry Manilow 1. Instant Barry Manilow collection, $15 start. All of those together for a $15 start. Instant Manilow collection. Now up for start. Or now up for bid. And then I've got a Police Synchronicity that looked pretty nice. I found in the back. I was going to check the color of vinyl. Original inner sleeve. Another Suburban Family Monday. Purple vinyl. OG purple vinyl. $15 start on the Police. Very nice copy. That's our next couple auctions. Everything in here is $6.99. Let me show a few and then I'll go get some 45s. Wow, $6.99 on the Mighty Caesars. Big markdown on that. Mighty Caesars is $6.99. We have the Rhythm Hogs Hangover Mornings. That's a 1991 press for $6.99. Barry Manilow has a bid for $15. Les and Mary Elger Sound Ideas. That's VG for $6.99. William Drugovich on the Mighty Caesars. Thank you on that. Cat Stevens Catch Bullet 4. Cat Stevens VG Plus $6.99. Both auctions have bids for $15. In Flight George Benson. George Benson is $6.99, and Rabbit. Rabbit is EX condition. That is $6.99. A Croak and a Grunt in the Night. I think we sold a Rabbit earlier to Robert Warner. There's another one. Gary U.S. Bond, Standing in the Line of Fire. That is $6.99. And we have, look, A.P. Carter and the Carter Family. $6.99, okay? And we have Police 15, Barry Manilow 15, Final Call. Purple Vinyl Police. Last one I said purple, sure looked black to me. You got to hold it up to light. Oh, yeah, it looks black for sure. Most people have no idea. It looks 100% black, right? Steven, you got to hold it up to a light. Like I'm literally holding it up to our light bulbs up here in the ceiling, and it turns purple. It's an audiophile grade vinyl. It always looks black. It doesn't actually look purple. It's a audiophile grade of purple translucent vinyl. So the one you got, if you go get it out and hold it up to like a light source, maybe I can hold it up to my flashlight on my phone. Let's see here. Yeah, it's like the audiophile. Let's see. Yeah, you can kind of, I don't know if y'all can see that or not. It's kind of turning purple. So you got to hold it up to a strong light. So yeah, it's Qui-X purple vinyl. They used an audiophile grade on that. That's why they sound so good. It sounds really good. All right, so Police, one bid 15. Barry Manilow 20. Robert Warner on A.P. Carter. Police Condition. And then Show the Manilows again. And then Police 16. Okay, so here's what I need to do. Let me show two more records out of here. We got Rock and Soul 62. This is a compilation of music from 1962 on the ABC label, like John Lee Hooker, Boom Boom, Duke of Earl, Gene Chandler, $6.99. Okay, so first, this is all Barry Manilow being sold together. Barry Manilow 1, Barry Manilow Live, Barry Manilow One Voice, that one's sealed. Barry Manilow Self-Titled, Barry Manilow This One's For You, Barry Manilow 2, Barry Manilow Trying to Get the Feeling. Those are now at $25 with Michael Nath. The Police Synchronicity is OG Purple Vinyl, EX Plus, Near Mint Minus, and a nice jacket. The high bid is $16. The high bid is $16. Everything in here, Michael Nath Gets Rock, is all $6.99. First thing we have is Teenage Rock and Roll Party. That is $6.99, Teenage Rock and Roll Party. And Robert Goulet on Broadway. Robert Goulet, $6.99. Also, Chess Rockabilly, Just Go Wild Over Rock and Roll. That's $6.99, a Chess Rockabilly compilation. And the Leroy Brothers, Forget About the Danger, Think of the Fun. That's what I say every time I go start this live stream. This is sealed for $6.99. We have Denise on Teenage and Michael Nath on Chess. But before I officially pull those, our crate over here is full. So let's do a little switcheroony, okay? Let's do a little switcheroony and fill up another one over here. Done. Let me put these ball markers over here in the miscellaneous sold. Miscellaneous sold. There's that. There's that. Let's put this away, put that away. And there's that. Okay. Sorry. A lot of awkward. All the ball markers and hats don't stack as good as CDs do. They do not stack as good as CDs do. So I'm trying to get a good area here to put all that. Let's move this right here. And all right, so Denise on Teenage, and then Michael Nath on Chess. Robert was next on Rockabilly Police 20. Gerald Ritworth on Rabbit. Everything in here is $6.99. And next is Manilow 15. The Barry Manilows are already at $30 right now. Michael Nath is out, and now the Police is at $21. I am sold out of ball markers. To my knowledge, I don't have any more ball markers from the Masters in stock. I've got the rest of the night, I've got maybe shirts and polos to shirt. I think I've shown everything miscellaneous. I think I've got a belt, which is actually really expensive. I think it's like a few $100s. I've got a really nice belt, needlepoint belt, and I think the rest I have is shirts and polos. So I'll start bringing more of that over in just a second. Dinsmore Payne, a 73 Southern Rock. Dinsmore Payne is $6.99. Clean copy, $6.99 on that Southern Rock album. Famous movie themes, 2 LP, Godfather, Cold Hand Luke, Play It Again Sam, Barefootin' in the Park, The Italian Job, 2 LP, $6.99. Barry Manilow 35, Now Barry Manilow 40, The Police 21, The Police 23, The Police 23. We have Graham Parker and The Rumor, The Parkerilla. That is $6.99. And we have Diana Ross, Touch Me in the Morning. Diana Ross, $6.99. Barry Manilow 45. We have Tom Paul and the Glasser Brothers, singing great hits from 2 decades. 72 sealed, $6.99 on that. And Paul Young, The Secret of Association. Paul Young, $6.99. And we have Splendid, Coriel Catherine. That is now $6.99, okay? Denise needs to put back Teenage Rock and Roll Party Volume 4. That's available if anybody else wants it for $6.99. Socks, I can come up with some socks. Police 23, Police 22, Barry Manilow 45, Barry Manilow 50, and then Adam Bernardi. I think I've already pulled his Diana Ross. I have not. Adam Bernardi on Diana Ross. Let's pull that for him. Police 27, Police 30, Barry Manilow 50, and now Thomas Clark on PY for Paul Young. Sold. Amanda Darby second. Chad, can I get the Allman Brothers from 2 crates ago? You sure can. Now there's one left if anybody wants the Allman Brothers. Originally a Record Store Day release. I now can order it. I like when that happens. And this is the Allman Brothers. It's Manly Fieldhouse, Syracuse University. A 3 LP, orange, blue, and orange splatter. Numbered to 6,500 copies. And this is $46.99. That one sold to George Burleson. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Amanda second on Paul Young. Steve Biddlecombe says he'll take Teenage. Preston Rose was second. Police 24, Police 32. Barry Manilow's at 60. Michael Nath also wants an Allman Brothers. The Allman Brothers are sold out. If anybody wants a waiting list, let me know. The Allman Brothers are sold out. If anybody else wants a waiting list, let me know. The Allman Brothers are sold out. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Barry Manilow, out. And that is... Oh, he said, Chad, can I get the 2 Allman Brothers? Michael Nath, I might have to put you on a waiting list. He said he wanted both of them. Okay, so Michael, if you're okay with a wait list, I can have those back in this week. It's only Tuesday. So Michael, I'm going to put you on a waiting list. Sorry about that. I misread that. I thought that said the 2 LP, okay? There's a better than Zara. No, I think those are all gone. So as y'all know, they've never approved me for Record Store Day. I think they say we sell too much online, so they don't approve me for Record Store Day, which is honestly a bunch of hogwash. I don't know if y'all have ever heard of that saying. Y'all know what hogwash is? It's a bunch of hogwash. So they don't approve us because we have much more of an online presence than a physical retail store. It's all a bunch of hogwash. It has something to do politically, I think. So... I have no idea, but they won't approve us. So the only way I can get Record Store Day is getting stuff that they can't sell, and they're like, okay, let them sell them. Go ahead and let them sell them. We can't get rid of these. Go ahead, let Chad have some, because we know he can sell them. But everything else they won't let me have. They're like, no, we're not going to let him have all this other stuff because he's going to sell too much of it. We're going to let him have a few of these other ones that we manufacture too much of. So I think that's what's going on. But honestly, it's not like I'm going to be violating the rules and selling it here. I would love for people to come into the building locally, because somebody just asked, do I have another location? After you leave Nashville, there's no other record store for almost an hour drive till you get up to Cookeville. There's maybe one up there, and that's Gavin's. He's open on the weekend at the flea market. And then there's pretty much nothing else till Knoxville. So it's all a bunch of hogwash. And they won't take phone calls. I'm like, hey, you take a phone call? And they said, no phone calls. I'm like, okay. I said, I will fly down everybody from Record Store Day, the executives, and I'll bring you to my store and we can have a meeting. We'll fly you down. They said, no flying. We don't meet with people. It's a no decision on Coletco. I'm like, okay. Barry Manilow, $78. Guy Shards out. Over here, we have Police. And the last bid on the Police is Adam Bernardi at 35. That's going once, going twice. That's a final call, okay? Next thing we have is Elton Britt Yodel songs. Elton Britt, $6.99. Danny O'Keefe, this is $6.99. Adam Wade's Greatest Hits, that's $6.99. Adam Wade. We have Hair, performed by the original French Cast. That's promo, $6.99 for Hair. Melanie, Phonogenic, Not Just Another Pretty Face. Melanie, $6.99. Melanie, $6.99. And Steve Wynn Band, La Canción del Fuego Live. That is from 1995, just $6.99. All righty. So yeah, the realistic answer is the people who make the decisions, really, they don't like to be known who they are. So there's evidently a committee. And the way the committee works is they make a decision and then they're like, you can't overrule it. You can't talk to us. It's like, here's our decision and that's it. So like, okay, that's it. Look at my last comment. If no, there is another in the bin, Michael is fine. There was only 2 copies. I'm going to give you 2, and I'm going to put Michael on a waiting list because I can get more. It doesn't matter who we give it to right now. Y'all are both going to get one. So I'm going to say you're getting 2. What your first comment said, Michael will be on a waiting list, and that will be the best way to do it. They're going to come in either way. So it doesn't matter who we give it to right now. And then Police, and then Phantom Canuck on Melanie. And those are both near mint. Can you send pictures of the store? Yeah, you have to. So we actually kind of redid our store. We got all the antiques out of here. But it doesn't really matter. I know people who have like booths in antique malls that get approved. And, you know, there's supposed to be like, you're supposed to have a brick and mortar store, which we do, that services thousands of people here locally that don't want to go into Nashville. I mean, Nashville has a dozen record stores that do Record Store Day, but all of them usually have lines, and a lot of people from Lebanon and Mount Juliet probably don't want to go into Nashville. They'd rather come to Lebanon. You know, the people in Nashville go to Nashville. So the people in Lebanon and Mount Juliet would love to go to Lebanon, which we have a storefront. We have walk-in traffic every day. We just happen to sell an abnormal amount of stuff online, probably more than anybody else in the country. So they probably scratch us off first because we're probably one of the biggest sellers of vinyl in the country. We get scratched off the list first. They're trying to focus on smaller stores, which is not fair whatsoever, because it would really just be what we sell up front, and then a couple days later, we'd try to sell them here. There's a lot of people that watch this show every night that have no record stores within. There's one guy that lived in Iowa. He said his closest store was like an hour, and they are open on the weekends, and it's like maybe a few thousand records. And, you know, that's not really a store. So, you know, they watch Coletco. So it's like we service a lot of people who don't even have record stores. But either way, Steve Wynn Band. This is a 95 Spain pressing alternate rock. Steve Wynn Band is $6.99. Everything in here is $6.99. I don't want 2 of the same. I want 1 of each Allman Brothers. Oh, okay. So this is sold to Michael Nath then. The way you made that out is you wanted 2 of this one, okay? So this is sold to Michael Nath. Let me fix that again. So Michael Nath, you do get one of those, and then he wants the other Allman Brothers band. Okay, you made that first sound like you wanted 2 of that one when I said Michael Nath gets one too. Because I thought when I said Michael Nath gets one too, you said, no, I want both of them. I could have swore that's what you said. So I'll tag him for one. And now here's the other one, the final note, the Dwayne Allman's last concert. We'll also give this We'll also give this to George Burleson, and there's one of these left. Now there's one of these left if anybody wants one, okay? Jeremy Bryant gets Steve Wynn for $6.99, and guess what? These other auctions are sold. All right, so this is sold. The Police is sold to Ryan Mustaine for $38. Thank you on that. Let's get that in a new sleeve. That's sold for $38. But realistically, I don't make a big deal about Record Store Day. I want to get it for y'all more than us. You really don't make any money off of it financially. I mean, it wouldn't really help us. It would help more. No, not really what we sell that day, but it would help us get more new customers. Because you really don't make much off the actual items. They're pretty firm on the prices. Kind of a no more, no less type deal. I want to do it just because of y'all, because people ask for the stuff all the time. And for people having to travel to go to these stores, I mean, people in Smith County, where I'm from, having to go all the way to Nashville to Record Store Day. I mean, I know some people, they're driving an hour to get to a Record Store Day store. Crazy. And I've told them that. I was like, I have people that do not want to drive an hour, you know, and into Nashville. Nashville, as y'all know, is not a fun place to drive. Okay, those are sold, and then all these Barry Manilow's are sold. All these Barry Manilow's are sold in one lot to 78 Trans Am for $76, okay? Those are all sold, okay? Thank you on that. I have not, but not colored vinyl. Sounds like you need a colored vinyl then. The 2L Paramount, or is that original songs, elevator music? I have no idea. Let's find out. Paramount Records presents famous movie themes featuring original soundtracks from the films. Who's actually doing it is the question, right? Let's check the label. It might be there, because it's from Paramount, it might be the original versions. I think it is. It don't say, usually it says such and such orchestra, right? It'll say such, I think that's the original versions. Original soundtrack music. I think it is, but Grog, I can't say for sure, okay? And he says he'll take, yeah, you know, usually it says by the Chad Williams Orchestra, you know, somebody covering them, but I think that's real stuff there. All right, there's that. There's that. Record Store Day was conceived here in Baltimore, and syphilis. Wow. Okay, let's put up some more auctions. Let's go finally grab those 45s, eh? But guess what? I found this crate, and I have Manilow, and you know who's behind Manilow? Barbara. Barbara. I've got a couple here, because John would never put them out for sale. That's his arch nemesis. So I have to go find the Barbara Streisand records. Otherwise, we'll never see the light of day unless Paul or Laura finds them. So here's Barbara, everybody. We have Barbara Streisand, New Go Disc. Barbara Streisand, the Broadway album, Sealed. Color Me, Barbara. And Barbara Streisand, One Voice. 1986, her first full-length concert in 20 years. 4 Barbara Streisand records, a $15 start. And this Go Disc is a pretty cool comp. I think it's a foreign import. Foreign import, yeah. Masterworks label. Those are really cool. $15 start on Barbara Streisand. And this is really cool. We had one of these the other night. Gold and Platinum Volume 2. Check out this track listing. A double LP. We have Pointer Sisters, Cyndi Lauper, Huey Lewis, Bruce Springsteen, Lionel Richie, Tears for Fears, Bryan Adams, Wham! Paul Young, Sade, Smooth Operator, John Waite, Missing You, Till Tuesday, Hall & Oates, and REO Speedwagon. I Can't Fight This Feeling Anymore. A 2 LP, Gold and Platinum, $10 start. Barbara, 15, Gold and Platinum, 10. There's that. Okay, and over here, Don't Want Chad's Orchestra, worth his math. Yeah, tonight it is. I'm on another low sleep night. I shouldn't be. I should have had plenty of time, but I'm addicted to not sleeping, if that makes sense. Okay, here's what's left for $6.99 before I try to bundle these. The Rhythm Hogs, looks like Rockabilly, 91 Finland, $6.99. Les and Mary Elgert, Sound Ideas. These are all $6.99. We're about to do some more after this. And I'm trying to clear out these last couple boxes so we can move on. $6.99 for Cat Stevens. George Benson, No Condition Notes, In Flight. Gary U.S. Bonds. Robert Goulet on Broadway. We have the Leroy Brothers. Looks like 2 discs, is it? Oh, it is, isn't it? Nice catch there, Peter. Hold on a second. Let me double check this. What's the other disc? That's the disc for it. Huh. Is it got 2 of the same disc? Oh, this is Gold and Platinum Volume 1, okay? So this is Gold and Platinum Volume 1. You get a bonus disc, Gold and Platinum Volume 1. This is the actual disc here in this old RCA, yeah. So that one, that disc goes to this. And then there's Volume 1 with Hall & Oates, Cyndi Lauper, Fogelberg, Journey, Asia, Benatar, Quiet Riot, Paul McCartney and Michael Jackson, The Police, Men at Work, Billy Joe, The Cars, Nina, Olivia Newton-John. Nice catch. So no cover, but you get the extra disc for Volume 1, and both look nice. Nice catch. Still the same price. You get a free disc. I thought it was a 2 LP comp when I first. One of them is a 2 LP. I think Volume 3, Volume 4. That's why that was on my mind. One of them is a 2 LP, I think. I think there's several volumes of those. All right, 10 grams in at $10. I've put it in a new sleeve already. Okay, Daniel Keefe, we're about to find out. Dismore Payne was $6.99. Graham Parker, the Parkerilla for $6.99. Tom Paul and the Glasser Brothers sing great hits from 2 decades. Sealed, 1972, $6.99 on that. Splendid Coryell, I think that's Larry Coryell. It is. Larry Coryell and Catherine, $6.99. Yelton Britt, Yodel songs, early country stuff there. Danny O'Keefe, it's available. It does have some writing on the cover. No condition notes, though. O'Keefe by Danny O'Keefe. No bid on Barbara. Looking for a $15 start on those 4 Barbara Streisand's. Adam Wade's Greatest Hits. Melanie, we've sold one left. And Hair. And Hair actually has promo markings. It's a white label promo. The original French cast. The original French cast of Hair. Okay? Does Gary U.S. Bonds have New Orleans in 2:45? I think those are older songs. This looks like something newer. This is like an 80s release. A promo. Dance, Take a Chance, City Night, City Lights, Come On, Let's Go, You're the Only One. Standing in the Line of Fire, Sneak It Away, I Wish I Could Dance Like Fred Astaire, Working Men and Wild Nights. Yeah, this is more like an 80s release, kind of like a comeback album of his, maybe. So who asked about O'Keefe? It was asked about by Tim... oh man, my feed jumped. It was asked about Travis Woods. Let me get back to the bottom. And Gold got a bid for 20. Travis Woods said he will take O'Keefe. All right, that's sort of Travis Woods. Adam Bernardi on Hair. Gold 29, Gold 29, and Gold is at 30. Okay, so anybody else before I count those and hopefully bundle these so we can do at least another 2 crate. Well, 2 more half crates like that. It's 1 more white BCW box full of these records I'm willing to do. And now I'm officially heading to the back. I'm going to grab a big handful of 45s out of this tub, if I can find which one John showed me. Hopefully he didn't already bury it before he left. And let's see what we got going on. So we're basically loaded with new arrivals from these collections. Here it is. Here it is. Aha, great stuff here. Yes, let's grab a couple big handfuls. He said you could grab just about any of this stuff and put it up for auction. Looks like it is all nice and sleeved. Some of them have these retail stickers on the front. I hope that they peeled off. Probably where this guy was buying a lot of these, maybe. But, I mean, there's Bowie, there's Quiet Riot, there's Doors, there's 80s, there's 90s, there's 60s, there's 50s. So, that's what we're working with. All right. Gold was at 30. Tim said he didn't mean to bid 29. He just meant to bid 20. Okay, well, James Hicks bid 29 too. James Hicks bid 29, and now Kelly's already bid 30, and I think she's okay with 30. We'll make sure. But James Hicks bid 29 too. And then Barbra Streisand is a $15 buy it now. These 4 albums can be bought for $15. The Broadway album, Color Me Barbara, One Voice, and New Gold Disc. For Barbara for $15. Sold to Adam Bernardi, okay? Sold to Adam Bernardi. And now Kelly says I'm good with it. So if anybody wants Gold and Platinum Volume 2 with a bonus disc of Volume 1, you got to bid more than 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 records. 14 records. $40. $40, 14 records. That's only $285 a piece. $40 bundle. I would love to break the ice on the first bundle tonight. Be my baby, as Eddie Money said. Let me take care of one thing over here. All right. There he is. Come on, John Barry. Hey, he's on. You missed the last one. I was singing your name. Sorry, I had to reply to a text message, and I've still got 5 more I probably need to read before it gets too late. Oh my gosh. Let me read this one too. All right, so John Barry gets the bundle. Come on, John Barry. That's a new hit song you'll hear on the radio. You'll hear it on major streaming platforms. It's called Come On, John Barry. And he got that bundle, and we got more to do. You missed the other one. You missed the other one. And Joe Sontag was second. Joe Sontag was second. Come on, John Barry. Gold and Platinum. Sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $40. There we have it. Denise said flag. Denise said flag. Okay. Flag. Denise throws a flag. Denise throws a flag. What is your challenge? Denise, I'm listening. She has thrown her challenge flag. All right, let's put that right there. And let's get started. She said never mind on her challenge. No, John Barry was first. Gold was $30, not $40. Gold was $30. 29, 20. Gold was $30 to Kelly Vlodarchek. Sold to Kelly for $30. Master flag, I've already sold them all. I've already sold them all. I might have some extras at my house. I'm going to dig around tomorrow and find the other ones. Let me go back here and get the rest of this too, because I think Jetstream's still lingering to see what shirts and polos I might bring out. So let's get started with phase 7 tonight. Phase 38. Can I grab this whole tub up here? I might as well. Ed's probably like, yes, please sell this so you can get it off my desk. Come on, John Barry. Do-do-do-do. I'm still trying to write the lyrics for the first chorus or the first verse. I'll get AI to do it. Here, I'll ask Grok to do it. Not a fan of golf? You're missing a major life experience. See. Go to Grok. Write me a song about a guy named John Barry who buys records in bundles. Just doing it. Look at that. There it is. It's still writing it. Amazing. Boom. There it is. Boom. Song's written. Just like that. Let's go get that other box. But first, our next auction here is David Bowie. Let's do Blue Jean, David Bowie, a $5 start. It is Blue Jean in the original, that's not the original sleeve, Geffen, no, this is EMI. And the B-side is Dancing with the Big Boys. It's in a sleeve, just not the original. David Bowie, $5 start on that. Generator's plugged up. I've got one. I've got one for sale. I've got one for sale. Oh no. I've already spotted 2 errors in this. This is pretty cool lyrics though. That's pretty cool lyrics. I'll recite them to you here in a second. See what Grok came up with. Let's go over here and grab this other box, okay? $5 start on David Bowie. Generator's plugged up. And we got, nice, here's a good one, Collective Soul. Collective Soul. That's in the original inner sleeve, I think. B&A, that might have been a subsidiary. But either way, Collective Soul from 1997. That is Precious Declaration and Listen. Those are $5 stars. I think I've got a Master's flag signed, and it's for sale. I've got one signed by Jack. That's for sale. One signed by Arnold. That's for sale. I think I have a Nick Faldo. They're around here somewhere. They're probably in a tub buried somewhere underneath a John Barry bundle. Oh my gosh, I don't know if I can get to these. I might have to literally pull these out and carry them over here. Yeah, that's what I'm going to have to do. Let me grab these. I can reach over here and grab the contents of this box. I just can't grab the box because I don't like to think myself weak, but I can't lift 60 pounds with one arm at a bad angle. So let me just carry a few over here at a time. When I walked in, I saw they had buried a bunch of my stuff. I was like, oh no, they've buried a bunch of my stuff that I had already picked out for Sunday, from Sunday. Okay. Grok named this song John Barry's Record Haul. Well, John Barry's got a fever and it's burning up his soul. He's hunting for them vinyls. Oh no. It said vinyls, everybody. Where the music takes control. Down at the record shop, he's got a spark in his eye, piling up them records, stacking bundles to the sky. Wow. Oh, John Barry, of your records in a pile, spinning stories from the grooves mile after mile. From Dylan to the Dead, you've got them all in tow. John Barry's got the vinyl, let the good times roll. He's flipping through the crates with a grin from ear to ear, finds a first press Beatles, and he's shouting, look right here. Wow. Old jazz, some country twang, and a little punk rock too. John bundles keep on growing, yeah, his heart's forever true. Hey, you gotta admit, that's pretty catchy for 1 second right, and that's not even a third of the song. Okay, here we go. These are all $6.99. The True Story of Rex Randolph, Deaf Driver, starring Earl Owensby. That's $6.99. Over here, Old and Golden compilation. That is Fantastic Johnny C., Cliff Nobles, Crispy and St. Peter's, The Pied Piper, Barbara Mason, Yes, I'm Ready. These are all $6.99. Same price for Rockin' Rollin' Water. That is Marvin Rainwater on Bear Family Records, $6.99. Amanda Darby has Collective Soul for $5. Going once, going twice. No bid on David Bowie Blue Jean. Looking for a $5 start. We have 20 Original Winners, Volume 4. That's $6.99. That's another comp. That is Gee Whiz, and the Crystals is on here. Carla Thomas doing Gee Whiz. The Crest, 16 Candles, Bo Diddley, Bo Diddley. Denise on Marvin Rainwater. That's sold. A Bear Family comp. Steve second. Robert Warner third. And then we have Webb with a Beat, Webb Pierce. That is $6.99. Now David Bowie has a bid for $5. Now Collective Souls, a final call for $5. First 245s up here. Steve Biddlecombe wants 20 Original Winners. Sold to Biddlecombe for $6.99. Commander Cody is Lost Planet Airman. Hot Licks Cold Steel and Trucker's Favorite. Very cool jacket. I love the back of that. We're in Fred Goodwin stuff, as you can see. $6.99 on Commander Cody. Okay, Rhythm and Blues. Okay is $6 and $9.99. $6. I've been saying that too often. $6 and $9.99. How about $6.99? So Kelly Vlodarchek has David Bowie for $5. David Smith, you tied. Kelly's out. Kelly, you still have it for $5 though. And we have Mighty Flyers for $6.99. Adam Bernardi on OK. I was about to say that's a great comp. OK. And then over here we have Dutch Mason Blues Band. Wish Me Luck. That's a 79 Canadian half-speed master for $6.99. Amanda Darby gets Collective Soul for $5. Nice buy. Maybe I should just do these $6.99 because that should have sold for $6.99 or $9.99. I was going to give it to my kiddo, but David can have it. All right, so David Smith, David Bowie is sold to you for $5, okay? Next is Johnny and the Headhunters. This is a 1986 US, $6.99 on Johnny and the Headhunters. Steve Kuhn, Trance. $6.99 on Steve Kuhn Trance. Dutch is sold to Adam Bernardi. Everything you see in here is $6.99. Late night discounts. The Eternal Sea, that is $6.99. And we have John Stewart, The Last Campaign. John Stewart is $6.99. So over here behind me, I have, let's see, here is another opportunity for a Masters t-shirt. Yeah, this is, this one's $55. It's medium. It's brand new from this year's Masters, 2025 medium. And I think it's just the date there on the front. I bought several of these in gray and green and blue. And this is a medium 2025 Masters. I have a medium there. That one's $55. And we sold most of the other t-shirts I had earlier. That one's medium. That one's medium. And then what else is in here? Let's see here. This one says Amen Corner. It's an extra large. It's an extra large green. It says Amen Corner. Very cool. It's $55. It's got the Masters logo below it. It's also $55. Amen Corner. So one with the date and one that says Amen Corner. And the Amen Corner is extra large, $55. Next is Denise on The Eternal Sea for $6.99. Does John Stewart have Mother Country on it? John Stewart, The Last Campaign. This is, no, let me double check on the layout. It's in cursive. It might as well be in a different language. Click, clack. Mother Country. I don't see that one on here. No. Not on this. Also, we have the Best of Dave Dudley. Best of Dave Dudley is $6.99. The Carter Family Travel Minstrel Band. That is $6.99. The Carter Family and Nat King Cole Wild as Love. That is a 2 LP, $6.99 on that. And then Adam Minardi says he'll take the John Stewart and Kelly's Passing, so that's sold for $6.99. All right, our next single is, let's see here. We got, oh, this is pretty cool. It's, let's check the condition. This is Fame, a jukebox single on Virgin. There's the tag. It definitely was in a jukebox, so let's call it VG Plus. Golden Years and Fame, and that's a 1999. 1999, that's the year. It's a jukebox single made from 1999 with David Bowie's two big hits, Fame and Golden Years. $5 start on that. And then here's Eagles. And what do we have here? Life in the Fast Lane and The Last Resort. That one is also about VG Plus. Eagles, $5 start, okay? So there's two more singles right quick. The Adventures of Juke Boy Bonner in Authentic City. Juke Boy Bonner, that is $6.99. Unknown release year. That's the note on the back from Paul. Unknown release year. VG Plus condition, $6.99 on that. And we have LaCroix. And LaCroix is a 72 US Bayou Funk album, VG Plus, that's $6.99. So David Bowie 5, and the Eagles is also a $5 start. We have the Bama Band. The Bama Band is $6.99. And Hawkshaw Hawkins Volume 1, Hawkshaw Hawkins, $6.99. Here's another more women's shirt from the Masters. This is a floral design. I think the back has, once again, like magnolias and flowers that you would see at Augusta. It's a size large, that color. $55 on that one as well. Size large, floral green, $55. I have that in stock as well. Another women's shirt on that color. Hawk OG, Hawkshaw Hawkins is not, no, it's not even on King. It's on Sing. It's a reissue. David Hoy on Steve Kuhn. That's so to David Hoy back here. Trance. Thank you, David Hoy. That's so to you. We got Ernest Tubbs sings country hits, old and new, with the Texas Troubadours. That is $6.99. That's an original Decca pressing. And then we have Joe Stampley, If You Touch Me. Joe Stampley is $6.99. And Joe Stampley, Memory Lane, Gold Stamp promo, $6.99. Julie London, You Don't Have to Be a Baby to Cry. No condition notes on this. Liberty Label, $6.99. And Tim Graham on E.T., and that's for Ernest Tubbs. So to Tim Graham. Over here, Captain from Castile. This symphonic suite conducted by the composer Alfred Newman. A soundtrack here, $6.99. Larry Smith on Ernest Tubbs. David Bowie, wow, just one bid, $5 for Fame and Golden Years. Didn't expect that, but guess what? It is sold, and if anybody wants the Eagles, it's a $5 buy it now. Life in the Fast Lane and The Last Resort. That's going to be available for a $5 buy it now. Let's slide that right over here. Next is JL. That's for Julie London. Steve Biddlecombe was first. And then Mike Freiberger, then Larry Smith, and Adam Bernardi wants Julie London at Nat King Cole. Well, Julie's already been claimed, but I will give you the Nat King Cole, Adam Bernardi. Thank you. That's so to you. Also, we have the original cast album to On the Flip Side, starring Rick Nelson and Joanne Somers. That is $6.99. Arnold Adam wants whales. I think he meant eagles. They're both animals. One is underwater typically. One's usually flying in the air, but I think he did want the eagles for $5. Thank you. And a sick bid on the David Bowie. Yeah, that's who got it for $5. Yeah, one bid, $5 to Amanda Darby. And then we have Ed Bruce. I write it down. Ed Bruce was $6.99. And then Flip Side is sold to Christina Curtis. We're doing $6.99 records in here. I have Jerry Lee Lewis, My Fingers Do the Talking. Jerry Lee Lewis, he's talking about this right here, $6.99. William Myers, The Big Country, another soundtrack. That was a movie with Gregory Peck. That's $6.99. And George Burleson on LaCroix, and that's over here, LaCroix. And that was a few back, but I've got it. That's so to George Burleson. Tim Graham on JLL. That's Jerry Lee Lewis. Thank you on that. And then Stephen Stills, Thoroughfare Gap, a white label promo. Stephen Stills, $6.99, Thoroughfare Gap. And then we have the original folk blues, Blues from the Deep South, $6.99. Burrito Brothers, Sunset, Sundown, the Burrito Brothers. That is on Curb Records, $6.99. Adam Bernardi on Stephen Stills. That's sold for $6.99. Same price here for what looks like to be Melanie. Is this Melanie? I think it is. It looks like her. It is Melanie. It's called Mad Grogada, something of that neighborhood, $6.99. And then Rocky Hill, that's a gold stamp promo, $88 US. Hop sticker, and we have It's All About Music, The Usual Suspects, $82 US, $6.99. Robert says he wants the Burrito Brothers. That's sold to Robert Warner, $6.99. Let's see what I got going on here with these polos. So I've got Masters Tech, extra large. They call these multi-print polos. Let me double check the price on these. I don't really remember. I'll do these for y'all right now, $135 on these. So they're polos. I got extra large. They call them multi-print. It's got, you know, the Masters logo. It's got a caddy holding a flag. It's got a lady with an umbrella. It's got a scorekeeper. It's got the crossroads. It's got people sitting in chairs. Very cool. $135 on those. That's Masters Tech performance apparel. So that's more like a true golfing material shirt. That's $135 on those. $135 on those. There's some more polos. Extra large. Phantom Canuck on Melanie. I had a feeling that was coming. Thank you. And Adam Bernardi on Rocky Hill. Okay. Star Trek or Batman comics. I asked Tanner about that, and he thinks this guy's collection, he had complete runs. So we opened up a box, and this guy bought comics, basically probably read them, boarded them, bagged them, and then put them away. And so Tanner has been trying to organize them by title, get them all together, and then we're going to try to sell them in runs. So we'll say we got Star Trek, a certain series, issues 1 through 50. That way maybe you can buy a whole set. In the meantime, I think I can get together some other stuff that's similar, but not from that collection, where I can go ahead and satisfy that request. But the big collection we bought, we've got 15,000 comics we still got to sort. We really don't want to start breaking them up because we think a lot of them are individually less than $10, but if we put them in a bundle, you know, it'll be worth our time to sell one lot for 400 or one lot for 100 of maybe 50, 60 comics instead of doing them for $5 and $4 a piece. So give us some time. It will probably be another month, but if I find some others in the meantime, I'll go ahead and try to get them out. I actually know where some Star Trek stuff is right now. If you give me a second, I'll walk all the way to the back and go get it, because I know where some is, and I'll put it up for an auction. But I think if you want stuff to read, these runs will be really cool, because you can sit down with a storyline in issue 1 and read through it. I think that'd be, I mean, I've done that before. Or you can get those, like, you know, bound editions. Not really bound, but they're basically, like, if you want to read Superman from issue 1 through 50, you can't obviously acquire the originals. You know, that would cost you literally millions of dollars. So a lot of people buy, you know, the books where they have them all compiled. But a lot of those, you know, you can buy the actual comic runs, and they're not that expensive, you know. But like me, I was like, man, I want to read like Batman 1 through 50. And of course, you can't just handle the actual books. It's, you know, those are worth millions if you get a whole run. Batman 1 through 50, what would that sell for? You know, $500,000 if they're all mid-grade. Just issue 1's like a couple $100,000, low grade typically. So, okay, back to business. Everything in here is $6.99. Final call before I do a bundle. Okay, we got Death Driver soundtrack, the original soundtrack by Arthur and Clay Smith, true story of Rex Randolph. Old and Golden, that had Cliff Nobles and Crispin St. Peter's. Webb with a Beat, Webb Pierce. Commander Cody, Hot Licks, Cold Steel. Mighty Flyers, Johnny and the Headhunters. The Best of Dave Dudley. The Carter Family, Traveling Minstrel Band. The Adventures of Juke Boy Bonner. Bama Band, Hawkshaw Hawkins. Joe Stampley, Captain from Castile. Ed Bruce, I Write It Down. The Big Country. It's All About Music, The Usual Suspects, and Blues from the Deep South. Surprised no one got that for $6.99. All right, before I go all the way to the back, let's introduce a couple more auctions. And I have Alice Cooper. Yes, you heard me right. It's Go to Hell. Alice Cooper, Go to Hell, and I Never Cry. And that one is about VG Plus condition. That is going to go up for a $5 start. And right behind it is this right here. And it is going to be, what else do I have over here? Deep Purple. Smoke on the Water. Double-sided, actually. Smoke on the Water. And that one's actually pretty dang nice. It is edited version. And, wow, one's 434 and one's 348. They're both edited, but one's a longer and one's shorter. They're both edited, but it's different cuts. $5 start, and add them on Deep South Blues, okay? Let's count these and offer them as a bundle. And then we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, okay? And let's do 17, and let's do these for the nice sum of, let's do them for $50. 50 divided by 17 is $2.94 a piece. $2.94 a piece. All right, and here's another polo, same price as the other one. I like this one, 135, more pretty cool. It's got the Masters logo all over it. A size extra large, $135. And there's another extra large Masters polo. Come on, John Barry, he strikes. He strikes. We better read some more lyrics. Oh no, Grok went away. Oh, there it is. Here we go. Next bridge. He don't care about the money or the dust upon the sleeve. Each scratch and a pop's a memory. In the songs he believes. He's got a turntable spinning in his cozy little den. John Barry's living large with his bundles once again. Sold. There it is. That was the bridge. That was the bridge. Jetstream. There you go. Second polo. Thank you. $135. Sold to Jetstream. Thank you on that, Jetstream. Sold to you. $135, sir. You got it. That's a nice one. That's a nice one. Sold. $135. Nice. John Barry's out for tonight. We'll keep singing. That's sold to you, Jetstream. That fills up the crate too. So I'm about to start a new crate. We probably need to do some half off. And we'll see what else is going on. What else do we got here? I've got this one as well. Also extra large Navy. This one is Peter Millar. This one's a little bit more. It's still pretty good performance material. Yeah, that's performance apparel. This is pretty good stuff too. It's Peter Millar. This one's $155. It's got the Masters logo and the bucket hat on it. It's a blue. It's also extra large. $155 on those. Those carry Slide premium. This actually cost $30 more than that one did at the pro shop. So $155 on the blue Peter Millar. And I've sold those as much as $225. Some of them I can sell for $275. But these are some of my last ones over here. I would love to make somebody a deal. I've got some more $6.99 to do. Let's do the other $6.99 stuff I have, okay? Let me swap out crates, though, because we got to fill this one up. And there's that. Busy night tonight. Brought out some master stuff. Nice. Nice. It's amazing that something literally artificial intelligence can sit down and just compose something like that in a split second. It's not good for the music industry, but I tell you what, it's a miracle to look at, honestly. It's like, what in the world? This is crazy. All right. I'll take the web peers from the LP the other night's auction. Where'd you stay last night for $10? Christopher, there's a really good chance that is long gone. That is long gone. I'll tell you why. Anything left over, that was like in a half off or $6.99 bin. That stuff is gone. That is gone. If it's in a half off or $6.99, you probably want to grab it right then, because most of the stuff is getting sold on the second read-through as a bundle. Just saying. Okay. And I'm going to fill this crate up again, and we're hopefully about to do the same thing. I should have showed John Barry that other bundle before he got off. He said he had to get up at 6 a.m. I had one more over here that didn't sell. So, is he still on here? Let's fill this crate up over here. Only thing I've really used it for is it can make some cool logos. It can make some pretty cool logos. But sometimes they just don't look right. It's like a word's misspelt, or just sometimes it don't look right. All right, here's more. John, you sure don't want to see that last bundle? Let me see what was left over here in this other crate then. That last crate was this right here. I'll have to recount them. Was there a web pierce left? We're about to find out. No, there's been no. He just bought everything else that was left. All right, so yeah, let me put these away. All right, before I show those, let me show you what was left. I'll make sure I'm doing this right. Okay, so these are then I'll take tonight's web. There's no web pierce left. So here's the other ones. This bundle here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Yeah. There was 29 records earlier, John, and I had priced those out for $85, I believe. $85 for 29 records, and that was $293 a piece. And there were still some pretty good titles in here. 85 records, excuse me, 29 records, $85. That's the only bundle you've missed. And he said sold. That's why I brought them back over here. Great. And now let's put those away and let's do another $6.99. Last $6.99 crate, and whatever's left we'll bundle. Maybe I can go fast before some other people go to sleep, okay? So sell these to John Barry. Boy, you're going to have a 3,000-pound box by the end of the week. There we go. Let's put these away. Yeah, another great price on those. Sleeve, wide variety of stuff in there. Those are all gone. All right, awesome. Let me put sticky notes around those. Now, let's do the last batch of $6.99 here. And that's the ones I just had on the table for a split second. And we got 2 buy it nows here. Alice Cooper Goes to Hell, or Go to Hell. That's a $5 buy it now. And Smoke on the Water for $5, okay? Hang on for one more crate. Okay, I'll make it fast. Hope everybody locks in. Let's do this. We won't run anything except these $6.99 records until we're done. We'll get into Chad Turbo mode to finish these off, okay? And Susie said she'll take the 45s for $5 and $5. So does Susie. All right, here we go. I'll put up 2 more in just a second. Hoodoo Rhythm Devils. No condition notes, $6.99. Also, we have Oh What a Time, Southern Grassroots Music Tour, a 1980 U.S. sealed, $6.99. Also, Lauren Green's American West, $6.99. Also, Janie Freaky's Greatest Hits, Gold Stamp promo. Everything in here is $6.99. Great songs of love and faith. Mahalia Jackson, Columbia, it says Columbia, a limited edition label. Also, Ragney Radio McDermott, Disinherited. That's now $6.99. RCA Records. Yellow Jackets, Four Corners. Yellow Jackets is $6.99. Same price here for Crossfire, East of Where. Crossfire, $6, and a Fusion record from '81. Fusion. Also, Mary Martin, The Sound of Music. That is the original Broadway cast. Sound of Music, $6.99. We have Mike Cooper, Oh Really, on Janis Records in 1969. That's EX for $6.99. Same price for Rock and Roll Fever. Willie Egan's 1955, 1958. 82 UK, VG Condition, $6.99 on that. And we have the good book, Melanie, with the booklet, with the photo kind of die cut thing there. $6.99 Melanie. And the legendary Bobby Darin, Candlelight Selection, 2 LP, $6.99. Let me refresh my restream over here to get a count on viewers and time. So we've been live for 5 hours and 46 minutes, and we got 179 people watching. That's pretty dang good for a quarter till midnight on a Tuesday night. So thanks, everybody. That counts Twitch and YouTube, Facebook, and X all tuning in right now. So 140, what does that say? Yeah, 179. Okay, yeah, 179. Could have swore it just said 149 too. We either got 149 or 179. I'm not for sure. Doesn't really matter. We have crossover. This is crossfire, Right Adam Crossfire. That's OD for $6.99. The Fusion record. The Big Wheel, Wimma Lee and Stoney Cooper. That's now $6.99. And we have Thief in the Night, Randy Thornton. That's now $6.99. Randy Thornton. Also, the Sincers, excuse me. This is a new sealed record on turquoise colored vinyl. Just $6.99. That was originally marked $29.99. And we have the Amos and Andy 3LP radio broadcast. $6.99 for Amos and Andy. And Webb Pierce, Sounds of Gold. Webb Pierce is $6.99. Decca, $6.99. Webb Pierce. Robert Warner on Big Wheel. Big Wheel was sold to Robert Warner. Thank you. Also, we have Flo and Eddie. That's $6.99 for Flo and Eddie. And Hunter. Hunter is a 77 UK. $6.99 for Hunter. Also, we have Hummingbird. We can't go meeting like this. We can't go on meeting like this. $6.99. Larry Smith on SO. And SO was for, I'll make sure he corrects that first. SO. And then we have Alan Holdsworth, Velvet Darkness, on the CTI label, $6.99. Also, Nova, and this is Vimana, and this is $6.99. Webb, I tried. Okay, Webb Pierce, this is sold to you, right? Webb, you were first on Webb Pierce. Adam Bernardi first on Alan Holdsworth. That's sold for $6.99. And Let's Clean Up the Ghetto. That is a promo from artists on the Philadelphia label like Lou Rawls and Teddy Pendergrass and the OJs. It's a white label promo for $6.99. Christopher Yoakum's been trying to get some Webb Pierce. That means you're second for the third time on some Webb Pierce. Sorry about that. Larry Smith beat you to it. Phil Manzera, Impossible Guitars. Phil Manzera is $6.99. And we have No Slack. No Slack is $6.99. Adam Bernardi on Ghetto. Adam Bernardi on Ghetto. That was right here. Thank you, Adam. That's so to you. Also, we have Bart Darf and Ronnie Off the Shelf. Bat Dorf and Rodney Atlantic. That's a gatefold textured cover. $6.99 on that. Scarlet Riviera, Scarlet Fever. $6.99 on Scarlet Riviera. Herman Brood. And this is Cuban the Blizzards featuring Herman Brood. Looks like it's some kind of UK or a foreign press. $6.99 on that. Over here, we got Screaming Lord Sutch, Alive and Well. He worked with John Bonham and Jimmy Page at one time. They actually had an album out together, Screaming Lord Sutch, $6.99. Larry says, give him the Webb Pierce. Scott Yoakumstaller, it's your lucky day. He says you can have the Webb Pierce, so give this to, excuse me, not Scott Yoakumstaller. That's another buyer of ours. Christopher Yoakum. Christopher Yoakum. So he gets this. Webb Pierce sold. You got lucky there. Thomas Clark says, give me the PM. And the PM was for Phil Manzera. And Brian Call wants Lord Sutch. That's sold to Brian Call. Over here, we have Villagers, Fever Dreams Acoustic. Villagers, a 2002 UK indie pop. $49.99. Now $6.99. Do what? Mr. B. This is a 1988 US. This is $6.99. And this is Mr. B and J.C. Hurd, Partners in Time. $6.99 on that. William Drugovich, second on Screamin'. And Hans Thiesken. This is Baby Wants to Boogie. That's an 87 US, $6.99 on that. Adele Sanders on Village. Adam Bernardi was second. Elvin Bishop Live, Raising Hell, $6.99. A lot of this was marked back in December of January, so they're literally closeouts. I think we've shown them here. We've shown them best offer. We've shown them half off. We've probably put them up in the store. We've probably put them in the store for 40% off or 50% off, and now they're back here, and this is like a final closeout. The easiest way to do it is $6.99. That means some stuff that would have been half off for $25 is now like 80% off, like the one that just got grabbed. And whatever's left, we're probably going to bundle it. So make sure if you want these, grab them. It's the last of these, and they're closeouts. 20 of the Best of Jimmy Rogers, $6.99. Spanking Our Gang's Greatest Hits, Sunday Will Never Be the Same. Mercury Records for $6.99. Folk Rock, The Fleetwoods, $6.99 on the Fleetwoods. E.M. Gone with the Wind. We have D.B. Cooper, Buy American, Gold Stamp promo, $6.99 on D.B. Cooper. Bing Crosby. There's some stuff you're like, how did this not sell? How did this not get grabbed like Bing Crosby originally? Because usually anything of his like that gets sold. And Marian Anderson is on the RCA Red Seal. He's got the whole world in his hands and 18 spirituals. That's a beautiful copy for $6.99. Now, there's a lot left in that crate. We might try to super breeze through those one more time. What other shirts do I have over here? Maybe Jetstream might pick up one more polo. So I got another Master shirt here. There's another size large. That one's 55. Here's a Masters Tech XXL. That's the size I wear. And that one, let's see here. That might be the same price as the one he bought earlier. I'm trying to find the original retail sticker. Yeah, $135 on that one. That's an XXL. There's another. Oh, that's a pretty cool design actually. Masters Week. It has like old. It looks like a bulletin board on the back. That's $55. And there's another XXL, $135 on that. Okay. There's that. And next is Marian Anderson, so to Arnold Adams, and Phantom Canuck on Melanie Goodbook, and that's back here. And that's $6.99. Okay. There we have it. Let's read through those one more time. There's a few more shirts and polos from Augusta National Golf Shop. It's only open 1 week out of the year, and it's very hard to get there. Believe me, very difficult to get in there. They only sell that stuff once a year. That's it. All right, next thing I have is Hoodoo Rhythm Devils, $6.99. We have Oh What a Time, Southern Grassroots Music Tour, sealed, $6.99. Lauren Green's American West, that's $6.99. We have Janie Freaky's Greatest Hits, $6.99. Same price for all these. Mahalia Jackson, Great Songs of Love and Faith, Disinherited. Also, we have Yellow Jackets, Four Corners. I have Mary Martin, The Sound of Music. Mary Martin, The Sound of Music. That's available. We got Mike Cooper, Oh Really? That's EX $6.99. Preston Rose wants Oh What a Time. That is sold to Preston Rose. Everything in here is $6.99. We have Rock and Roll Fever, Willie Egan's, 55 to 58. VG copy, that's $6.99. The legendary Bobby Darin, that's a 2 LP for $6.99. And Thief in the Night, Randy Thornton. This is $6.99. Also, The Sinceres, turquoise colored vinyl, $6.99. That's sealed. That was originally $30. Amos and Andy, Murray Hall Radio Theater, 3 LP. That's $6.99. Amanda Darby wants The Sinceres. That's sold to Amanda Darby. Flo and Eddie is $6.99. Steve Biddlecombe on Walter Egan. And that, or Willie Egan's. That's sold to Steve Biddlecombe. Over here, we have Hunter. That's a 77 UK for $6.99. Hummingbird is $6.99. Also, Nova Wimana, that's $6.99. Same price here for No Slack. And No Slack was originally $9.99 from 1978. No condition notes. Batdorf and Ronnie, that is off the shelf. Scarlet Riviera is $6.99. And we have Herman Brood, Cuban the Blizzards. And this is a 1979, $6.99 on that. We have Mr. B with J.C. Hurd, Partners in Time, 88 US, $6.99. We have Hans Thiesken, an 87 US, that's $6.99. Same price for Elvin Bishop, Raising Hell, a 2 LP, no condition note. 20 of the Best of Jimmy Rogers, Spanking Our Gang's Greatest Hits. And right over here, Folk Rock, The Fleetwoods, $6.99 on that. Ian Gom is $6.99. D.B. Cooper by American, and Bing Crosby, a legendary performer. Those are all $6.99. And final call before I do a count on that. Final call before I do a count on those. Okay. Nova, Phil Collins is on Nova. Nova Hard Rock, let's go back and find that one. It was, I keep forgetting about that one. Yeah, right here, Nova, Wimana, and this is $6.99. You sure Phil Collins plays on this one? Okay, yeah, he's a guest appearance. Percussion, yeah, Phil Collins. Phil Collins. Bing Crosby, so to Arnold Adams. Okay. And then Tim Graham said he will take Nova bulletin board. Yeah, I think it looks like a, let's see here. Here, I can pull you up an image, actually. I can pull you up an image. Sorry, I was sending a message. It looks like that. Welcome Masters Week in Augusta. Pretty cool, actually. Pretty cool, actually. Welcome Masters Week in Augusta. Yellow, green, and new. It's a size medium. Yellow, that one's $55. I have no idea how we've ended up getting to a master. I guess it was that one hat I showed that was a return that I sold on eBay, and somehow we've gotten to a master show tonight. But that's okay. David Suddy on Elvin Bishop, $6.99. Let's count these. John Young's here. I'll show you those in 1 second. Thank you. But first, let me count these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 25. And come on, John Barry. Let's do a deal, sir. And we're talking $75 for 25 records. That is 75 records, excuse me, 25 records, 75. Okay? And that's our last bundle of the night before I probably do medium. Yeah, I don't have that in just a medium. Come on, boom! That's what I'm talking about. Wow, come on, John Barry. All right, rest of those are sold. And that was the last of the cleanouts and just trying to free up some space. They just got back with this incredible collection or collections. Paul was gone 9 days on the road buying, and those are done, okay? So we probably do a little bit more vinyl. Let me try to find one good half-off crate maybe, and or a buy it now best offer recap or something, maybe before they end up in a discount crate in our group. First, let me show some these 3 LPs to John right quick. And here's what we're looking at. And I'll show you. I'd say they're all... I don't really have a nice one. I'll just say that. Of course, I'll let you be the judge of that, John. I'm talking to the other John now that's watching. Let me flip this crate over so I got more of a table. But I've kept this over here. I've kept these over here next to me, next to the Neil Young autograph, and we sold that last week, and I brought these out. So, John, I'll show you this jacket. I don't really have a good one. Number 6. I know everything you want to see already. I haven't even looked at any of the discs, really, but there's that one. No, it has a little bit of a seam split down here. There's that one. Has a little bit of a seam split up there. So there's that one. And then here's number 2. Number 2 here. We do need an air horn for John Barry. He did like 4 bundles. I usually do one after. This one's got tape along the edge. This one's a number 6 as well. A partial peeled. And I think the best presented one is this one, the last one here. And I mean from here up, and then it's got damage down here. It's got some pretty bad damage. I mean the seam is completely split. It's actually missing some of the butcher cover, and you can tell it got wet at some point. I mean, I think from there up, that one looks the best. Probably can't do as much with that one. So, John, that's what those look like. And like I said, we can talk later about them. I'm going to be on here pretty late. I'll probably be on here another hour, maybe hour and a half. I might be on here another 30 minutes. I should be on here for another 2 hours because we're only at 6 hours. I need to be on here 8 hours, but I don't know if I have everybody. Do I even have any CD buyers on right now? It's almost time. But yes, John, don't sell those, okay? And I think I want them for myself, maybe, okay? Maybe. I don't know. I might be trading to sell, but I kind of want at least one for myself. I should have bought them a long time ago before today. Of course, news breaks, and I'm like, man. So, but yeah, we'll talk tomorrow. Okay, and here we go. So where are we, everybody? CDs and cassettes. You know, I do have cassettes, CDs. You know, that's a good stopping point. That's 8 full crates of vinyl, another knockout night, plus miscellaneous. And Jetstream, the only master stuff that I have left, I have not shown. I got a nice jacket here. It is medium, though. There's a medium, like, rain jacket, performance wear. Medium, another 3/4 zip. And then Alonzo, his comment from a few minutes ago. Alonzo said what a few minutes ago? Alonzo, I didn't see your comment from a few minutes ago. Alonzo, do you happen to see the Aussie live? Oh, I do not. Alonzo, earlier today, when I woke up, you know, at like 4 o'clock, I woke up to the news of Ozzy, and my distributors are sold out of everything. And we had Memoirs of a Madman earlier tonight. I don't think we have anything Ozzy in stock right now. Not even ducks. Not even Aussie ducks. So, oh, here's a nice piece. This is a large, and this is probably the most expensive item. This is a full jacket, not a green jacket, not an actual green jacket, but it's a green jacket, if you know what I mean. This thing here's pretty pricey, though. I think this cost, yeah, I can do this for like $300. It's a full Peter Millar jacket, though, size large. Very high quality, very nice. Peter Millar, green Masters jacket. And then here's the only other collectibles I have left. I got a dog collar for $30. I got a dog collar. I have a caddy ornament for $65. I got a caddy ornament for $65. And I got some salt and pepper shakers for $85. $85 on salt and pepper shakers. Caddy ornament $65, $85, $65. Dog collar is $30. And that jacket's $300. And I told y'all I had a belt. I had a belt, but it's really pricey. I think it's like $250. But man, it's really cool. It's needlepoint. Very cool. $300 on this. Pimento cheese, flag, Amen Corner, Magnolia, Masters Cup. There's number 12 Masters logo. This is a beautiful belt if you can fit into it. It's a size 34. That barely goes around my thigh. So, yeah, it goes around. It's like at my hips. So you got to be kind of tiny. Seth might can get into that. That might be more like for Seth, or you know, somebody that's really, really tiny. You know, like Seth, that's really, really tiny. Somebody that's really, really tiny. That's pretty much it with master stuff. So think about it. I got shirts, polos, but a lot of that stuff I just showed you is actually active on eBay right now. So, and I sell quite a bit on there. I think in the last 90 days, I've sold about 15 grand. In the last 90 days, we've sold about 15 grand in Masters merch on eBay. So it's a big market. They sell like 100 million all week. It's some kind of crazy number. They sell millions down there in that pro shop in just a week. It's insane. 34 on the size belt. I know. That's like, I think I'm like a 44 probably. I don't even know what's, I just wear elastic shorts now. I don't even wear pants or jeans. I think I'm probably like a 44, 34. I think that's what I wear, a 44, 34. 44, 34. All right. Yeah, master stuff. Well, it helps also when the average price is $150 an item, so it adds up pretty quick. Let's see, actually, what is that number? It might have went down. No, it's way down, my bad. I'm thinking about probably back during August. I mean, during May. Yeah, more like, well, I don't know. Hold on a second. Begging for an answer. Last week you mentioned Taylor. When? Yes, we'll run it tomorrow, Guy. We'll run it tomorrow. I told you it's either going to be today or tomorrow. I got to photograph it. We'll run it tomorrow. Okay? No more vinyl. Vinyl is done for the night. We're about to show some cassettes and CDs. And for a little bit, I have a lot of work to do here. But the most important thing I can do right now is sell y'all stuff. That's my job. I do it 8 hours a day, every night, right here. Somebody says, Chad, what do you do? I say, I sell stuff to people 8 hours a night, every night. Collectibles, this and that. And hopefully they hadn't, oh my gosh, they buried my cassettes. Yeah, about everything I worked to dig out has now been buried back here. So maybe I can find some different ones. Yeah, I can't even get to the jazz CDs anymore. This isn't good, honestly. How did they do this? Let me see if I got a path over here. You'll have no idea what I'm dealing with over here. It looks like a, I don't know what it looks like. It's pretty disastrous, though. Let me walk over here from this point of view. We might not have those. Hopefully my mic is still connected. I'm way back here in the back now. John, wait a minute. I might have a path. Here's his 100 copies of the White Album. We keep stashed back here. They're all VG minus and G plus and mismatched, and looks like he's been working on trying to match some up. Actually, I might can get to these things. A bunch of magazines. We might have got lucky, folks. I just wish I knew what happened to that sealed Christmas Batman. Run, run, reindeer. Merry Christmas, Saint Nick. Christmas is the time you cheer. Ooh. Merry Christmas, Saint. Oh. Darkness. I see right through distorted eyes. Dun, 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 dun. I did not mention osmosis. I mentioned the vinyl. We have possibly Thursday night a See You on the Other Side box set, which for those that don't know, it's the only complete way to get Ozzy's discography in one lump sum. That box set contains many out of print and unissued albums. But that tells me also they've got the mastering work done for it. So they're basically just patiently releasing them one at a time. The last time one came out of there was when they reissued Scream. But no, as of right now, Osmosis does not have a... unfortunately, Osmosis does not have a copy in print. So it's just really OGs, or unless you get one of those now very pricey box sets. So same way with a lot of those albums. They are out of print. They are out of print. All right, I got some cassettes and maybe CDs to run through here for the next hour or so, maybe 30 minutes, depending on how sales look and participation. I started late, and it looks like I got to end late, but I'm going to pick and kind of choose these. I'm going to grab some stuff that I know sells really well on vinyl that may be hard to get on, that also may be hard to get on vinyl, like Wilson Phillips. These are all $6.99. There's Wilson Phillips. And then some of these I might go through and maybe sell in lots. There's Michael Jackson Thriller. Michael Jackson Thriller, that's $6.99. Michael Jackson Thriller. We have over here, I have, this looks like a Journey bootleg. Monterio Studios Live 78. It's a copy, but that's definitely a bootleg. Robin Glenn gets Wilson Phillips for $6.99. That's sold to Robin Glenn. We got U2 Live Under a Blood Red Sky. U2 Live Under a Blood Red Sky. Here we go. There's a few good ones right in a row right here. All right, we got Grease 2. We got Collective Soul, Huey Lewis and New Sports, and LL Cool J All World. LL Cool J. All these cassettes are seeing are $6.99. Let's go ahead and grab these right here. We'll mix it up a little with this one in the middle. But first, here is Hootie and the Blowfish Cracked Rear View, the Masterpiece Collection of Mozart, and Arrested Development. That is 3 years, 5 months, and 2 days. Arrested Development. Robin Glenn on Grease 2. That's sold to Robin Glenn for $6.99. All these cassettes you're seeing are $6.99. And we have a good one here. And then let me grab this one. Oop, there's a good one. And let me also grab this one right here. All right. We have Tom Harris wants Arrested Development and Huey and LL Cool J. So sold to Tom Harris and Tom Harris. Corey, you get Huey. All right. And then we got Rat, Reach for the Sky. The Rembrandts. Striper, To Hell with the Devil. The jewel case is very dirty. The cassette and everything. But man, that would look so much better if you put it in a new case. That one's been worn out. And then Bon Jovi, Wanted, Dead or Alive, which includes a never before released acoustic and live versions. Pretty cool Bon Jovi there. So a multi-track kind of single release. That is $6.99. I got a bunch of singles here. Let's grab this though. And this one. Ooh, this is sealed. So Bonham, as in John Bonham, or as in Jason Bonham. Mad Hatter, that's sealed for $6.99. And then Skid Row, 18 in Life. Skid Row, 18 in Life. So Tom Harris wants Rat and Bon Jovi. Those are sold to Tom Harris. Thank you. All right. Skid Row and Bonham there. Still got Michael Jackson, U2, Journey, Collective Soul, Hootie, Amadeus, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, that is. All right. And I think that's a single. Trying to stay away from the singles. Some of them I'm going to go ahead and show because they're good. It's a soundtrack. Deep Cover. This is sealed. Deep Cover has Dr. Dre, Calloway, Broken Lonely. That's sealed. It's a soundtrack. Skid Row, that's another single, Youth Gone Live, and so is 18 in Life. Those are singles. How about we do both of those for 10? Both of the Skid Row singles for 10. Those are available. And don't come around here no more. Here's a good one. Some more Christian metal. Barren Cross Atomic Arena. Barren Cross Atomic Arena. And then let's do these two Poison singles for $10. We got Fallen Angel and Unskinny Bop. Poison, we'll do 2 for 10 on Poison. 2 Skid Rows for 10. Some great looking titles here. Let's get back to a couple albums here. And the next albums I have are Paula Abdul and Steve Perry. Steve Perry Street Talk and Paula Abdul Cold Hearted. Those are $6.99 and $6.99. Let's jump back over here to this box. Let me fix my mic first of all, because oh no, I dropped my magnet. Every time I'm looking down, my mic is tickling my chin. Sorry, y'all probably hearing about a bunch of roughness right now. There we go. It's more like it. I don't like the little fuzzy thing tickling my chin. Oh, here we go. That's a good one. And here's another one. Got a couple here for $6.99. Queen's Rock and Bare Naked Ladies. So Queen's Rock and Bare Naked Ladies for $6.99, $6.99. Sell all 4 of these to Tom Harris for $16. You got it. So he gets 2 Skid Rows and 2 Poisons for $16. I'm about to group together some more singles over here. If anything, they're cool display items. I got a lot more rock over here I'm trying to bundle. Trying to get it all together first. So there's a good one. And there's a good one. And there's a good one. All right. And there's 4. All right. Let's do these 4 for $15. Bonham, Wait For You. That's a single. Blaze of Glory from Bon Jovi from Young Guns. Tesla Signs and Janie's Got a Gun. 4 cassette singles there from Bonham, Bon Jovi, Tesla, and Aerosmith. That is those 4 for $15. Those 4 for $15. Go ahead and do that. Here's the big Bare Naked Ladies album, Stunt, with It's Been 1 week since you looked at me. So that's available. And let's see, what else we got over here. Okay, I've been picking and choosing. I might just go ahead and show what's left. Trying to show what I think is the best ones first. Here's a couple more big classic rock and pop hits. Footloose. Ooh, this one has a ticket stub with it. This is from that same collection that had a lot of ticket stubs and autographs. So, Loverboy ticket stub included with Loverboy loving every minute of it. This is from that same place. I was getting those big trays, and a lot of them had autographs and stuff. So, I haven't seen an autograph yet, but maybe we should go through them all just to find out now. There's Loverboy with a ticket stub for $6.99. And let's grab these 2 here. And yeah, a lot of these are sealed and promos, probably because it came from the same guy. Here's Roxette, Tourism, songs from studio stages and hotel rooms. It does have a hop sticker. We got Sheila E. In Romance, 1600. And we got The Time Ice Cream Castle. The Time Ice Cream Castle is $6.99. First thing I have over here is another Barren Cross, State of Control. Barren Cross, State of Control. They're kind of like in that realm of Stryper, just FYI. By the way, I can't believe there's a Stryper still left. Just saying. Kind of surprised. Might grab this box of CDs, and then I'm going to just show you everything that's left in here, okay? Or start reading them. And there's Michael Sweet. He's from Stryper. Is this a single? Yeah, it's a single. We'll say $5 on that. Michael Sweet, Jesus, plus exclusive interview and album preview. He was pretty much the front man of Stryper, Michael Sweet. Okay, now I think we bought some stuff over here, these new CDs, but I think I hope they're not smoke damaged. If so, I can't really show them tonight. Yeah, they might be smoke damaged. Yeah, unfortunately, I think they are. So we did buy some stuff that has smoke damage. And yeah, we're probably gonna have to clean these or air them up. I think they stopped somewhere and bought. Well, I know there's a bunch of records that are, and yeah, these CDs are going to require essentially a cleaning and probably a dehumifying, before I show those. So that's a great. I mean, that's great rock titles, but we probably need to wait on those. I don't want y'all getting anything like that that has an odor to it until we can work on them. But I think we bought an incredible collection from a house fire. So I'll show the cassettes one more time before I show the box. Actually, before I move on, I'm going to show the rest of the cassettes. I'm just going to set this whole box up here. I've kind of picked and choosed, and now y'all might see some stuff that catches your eye. So let me start right back here. And let's see what we got. Try to get all the singles together. A lot of these right in here are singles, probably because it came from this guy that had a lot of promo stuff. So let's start right here. I'm going to show them. These are all $6.99, and if they're an album, and then we'll do something on the singles if we need to. So Kim Stratton live with the AFC Mass Choir. These are all $6.99. BB and CC Winans Relationship. We got Boomerang, the original soundtrack album with Eddie Murphy. These are all $6.99. Over here we got DC Talk Free at Last. DC Talk Free at Last. This is Naturia. Looks like something that'd be very expensive. Where's Jim B at? Naturia. Harry Connick Jr. She. We got Adam Ant. Manners and Physique. Adam Ant. Smash Palace. That looks like something that would be expensive. Where's Jim B at? Smash Palace. BB and CC Winans. Heavens. Virus Analog. I thought it said Virgin Records. Virus Analog. That's a single. We have Functified. West Coast Rap Volume 1. Adam Ant sold to David Smith for $6.99. We have Arrested Development, Zinga La Mundini, Arrested Development, Desiree, I Ain't Moving, My Turn Now, Stephen Curtis Chapman, John Mellencamp, Human Wheels, Gino Vanelli, live in Montreal, Sealed with Hop Sticker, Mona Lisa, Partners in Pleasure, Akumaku, Jen Fisher. I'm not for sure if I said that right. Concrete Music Block, Free Music Sampler Volume 2, featuring the best in today's hard music. That could be pretty cool. Extremes on here, Flotsam and Jetsam. Troubles on here, Cannibal Corpse. Wow. That might be pretty pricey, actually, with those kind of artists on there as an early sampler. We got Greg Raleigh, Gringo, and Crowbar, Obedience Through Suffering. Wow, Crowbar. Adam Ross wants Roxette from earlier. That's sold to sold to Corey Ross. That's sold to Corey Ross. There's another Concrete Music Block featuring today's the best in hard music. The Ramones is on here. White Trash, Dig. Two of those, Concrete Block. What do we have here? Bullet Boys. That is a single, Smooth Up. So we'll say that's $5. These are singles here. Sing the Hits of 1958. These are more singles. Bobby Brown, Good Enough. Boys to Men, Thank You. Keith Sweat, I'll Give My Love to You. That's a full album, $6.99. The Best of Mozart, that's $6.99. Anatoined, Special Spiritual Love Affair. I don't think I spit that out right, but either way. Here's The Time, and that's Jerk Out. That's a single for $5. Alias, More Than Words Can Say. That's $5. Also, Tammy Show, The Truth. Fiona, Everything About You. Paula Abdul, Rush Rush. We have Bette Midler, From a Distance. Atlanta Miles, Black Velvet. These are all $5 singles. Phil Collins, I Wish It Would Ram I Wish It Would Ram Down. Mariah Carey, Emotions. Michael Jackson, It Doesn't Matter If You're Black or White. Roxette, Joyride. Gerardo, Rico Suave. DNA featuring Susan Vega, Tom's Diner. This Is Trash. This Is Trash. And Kenny G, that's Grog's favorite, Forever in Love. Grog, I'll do that for just $5 if you want it. Just $5 on the Kenny G cassette single. Now, those are all $6.99, and then here's the stuff back here that didn't sell. I'm going to go ahead and put it back in its box. Those are all cassette singles. We had Michael Sweet. It was also $5 cassette single. Barren Cross, and Deep Cover. That is $6.99. You'll give me $5 to destroy beyond recognition. Wow, okay. Do I have to do it live in front of everybody? We have Bonham, Mad Hatter, or can I just film it and send it to you privately? Striper, To Hell with the Devil. We have the Rembrandt's LP. We have Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. And Denise said she'll buy that. I'll take the other Bon Jovi and that lot of stuff if it's still there. Blaze of Glory, do you want that for $5? Bon Jovi, Blaze of Glory, that's sold to Tom Harris for $5. We still got Janie's Got a Gun for $5. Tesla's $5. Bonham is $5. Well, those are singles. Also for albums, we got Collective Soul, that's $6.99. U2 Live Under a Blood Red Sky. A Journey Bootleg, Monterio Studios Live, and Michael Jackson Thriller, $6.99. Okay, she does know that that was an inside joke on Kenny G, so sorry, Kenny. You got some tough fans out here. And then finishing up with the albums is The Time. Sheila E. Loverboy had a ticket stub from a concert, and that concert was from 1986 too. Footloose, Bare Naked Ladies Stunt. It's been 1 week. You get the idea. And then over here, I'm going to leave those out because that's going to be an auction lot tomorrow if nobody buys these. And we have Queensryche, Bare Naked Ladies, Steve Perry, and Paul Abdul. All right, so all those are gone, or all those are available. Patrick Francis wants the Journey bootleg right here. So to Patrick Francis. You got it. All right. Whoa. I don't know if I've ever listened to Kenny G. I don't think if I heard something right now, I could say, yep, that's Kenny G. I have no idea, honestly. I've never listened. Never heard it in my life. Sold hundreds of them. I honestly can say I've never listened to anything with his name on it. Sorry, my OCD's really kicking in right now. I think I got all this into one row. Oh, so close. So close. So close. I need somebody to buy one more single for $5. Michael Bolton. All right, and I got one more box like that. Okay. We need to finish those 2 little stacks from that last box that I left off last night, don't we? That's pretty nice. Thanks, everybody, for those. Got a little bit of a sold stack going over here. Let's do this other one. Give me a chance to turn them all the right way, at least. So let's start from way up here and work our way down. We got 2 centuries of Mozart. Excuse me, 2 centuries of romance. Wow, Victoria's Secret. A cassette from Victoria's Secret, a promo. You could have bought some lingerie and they gave you a free cassette back in the day. They don't do that anymore. John Gibson, Love Education. What do we have here? SQET, Monster 3's Mantle in Your Presence. Wow, that looks interesting. Michael Morales, Alias. We had the single earlier. There's the full album. I think that's like hard rock, hair metal, subliminal, faster reading. You play this and you start reading faster. Whoops. You listen to this and you start reading faster. Eden Burning Live, Smiling Home. Neil Zaza, Two Hands, One Heart. Nice. Gene Autry, his Christmas album. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. The Jacksons, An American Dream. That is sealed, unopened. Neil Diamond, Headed for the Future. McDonald's Original Hits, Rockin' Classics. You used to go buy a Happy Meal and they gave you a cassette. They don't do that anymore. Next time you go through McDonald's, ask them if they're still giving away the Rockin' Classics cassette. They'll be, sir, your order for your Big Mac and Coke is $17.12. Yeah, do y'all still got those Rockin' Classic cassettes you're giving away? My brother just got one the other day. Y'all still got those Rockin' Classic cassettes? Dirty Dancing. Kenny G Miracles, the Holiday album. Bee Gees, Size Isn't Everything. Steve Smith, Vital Information. Those are singles. Hitline, that's from K-Tel, I believe. Yeah. Hitline, that's a compilation. K-Tel cassette. K-Tel cassette. Those are all singles. We got Yanni. Looks like it's a promo, private advance of Yanni. There's another Concrete Corner. Hard Block. Corrosion Conformity. So I need to keep all these out if no one's going to buy them tonight. I can't. We must not have any cassette metal people on. Anybody metal, cassette oriented, because they would have bought those Concrete Music blocks. So, yeah, those guys are all asleep right now. They had to go to bed early because Ozzy died. Understandable. Kenny Rogers, The Heart of the Matter. I'm sure a lot of people went to bed early tonight. There's a lot of sad people in this country right now. Pure Gold Collection, Images. We got Beaches. We got Rod Stewart, Downtown Train. Dirty Dancing sold for $6.99. To Corey Ross. Hot Nights and City Lights. That's another K-Tel cassette. Neil Diamond, Glory Road. That's a double packer there. Look at that. That's a cool design. Neil Diamond. Celine Dion, Yanni, Live at the Acrocalypse. Mega Hits Dance Classics. Okay. Let's start a new row here. Looking for out Chubby Checker's Greatest Hit. I thought that was a pot leaf at first. I was like, good God, what kind of Chubby Checker is this? Chubby Checker's Greatest Hits. John Cougar, Hurt So Good. Wow, what is this? Some kind of advanced promo, Jack and Diane? Wow, that might be pretty special. John Cougar, Hurt So Good, and Jack and Diane. Looks, I mean, there's no way to say, but it looks like some kind of promo. I'm going to leave, I would usually toss that kind of stuff, but there it is. Wow, what do we have here? Adam Super Game Pack. Captures all the excitement of the real arcade game plus extended play enhanced game. Is this what is this? Adam, that's not something from a Sega? ColecoVision? Adam Super Game Pack. Any more albums? Here we go. Rhythm Hunter. Inca Pacha. The World of the Yandes. Billy Ocean Love Zone. A head cleaner. Cleans your head. Inca Pacha, the world of the Andes. Radio Remembered. Adam is so de grog. I figured somebody would grab that. And then there's more Dirty Dancing. Corey. More Dirty Dancing. And I think the rest are singles. So let's read through all the singles. Melissa Etheridge. Soho. Melissa Etheridge. The Heights. Patti Smith. Melissa Etheridge. We got 3 copies of Dance Without Sleeping. 4 copies of Dance Without Sleeping. All open. 5 copies of Dance Without Sleeping. I have Bingo Boys, How to Dance. I got Taylor Dane. I got the KLF. I got Michael W. Smith. I got Cher. I got Hot Music for Cool Nights. I've got 2 Unlimited, Twilight Zone. I have Next Plateau Records, Salt and Pepper, Let's Talk About Sex. I have another Melissa Etheridge, Dance Without Sleeping. I have another Melissa Etheridge, Dance Without Sleeping. That must be a horrible song. They couldn't even sell the singles. Richard Marx, Columbia Audio Byways. How long would... What? Some kind of comp. Pink Floyd's on here. Daniel Ash, Leonard Cohen, and Journey. That's more like a sampler than a single. Richard Marx. Patti Smith again. Another Melissa Etheridge. And then Spin Doctors, Little Miss. Can't Be Wrong. That's a single. Let's put this Patti Smith with the other Patti Smith. Oh, guess what? Here's another Melissa Etheridge. Okay. And then over here we got Sarah McLachlan, I Remember You. James Ingram, I Don't Have the Heart. And then we had Real McCoy, Another Night. Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch, Good Vibrations. Celine Dion, All By Myself. And Kane Roberts, Does Anybody Really Fall in Love Anymore? Folks, that's 2 boxes of cassettes. That's 2 boxes of cassettes there. 2 more concrete block samplers. I'm going to pull these other ones out too. What happened to those other ones? I'm going to auction those tomorrow. Those are actually going to probably do really good. That's going to be a lot of 4. Yep. What is the retail somebody paid for all these at one point? At some point, somebody paid... What is this in today's money? A couple $1,000? Probably. At least. Probably a couple $1,000, honestly. In today's money, what was a new cassette? $7 or $8? Yeah, I'm going to tell Ed just to start slipping these in people's orders and see what they say. KLF. KLF. Right here. That was $5. The KLFF 3 AM Eternal. Wall cassette. Wow. I remember buying some CDs. CDs are really not even my generation. Yeah. I think I asked Tanner or Seth the other day. They said they never did. They don't think they ever bought a new CD ever. Tanner and Seth. I think I asked them already. I know I did. Of course, I was into music. They weren't. They are now because of me. Right, Tanner? He'll probably be watching this tomorrow morning, rolling his eyes. They're forced into it, being around me. I mean, I'm live right now. I can't play music, but as soon as this is over, I open up my phone and start playing music until I get up front where my turntable is, and then I put on a record. I mean, it's like, it's got to be something playing. All right, let's finish that box. Let's finish that box. I'm going to go ahead and take this stack of those CDs from last night. It's just like a few handfuls, but let's go ahead and knock it out. And these other CDs over here that look pretty good for the future, they're going to have to be cleaned and desensitized. We bought some stuff that was in a house fire, and they're going to work very hard to defumigate it or fumigate it, or whatever the proper verbiage of that is. Otherwise, we're going to probably get some complaints. Ow. Sharp edge on this crate. I just stabbed myself. Yeah, so what we do is we usually, there's a thing John, the best thing John's come up with is Rosinol, some kind of almost like lighter fluid, maybe. It works really good. Yeah, David Hoy got the KLF for $5. Okay, here's a few CDs. Bill O'Connell, the Latin Jazz All-Stars with Conrad Herwig, Steve Slagle. Gene Autry is a 4-disc box set, annotated remastered discography, 4 CD, Gene Autry. Larry Yates and the Blue Monsters. Blue Larry Blue, Big Blue World. Delta Moon, Black Cat Oil. Sugar Ray and the Blue Tones Evening. James Taylor, One Man Band. Looks like a 2 CD type deal. The Best of Louis Jordan. And Little Mike and the Tornadoes, Hot Shot. A house fire has a very unique smell. A house fire has a very unique smell, and it's not a pleasant one either. I can kind of smell some of it coming off some of this stuff. I'm going to have to turn on some fans. Our air conditioner here is not working, and some of the stuff in here, we got to get out our big industrial fans tonight. And then we had David Chesky, the New York Rags. Danny Zeitlin, Both and Solo Electroacoustic Adventures. Ray Mantilla, The Connection. George Kilby Jr., 6-pack. Andrew Combs, Worried Man. Lau Levinger, Banana from the Youngbloods. Blues in the Afterburner, Chris Duarte Group. I struggle with his last name. Rick Moore and Mr. Lucky, Live in the USA. Vernon Husky. We got Don Byron. Looks like it's copied. It is. I don't know what this is, but it's all taped together. Jerry Cron. Live at the Deerhead Inn, Clarice Assad and Friends. Walt Weiskopf, Fountain of Youth. Brian Blade and the Fellowship Band. The Mark Masters Ensemble. Joe Allen Radio Flyer. And Martin Bijarno, Potential Energy. Man, that's some deep cuts. That's some deep cuts there. Even for the jazz box. I could have just showed those last night. That was all that was left in the box. I was stubborn and didn't want to show them. Yeah, all these are $6.99. Even the Gene Autry, yeah. $6.99. Anybody, this is a great time of night when, one, there's not a lot of people watching. We're kind of laid back and the show's near the end and I don't have an agenda. Anybody have any questions? Request? Anybody watching for the first time that wants to know what exactly they're watching and what's going on? Otherwise, we just unloaded a trailer full of stuff here in this building. I got to help photograph it and get it promoted for the next week. We got to start running ads. We got to start running posts telling everybody what we bought. Essentially, new collections mean we just made a major investment in inventory. And when we make a major investment in inventory, we got to take time to advertise it and promote it. Because we just spent a crap ton of money and we've got all this amazing stuff to promote to let people know the high quality stuff we sell here at CollectCo. The high quality stuff we sell here at CollectCo is sold here every night. But we got to get people out there in America that have no idea what we do here. Hopefully, a few people new a week or a few people new a night to tune in. Where they say, here we are. We're here. We sell every night, and we need new people to watch. Chuck Haley gets the Gene Autry for $6.99. That's the help we need. I got to get new people on here. Plus, just all of our regulars. Maybe they hadn't watched in a couple weeks, and they had no idea the expansiveness of these metal collections. And now they're like, dang, Chad's got a lot of cool stuff in. And I'm like, yep, you probably should be watching. You probably should be watching. But any other time, Vegas in the morning, whoa. Any other time, like at 5 o'clock, anytime like at 7 o'clock, most people's on here wanting to talk to me and like ask me questions. And I have to be very rude and be like, I'm sorry, we're like selling right now. I just can't talk. I just can't chit chat right now. So I say, maybe you can come back later tonight, but usually by then everybody's in bed. But we've pretty much reached the end of the show, and I'm still exhausted. I still hadn't got my sleep schedule right for this week. Sealed long box of CDs. Rick, sometimes we get those. I had some Beatles the other night. Just make sure you follow our page, and make sure you follow our page. Chad's got a box of baseball books. That's true. Yeah, a lot of stuff just got buried. I honestly couldn't do CDs tonight because everything's gotten buried again. That's why we've had so much luck lately with CDs, because our inventory's gotten low and I could really dig around back here. Now they have filled all this back up, and to get to more CDs, I've got to move about an hour's worth of boxes. And honestly, there's nowhere to move them. It's kind of like you got to almost move them out of the building, get to the CDs, and then move everything back in, which is obviously something I can't do on that. Beck Mellow Gold is in, yes. Beck Mellow Gold is in. If you didn't claim one live, let me pull up the pre-order and see if you got one. But yeah, for anybody that's new, make sure you're following. So on YouTube, you can subscribe. Facebook, you can follow or like our page. And essentially, we post hot pictures of records. But like tonight, I'm going to spend a lot of time photographing stuff and show you the wide variety of stuff that has come out. Or has come with this collection. Mellow Gold. Josh Brown, the pre-order for Beck, unless you claim one live, Josh Brown, you got one. I commented your name and I've hit the thumbs up. So yes, you got one. If there be nothing else, I'm about to go wash my hands. I'm about to go grab a sandwich up front. I do have turkey and Swiss and crab chips and Diet Coke, and I'm looking very much forward to it. So thanks, everybody. And I'll be back tomorrow at 5:30 to get this thing started again, okay? Y'all have been great. Another big successful night. We've sold a crap ton. Another eight crates of vinyl and a whole table back here of miscellaneous. So feels like it's been slow paced. I think it's just because I've been slow. But we're going to do more, okay? Cherry Diet Cokes. Not cherry, just regular Diet Coke. But I am pretty hungry. I've got to get back on a better routine. I got to get to the gym. I just got to fix my life, you know? Just joking. Everything's fine. Okay, good night, everybody. I need to get some rest. Thank y'all, and see y'all tomorrow, 5:30. I'll be on here tomorrow late, okay? This will be our only night we end early. Thank you and good night.